Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says the discovery of a mass civilian grave in Ukraine is horrific. Ukrainian authorities have uncovered a vast burial site containing more than 400 bodies in a forest outside the eastern city of Izium, which was recently recaptured from Russian forces. Investigators say they've found evidence that some of the dead were tortured. Senator Wong says it's further proof of Russia's egregious war crimes, and those responsible must be held to account. Meantime, Russian President Vladimir Putin claims Ukraine is not interested in peace talks as pressure mounts on him to end the conflict. Indian President Narendra Modi has told Putin that now is not the time for war, and this comes after China's President Xi Jinping also expressed concern. Putin claims Russia is doing everything possible to end the conflict.
I know your stance on the conflict in Ukraine. I know about the concerns that you voice constantly. We'll do everything for it to stop as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the leadership of the opposing side, Ukraine, has stated that they refuse to hold talks and that they want to reach their goals militarily.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is expected to view the Queen's lying in state at Westminster Hall in London and sign the official book of condolence. Chelsea Hetherington has the details.
The Prime Minister is leading an Australian delegation to attend a number of official events before the Queen's State funeral on Monday. The travelling party includes the Governor-General David Hurley and his wife Linda, as well as a small group of everyday Australians. Thousands of people have joined a kilometres-long line stretching across London to view the Queen's coffin at Westminster Hall, where the Prime Minister will pay his respects.
This is a time for unity, for coming together.
Mr Albanese will meet King Charles later today, as well as his British counterpart Liz Truss.
More than a dozen flood warnings remain in place across parts of New South Wales. Rain since Thursday has caused flooding downstream, with major flooding possible in Gunnedah and Wee Waa. The State Emergency Service has had over 60 calls for help in the last 24 hours, including around 10 flood rescues. Spokesperson Adam Jones says while the rain is expected to ease, water is flowing through already saturated catchments.
Never drive through floodwater. Predominantly, we've seen people forging through where they thought they could get through before, and it's just come up with us having to be sent out to rescue them. It's just not worth it.
Police have established a crime scene after the discovery of a man's body in Melbourne southeast, just streets away from a fatal assault early yesterday morning. Detectives were called to the Henry Street property in Noble Park around 5 o'clock this morning. They're still investigating the circumstances around the man's death, and at this stage the two incidents aren't linked. Early yesterday morning, emergency services found a 25-year-old man critically injured at a Leslie Grove property. He died at the scene, and a 30-year-old man has been charged with his murder. A Dutch town is taking Twitter to court after figuring in an online conspiracy theory regarding satanic pedophiles. More on this story from the BBC's Anna Holligan.
Hundreds of followers flocked to the graveyard last year in response to the fictional allegations. They held prayer sessions, laid flowers and protest signs on the graves of seemingly random dead children, causing extreme anguish to their grieving parents and unrest among locals. Last year, the court ordered the men behind the conspiracy theory to immediately remove all their tweets, threats and other content linked to the story, but the claims continue to circulate. According to Twitter, it is completely impossible to delete all tweets that reflect the ideas of conspiracy theorists.
People have flocked to the first day of Canberra's Floriade since the pandemic shut the flower show down 2 years ago. Elizabeth Byrne has the story.
Visitors from as far away as Perth and Sydney joined the locals, enjoying the spring flowers despite cold conditions. Organisers say there are 1 million blooms to enjoy, along with entertainment, which has included an Elvis impersonator and a local brass band. Over the past couple of years, the flowers from Floriade were distributed around the city, but the local economy missed out on the visitors. Floriade will run for a month until mid-October.
And New South Wales Police have embarked on a charity motorbike ride today from Sydney to Canberra after a 2-year break due to COVID. 650 New South Wales riders, including serving and retired officers, are joining colleagues from across the country. They're honouring officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty.
If you're not going through an emergency situation right now, it might be the perfect time to explore the all-new ABC Emergency website. ABC Emergency lets you search for incidents near you, or you can check on other locations around the country. There's also a handy button that lets you listen to the local ABC radio station closest to the emergency. abc.net.au/emergency. Save it in your favourites now and keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming.
Hi, I'm David Warner. Join me for every ball,
pull shot, struck it nicely, straight to the field, gets another wicket.
Every catch,
shooter comes in and takes the catch.
And every big hit.
Hits this high, far, are you kidding me? Whips it for 6, what a shot.
The world's best cricketers hitting our shores.
This is a World Cup you won't want to miss.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming to you.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
You want to make the most of the opportunity. The reality is it's 2 more wins and you get to carry a bit of silverware.
Playing the best at this time of the year, you have to be at your best, and that's exciting.
Feel the pressure rising.
Who knows what can happen? Dream big.
Here it comes again.
September is a great month to be involved in footy. We're excited for what could be.
Feels like now or never.
We need to get the job done and play the sort of footy we want to play.
Blood running in your veins.
This is where we belong and where we should
be. This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
Just got to take your chances and back your players in, back each other in.
And the road back to the G on grand final day is headed for the Harbour City. The Swans book a home prelim.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
As the siren sounds, this black and white story isn't done yet.
Everyone's bloody pumped, I can tell you that much.
You win one game, you're in a grand final, and win 2 in the Premiers. That's how close we are.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
And pass to the runner, Franklin, in full flight, body, unguarded, goal square, got it. That's exactly what that man can do. The ultimate entertainer.
Rise up, take it all.
Here comes the way of Nick Dacos, gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
These are the moments you play footy for, I guess, playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
Outside of the boot, don't tell me! Arms outstretched as he turns to the Collingwood faithful. You know what I mean?
They're right in this game.
Kicks it to Heaney, magic on a Saturday night at the SCG.
Firing on goal, and Lukey Parker's kicked it to Goey, chest down, goal! The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed.
Believe, Pies fans, believe, because they've done it again. They're fast, they're frenetic, they're bloody fabulous, this team.
But he turns, goes whack from 60, open goal square, all the way, bud, all the way to bring the SCG to life.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary final.
Live from the SCG.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
And all footy roads lead through the Moore Pub precinct this afternoon. The team representing Australia's most populous city, the Sydney Swans, up against the biggest club in the land in Collingwood, all for the chance to punch their ticket into the last Saturday in September, the 2022 AFL Grand Final, and the right to meet the Cats next Saturday. The sun is just poking through the cloud cover at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and we're set to go for the Swans and the Magpies on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We're still 40 minutes away from the teams dropping. A few of the players are out there just having a kick around. There have been buses that have been making their way in from Southern Cross Station that have made the 12-hour trek from Melbourne down to Sydney. We had the opportunity to do so on the Big Bird a little earlier today. Myself and Clint Weldon back to call the second leg of the 2 preliminary finals for you. Clint, it's nice to see you again.
Good to be with you, Corbin. Can't tell you how excited I am for a preliminary final to be back here at the SCG. not since 1996, and one of the most famous of all the prelims decided here. The Swans winning through to the grand final with a behind from Tony Lockett after the siren. Could we get something like that today? So many storylines to play out in this game. We know the enormity of would it be Buddy Franklin's last game if Sydney were to bow out. Collingwood come in. No side has come from 17th to go into a prelim final. So there's so much expectation. They've had such a dream run. Everyone is riding this black and white wave. Will that continue today? And of course, it wasn't that long ago these two sides met here. What will Collingwood have learnt from that loss when they came up without Jordan De Goey, of course, but went down by 27 points? There's an awful lot to talk about. And this game, I've been pumped for it for, well, all week.
Storylines in any direction you look, and the good news is we've got plenty of time to pull it all apart and preview it. We're still about an hour and a half away from the opening bout of the second preliminary final between Sydney and Collingwood on Grandstand AFL. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. We'll duck inside both camps in the next hour. Jack Crisp, ahead of his 200th game, is going to join us from the Collingwood Magpies, and Don Pike, of course, senior assistant with the Sydney Swans. Adam Ramanauskas has been with us on a Saturday afternoon right throughout the year. You heard him on the lead a little earlier on today. For those of you that were with us then, he's with us now to call the next four quarters of footy and the penultimate game of the year. Rama, frame it up for me. What's ahead of us today?
Well, good afternoon. It's always an absolute pleasure to be at a prelim final, and I think Clint summed it up really well. First time in 1996 that we've had a prelim final here in Sydney. And it's a beautiful day. We've had some showers in the morning. A couple of showers came through, but the sun now looks like it's settled in for the afternoon. So it's funny, like people talk about Collingwood and the season they've had coming from 17th. There's a lot to play for. The reality is there's a grand final to play for, and you don't know when your next opportunity is going to come. So, you know, for the people that are saying, oh, it's a great year, yeah, it is a great year, but you take it now to the next step. And Sydney, I've just marvelled at them. I think a lot of people thought a couple of years ago when they were, I think, renovating. They were renovating the house. But how quickly they could renovate that house was up for question. Well, it's proven how quickly they've renovated. Their team looks strong and looks set for a long future. Yep, okay, they might have a couple of ageing superstars in the forward line in Buddy Franklin, but they've got some young talent coming through, and it's been on display so far in this final series. So I can't wait. It's two different game plans. Collingwood are this counter-attacking team, so good off a half-back line. Then you've got a brick wall of pressure that they'll face with Sydney, so can't wait.
Ty Kennelly's with us again. He's a fellow premiership player. He asked me to introduce him as Irish legend, and I think that's fair to say. He's a familiar voice for us on Grandstand AFL. How are you, Ty?
King of Ireland, Paul.
King of Ireland.
Get it right.
King of Ireland. Is that why you got the crown on today?
That's right.
Big time footy in Sydney again.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been in this country 23 years, and I've been involved in the football club for the majority of it. This is the biggest game in promotion-wise, or most tickets I've been asked for, and this club's played in my time 6-7 preliminary finals. None obviously in Sydney since Plugger in SCG. Sorry, obviously we played at Homebush, but the buzz and the build-up has been enormous, has been so big, and it's a lot to take in for these young players. There's a lot of question marks over Sydney's ability to handle one game in 3 weeks, sitting around waiting for grand finals. That's the question mark. But the buzz and feeling around Sydney is huge for the Swans. I haven't witnessed it. Played in grand finals, won grand finals, lost prelims, won prelims. The buzz in New South Wales and Sydney has been huge, and it's overtaking rugby league, which is a big statement for an AFL team, an AFL club in Sydney. And the thrill of it all is that you get to play one of the biggest clubs in the country in Collingwood at Sydney. So the scene is set as far as the build up to the game and the fact that they played 3 weeks ago. And I think Ram had touched on it. Whatever happens previously in a grand preliminary final, it goes right out the window. You don't ever want to lose a preliminary final because you just don't get to that last dance, and it's probably the hardest one to take as a player, is losing a preliminary final. It really hurts because you just want to experience that grand final week as a player, so that's what both sets of players and teams have been going through their process. Sydney have been flawless the past 2 months. Flawless. You know, they've been absolutely flawless in everything they've done from an attacking defensive perspective. And we know the way Collingwood have been playing with their chaotic style of football, and what Craig has done for this football club has been enormous. So I'm very, very excited for this one.
We know that the dimensions are slightly different. Shorter ground by about 7 metres, and Collingwood during the week decided that they would set out their training by painting the dimensions of the SCG at their training venue. And we've spoken about this in past finals with Sydney. What does it actually mean for the Swans to have a final at what is their proper home, their spiritual home? I know you can't get the same numbers as you can at Homebush, but it always felt to me, as an outsider looking in, it was strange the advantage that this ground brings to the Swans to move the bigger games away out to Homebush. What does it actually mean for this footy club to be here in, well, a preliminary final, one step from a grand final?
It's enormous. It's where you, as a player, one thing is it's the same routine week in, week out. You know, you come to the same change rooms, you park in the same spot. Basically, as a player, it's one thing. But as supporters, this is the heart and soul of Sydney. Sydney have had opportunities as a football club to relocate to, you know, down south to Wollongong, have big facilities, open space and whatnot. And the club, and I remember being part of the discussion, asking the players and the staff, would they consider it? And there was an overwhelming no. We'll have poor facilities in the heart and home of where the Sydney Swans started, and that's what they had. Now they're starting a new facility, which is great, you know, and it's still not going to be, you know, world class. It's going to be a lot better than what they have. But that's what the SCG means to the Sydney faithful.
It's got soul.
Yeah,
it's got soul. That's what a lot of people. I think a lot of people forget. Like, new and shiny's great, but if something loses its soul, I imagine when you walk in here, you still feel it.
It's right, and it's bang on, you know, because you often see that in professional sport, that the shiny new facility, and it's soulless, which can be, but the history of walking down the Paul Kelly race alone, the names and the people that you see, and it's all around you. It's everywhere. You see it regularly, and it's huge. And that's not just for the players, but for the supporters coming, sitting beside the same actual people that they sit week in, week out at home and away season. Also, they're requesting to sit beside. They become family friends from years and years and years of coming to games of football, sitting beside the same people, going to the same restaurants or cafes beforehand. So it's enormous. It's a big tick for Sydney. And yes, the numbers are down. And obviously Geelong are fighting this argument with playing the preliminary finals, you know, the MCG compared to what the Swans have. It's huge for the football club. Having said that, on a football perspective, the Swans have played the MCG as good as ever, which was a huge problem for them in the past and for us in the past as a Swans player.
Well, what I'm interested in, Clint, you spoke about this being the first prelim final here in Sydney.
At this ground,
this ground. And since I actually forgot all about the Olympic Stadium there.
So it was a forgettable venue.
Yes.
Everyone went out there, but nobody ever felt like it was Sydney's home.
So I hosted a game round one this year, would you believe? Sydney and GWS, but it's largely been unused, obviously, for the last 4 or 5 years now.
I used to hate going out there, just as a player.
And so did Swan supporters when you spoke to them going into the ground. We understood the pragmatic reasons, the financial reasons. No one from Sydney, no one wearing red and white wanted to go out.
We played some huge games though. Back in my day, we played Collingwood in front of 75,000. There was a standalone home and away game that used to be Sydney-Collingwood in between the two boys.
Yeah.
You played preliminary finals in Brisbane with 90,000 people out there. So there was big games, but you'd still prefer this place at close to 50,000 rocking.
And it'll be absolutely jam-packed tonight. Tickets sold out for GA in 30 minutes when they went past the members. It will be just packed to the rafters at the SCG. I can't wait for it, Corby.
I think there'll be a fair few Collingwood fans here as well. Obviously, the way that the tickets go on sale is 14,000 for each club's supporter base, so they were snapped up pretty quick. So there'll be at least 14,000 as a starting point, and then once they went on sale for the general admission, you'd think there were plenty of Collingwood people that got their hands on those tickets as well. Rama, we both flew in this morning. You saw plenty of Collingwood colours around the airport, and we'll get Spriggy to sample a bit of the reaction from a few of the fans, but I was lucky enough to be out, or unlucky, I don't know if it's unlucky or lucky to be outside the entertainment quarter when one of the buses pulled up, and to see people that had got off a coach that they've been sitting on for 12 hours, decked out in their Collingwood colours, straight off the bus, and they're going to be here at the footy a couple of hours later.
And I think that's what we sometimes forget. Like we get the privilege of sitting up high and watching the game and enjoying it with headphones on, but what it actually means to supporters, what supporters are willing to sacrifice and give up, how much money they're prepared to pay for a ticket, that's what we forget sometimes. That's that's the pure essence of the game, really.
Yeah.
It's the fans. It's the fans what makes this great game, so wonderful and has for so many years. So, yeah, jumping on a bus for 12 hours, wearing the face paint for 12 hours, or wearing a Magpies hat for... we saw a helmet, didn't we?
I think it was some kind of... it was almost like something you say at a fancy dress party, where full mascot sort of head on one of the Collingwood fans that had made their way in.
But, Tyke, when you played in the grand finals down at the MCG, that's the same. Sydney came. They came hard with numbers.
Collingwood and Sydney coming up, the second preliminary final, of course, the winner to go through and play Geelong in next week's grand final. Brett Sprigg is with us. He's downstairs. Spriggy.
Got Jack Crisp, the milestone man here. 200th game today, preliminary final, huge occasion. How's it feeling at the moment?
Only this one? Yeah, it's feeling awesome at the moment. Obviously, the sun's out shining, which is nice. A good start. The deck looks great, and everyone's super excited.
Milestone game, 188 consecutive games, though, for you. What's the key to your durability?
I go half with mum and dad's genetics, but then I put a lot of work into my body off the track in terms of rehab, physio, a lot of massages, and then, just recovery, a bit of sauna and cryotherapy as well.
So the family's here as well for a minute?
Yeah, most of them made the trip up. It's good to have them here. Just for obviously a great occasion for the prelim final, but for 200 games it's awesome to have them here as well.
You had that amazing run, 11 wins in a row, back half of the home and away season. Had to end sometime. It ended here in round 22. They say when you don't win, you learn. What did you learn from, I guess, that game in particular, but also the couple of losses you've had along the way?
Yeah, I think it's, we knew Sydney were a number one pressure team for a while there, and they really put that onto us. But I think we learned how to kind of deal with it a bit better from then. Our last 2 weeks in finals footy, you can tell we really stepped up and played some more consistent footy. So I think we're really looking forward to that challenge again, because we know they're going to bring the heat. This time we're going to bring it as well.
Chuck the cans on if you can. Guys upstairs, Tyke and Rama, are experts in the box.
Hey, Jack, Tyke Kennelly here, mate. Congratulations on a great season thus far. It's incredible to watch the change and the joy in the playing group. And even in your own voice now, you seem pretty relaxed. How's the travel up, and how's the team as a whole feeling?
Yeah, thanks for having me first, guys, as well. The whole feel of everyone is really great. I think one of the things we've been able to do this year is stay pretty relaxed as a team. Just take it moment by moment and play minute by minute. And I think that's probably helped us instead for the games and the big occasions. We have been lucky enough to be able to play in a lot of those games this year, that's paying dividends now.
And you're on form, obviously. 200 game, congratulations, a great achievement of playing in a preliminary final is pretty special. But your ability to go in and mix it with the best in the competition in the middle has been a big shift for you.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the move. It's been refreshing and a good. I think something that I probably needed a little bit as well. I think Fly knew and had a plan coming in where he wanted certain players to play. I've really enjoyed being in the engine room all year. I think it's definitely helped my game in terms of the brand of footy that we play, with a more attacking, more forward footy base. It allows me probably more to play to my strengths with my run and carry and a bit of dash through the guts there.
Now, Jack, I'm really disappointed in you last week. You took 5 bounces through the middle of the MCG, then you decided to handball inside forward 50.
I know. You and my wife and my fam and probably myself, I'll kick it next time.
I just love seeing what Collingwood have been able to change this year. I think at times all football clubs can be uptight and stressed as such. As a footballer, it's a tough job to live week to week, but you guys just seem to do it week in, week out now with a smile on your faces.
Yeah, it's probably one of the greatest turnarounds that we've seen for a while, and maybe even in our time. Like, we've been able to build our chemistry and connection this year, which has probably been the biggest part for us. We still believe we had a really good list to challenge for at least finals anyway, but to see how far we've come as a team this year has been unbelievable. A lot of the credit obviously goes to the coaching staff and the way they've been able to implement a new game style and game plan, but obviously all the players are buying in as well.
So take us back to the loss up here to Sydney a few weeks ago. What do you take out of that match? What do you learn? Is there something different that you guys are going to do? I know you painted the ground differently at training this week, but do you sit there and go, okay, yep, we know how Sydney play now. We feel like we can counteract that?
Yeah, we do. We feel like we've prepared really well. I think last time we played, we might have been flicking a few magnets around at different stages. So blokes might have been a little bit out of their primary roles. So we're going to make sure we can give everyone their chance to play to their strengths and play in their primary roles and do what we know they can do best.
Jack, Clint Wilden here. Congratulations on the 200 games. When you run out, Do you cast your mind back about some of the people who helped get you there? You've mentioned a number up here to watch you play this today. Who are most influential for you being able to achieve this milestone?
Well, yeah, I have had a few messages over the last couple of days, but probably no more important than Bucks, who was my coach for 8 years. It was lovely to get a message from him. I've had a few strength and conditioning coaches in the past message me as well. So, but I've reached out to a few people as well. It's just, I don't know, it's just a nice time to reflect on who has helped you get you this far. And when you hear from those people again, even if you haven't spoken for a while, it's just kind of a bit heartwarming stuff. And so it makes me proud to get to where I am today, and to have those people help me. It's been awesome.
On the team itself, can I get your thoughts on the performances of Jordan De Goey the last couple of games? From the commentary box, they've been incredible. What have you made of them when you're out there with him?
Yeah, it's probably the same. I just get to witness it from about 2 metres away. But yeah, he's been so strong around the contest. He's been clean. He's been quick. He's been breaking tackles, taking them on, and then he's finishing his work up forward as well. But I think what's most important that I've seen from him is his defensive work. He's getting back. He's tackling hard. And he's where he should be. He's going really well.
Jack, I'm really interested. How do you guys want the first 5 minutes of this game to look?
Well, hopefully the ball's living in our forward half, but we know it's going to be tightly contested. A lot of hot footy going around, but we'll try and take as much territory as we can.
Jack, I know you got to run for the warm-up. Just before you go, I must admit when I heard yesterday that young Carmichael and McCreary had been involved in a car accident, I thought, it's probably just a bang of bumpers and everyone will be okay. But to see that the car actually had to get towed as a result, 2 lanes shut on the Monash freeway, can you talk us through the timeline as to when you found out about it and what that looked like as a player who had already arrived at the airport?
Well, it was obviously a bit of a shock because, rocked up the airport and I think Graham Wright told everyone. He started off by saying that everyone's okay, obviously, but there's been a crash. And no one probably knew to the extent until Bo or Josh sent through a couple of photos. But glad to see they're both all right. Bo got a bit of a standing ovation, a few applause when he hopped on the plane. But it was just great to see they're both great. They're both in great nick still and ready to go if we need them. Well, Bo is playing,
Yeah, and how was Josh when he arrived late last night with the team? I imagine you'd be pretty shaken up after something like that.
Yeah, I think they both were, but they're able to have their time to themselves, I think, and reset a bit. And obviously they would have got a lot of love and support from everyone around the club.
Go well today, Jack. Hopefully we're chatting in the aftermath.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Jack Crisp from the Collingwood Football Club, and that's excellent to hear from him so close. Before the bounce in the biggest game of his year so far.
Yeah, I just think, Ty, particularly when you're travelling and playing in a prelim final, you need to set the agenda. You need to set the tempo of the game early. Otherwise, you just allow the crowd to get involved. You allow, the home team to get their tails up and feel really good about themselves. So I'm really fascinated to see if Craig McRae tries to do something different like last week. He starts Braden Maynard in the centre bounce. First centre bounce, Maynard's in there, and he went at Brayshaw. He tried to nail him in that first tackle, just missed him. But it sort of set the agenda for how Collingwood were going to play.
And against the team that has played 1 game in 3 weeks, in Sydney, so it's huge. And I know Sydney went pretty hard on Saturday last week in a training session that went for nearly 90 minutes, and they went pretty hard at just trying to replicate something. But you're right, you start well, and you'd expect absolute chaos from Collingwood in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and trying to unsettle that Sydney team who've been, like I said, flawless throughout. It's the biggest component of the game when you're playing away, and certainly in the preliminary final here in Sydney, because the Sydney crowd is still not as boisterous as other states. Yeah. They're getting there, and the understanding of football is getting there and whatnot, but it's a huge part and will go a long way to Collingwood achieving what they need to achieve.
Finals are always interesting given the fact that there's a regular season meeting to refer back to, but particularly when it's a recent meeting. So to have one so late in the season in round 22, we had Nathan Murphy, the Collingwood defender, with us on Grandstand AFL Sunday last week, and the question was posed to him exactly that. What are you going to turn around from last time that you played them so recently in round 22 when they were beaten quite convincingly by 27 points? This is what Nathan Murphy had to say.
They defended the ground really well when we played against them. It's a bit of a smaller and skinnier ground, and they play that really well with their defence. We probably played into their hands by going down the line a bit too much. So I think you'll see a different method in the way we move the ball. It's going to be another battle of the inside mids. They've been doing it for 10 or so years now. The culture they have up there is crazy. So our midfield will be really important, but I think we'll try to play a nice attacking game style and get their defence kind of unsettled a bit.
So, Rama, this is the morning after the semi-final victory over Fremantle. It just stood out to me as a guy that is on message. It felt like Craig McRae has clearly explained to these guys what went wrong, what do we need to change next time, and immediately on Sunday morning when he's chatting to us, he had a certain level of belief that we did all those things wrong last time, and so that won't matter for this time around.
And that's perfect, clear messaging from a coach. It turns your mindset straight on. I think, the joy of winning is fantastic, but there's a job to do. And I think you've got that first half an hour or so in the rooms and, have a laugh and talk to your family. But I love that. I love how you just shift your focus really quickly.
He also Craig came out and said, they got it wrong as a coaching staff and the way they actually went about it, which gives you confidence again as a player going, well, you know what, he's taking ownership and we're going to go about it very differently, And the goalie being out was huge last time. Their forward entries were just atrocious the last time they played Sydney. And I think Rowbottom will go to him when he's inside. But it's a huge in for Collingwood having the goalie there with your forward entries. And obviously they're going to attack the game very differently.
I think a part of this game in the first quarter is very much in the coach's box. And what both coaches are prepared to concede, but what both coaches are prepared to do. So, what does Sydney do with the goalie? First up, straight away, does Darcy Moore go to Franklin? Or do they try someone else? Sam Reid's been in reasonable form over the last couple of weeks. What does John Longmire do with that versatile Collingwood forward line? How does he get the matchups right? So those initial, first 15 minutes, first quarter, if you get it wrong, the game can be taken away from you so quickly.
Would you send, and it worked for them, would you send again Clark to Nick Dacos?
You have to.
Yeah, because it was unbelievably effective. But that's a gutsy call from Sydney. We're going to tag a first-year player here, but the impact that it had on the win.
But what you're doing there, Ty, and Ty will understand this, is that's in Nick Dacos' head. If Ryan Clark goes straight to him at the first bounce again, he's like, I've got this bloke again. And Ryan Clark's running power is his greatest strength. Nick Dacos, you see him playing across half-back. He's running everywhere. That's what he does. That's how he accumulates possessions. Ryan Clark can go with him. So it's the mental game. It's that, it's in the coach's box.
I give you an insight to when you're playing a first-year player or a first-time player that is going to be around for a long time. And you've probably played 50 to 80 games as a player. And I'm going to be playing against this guy for a long time. And when he's on debut, you're going to try as hard as you can to scar him for the next time he plays you. And it's going to continue on, and you'll try and get over him because he's going to play you twice a year, sometimes once a year, and it's going to be continuous for year on in. And John Longmire's John, it's probably a weakness of John's, is looking back at what they've done well in the past, and the plan won't change a whole lot from what Sydney have done to Collingwood. And as far as Clark going to Dacos, there'll be a couple of tweaks, which will be interesting to talk to Don actually and see, trying to get some insight. But knowing John and knowing the club, John's set and he'll look back at what's happened in the past. That's all clubs do. But if you do it well, you try and do it again.
One thing that I'm really curious about is how Collingwood do their best to stop Sydney controlling the football. We saw 97 marks by Sydney. They were able to do what they liked with it.
That's easy.
That's in their face.
That's pressure.
Yep.
That's got to be pressure. If they don't, Sydney will control. You're right. Sydney will just control the game here at the SCG.
We're still about an hour and 15 away from the bounce. Sydney and Collingwood, the second preliminary final, of course, the winner to go through and play Geelong in next Saturday's grand final. We've heard from Collingwood and Jack Crisp. Spriggy's made his way into the Sydney camp. Spriggy.
In the Swans camp with Senior Assistant Coach Don Pike. Corby, Don, I'll start with a real broad one. You've been a part of successful teams, finals campaigns, grand final campaigns before in big football towns. What's different about the Swans culturally that's impressed you most?
Oh, look, I'm different in terms of, obviously, from what I've been previously with both West Coast and Adelaide, but the town has really got excited by the Swans this year, and it's, we saw that in the last game of the year when we played Collingwood here and we had a massive crowd, and it's going to be the same today. So it's great for footy up here, and coming across, with the Swans has been, I've loved working with the guys, and it's, they worked really hard and got themselves to a good spot and created a great opportunity today. What is it in this team in particular? What is the great strength, do you feel, of your team? I think it's probably a consistency. We've got some guys who play roles really well for us. We've got some really good players. There's no question. We've got some of the stars of the comp, but we've also got guys who just week in, week out are really consistent and play to a high level, and they're rewarded internally, and that's why they're able to, as a group, find themselves in a prelim final. And the last 2 years have been have been interesting. I was only involved last year from the hub viewpoint, but I think the fact that they've spent so much time together in the last 2 years has really created a unique bond with them. And living together with guys for what was nearly about 12 weeks last year and probably 12 or 15 weeks the year before, they've got a really, really close connection.
We talk about the young bloods and the youth of this team. Is there a concern, I suppose, or are you mindful of the fact that there is a little less finals experience in this group?
Yes and no. I think I was probably more worried about that last week when we went down to the MCG, or 2 weeks ago when we played Melbourne down there. And you don't really know how guys are going to handle that stage. And to their credit, they stood up. We had a really good win, but it counts for nothing today. We know we're playing a red-hot Collingwood side, and we need to come and play at that same level to get the job done today.
Beautiful day here in the Swans camp with Don Pike. I'll hand you upstairs.
Hey, Don, Ty Kennelly here, mate. Well done and a great year. The atmosphere has been incredible. Living in Sydney, and I just said it before, the build-up's been as big as I've witnessed in Sydney since I've been here. How have you kept them focused? And I know the prep's very different for a young team. Well, not a young team, but everyone says they're young, but they're not too young. How have you kept them focused?
Well, we sort of deliberately, after the Melbourne game, we had a couple of days break, just let them sort of recover from that, and came in, probably Wednesday after the Melbourne game, and then sort of built up from there. And we had a good hit out on Saturday to make sure that we didn't just drop away and think we're in sort of recovery mode, getting ready for a prelim. It was important we still got some good work into the players, so we did a fair bit of match sim on that day and some contested work as well. So, and then this week's been more just building up into what is a game. So we've had pretty much very similar sort of build up than we would have during a normal week. And clearly, the players, you don't need to talk about it too much. The players are aware of the stage, they're aware of what we're playing for, and that's that level of excitement is you want to welcome that. That's why it's great to be part of the last four and give ourselves that opportunity. So we talk about making sure that we control what we control and using our energy in the right space, and we'll find out in an hour's time when they bounce it down that whether we're up and about or whether we haven't quite got it right. But at this stage, we're pretty confident that the group's in a good spot to perform well today.
And against a good team and a good opposition, it obviously had a really good purple patch towards the end of the season. I'm a bit interested in, I suppose, the tactical side of how you approach it. Knowing John, I suppose, do you go after the head of the snake or do you go after a weakness as far as Collingwood's concerned? I'm really interested in probably knowing your own opinion and the coach's opinions on the major strength of the Pies and what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, well, look, they've obviously played some great footy. I mean, they've continued to win games, and last week we saw their pressure really ramp up. I thought they were really good against Geelong the week before, and then last week had another really good win. And we understand when they play their best footy, their pressures. I think they're number 2, we're number 1 for pressure, so we can expect that sort of game. There's not going to be a lot of time and space on the ball. Our ability, we feel to get the ground set up really well is going to be important today. We know that from their profile suggests that they will try and go pretty quick off the back half and get the ball down the middle. So we've got to be aware of that, and we've got to try and shut that down. But first and foremost, finals footy is about contest, and it's about getting your hands on the ball and getting territory, and that's a primary focus for us first up.
Don, there's so many different moments in a season for a team. Now, good and bad, obviously, but yep. I just want to reference the round 16 game against Essendon. That was a bad day for Sydney. You lost the game by 9 points, but it felt like a lot more. Since that moment, Sydney has been the number 1 pressure team in the competition, and that was all evident in that first final against Melbourne. Can you let us into what the conversation was after that game, or if there was any conversation?
Oh, no, there was a conversation. It was interesting because I think that the Essendon game almost culminated a bit of what we'd been feeling, but we probably hadn't seen it on the scoreboard. And I think, last year we sort of would have said part of our DNA was our pressure, and the numbers didn't lie in that space. We were, we ranked really highly in pressure, and I think we probably fell into the trap a little bit of feeling like, well, that's just us, that's the pressure, but we weren't bringing it. And that day probably highlighted it more than anything was, our inability to bring that pressure makes you susceptible, and it was a really... For us, it was, as you said, it was quite a pivotal day in terms of some of our actions around the ball and some of our actions off the ball just weren't to the level that we knew were going to get us deep into the season. And so, it was a nice reminder, which the game always gives you, of the things the things that value and things that create winning. And that was, for us, a day that we look back on now and say, okay, that was probably what started us getting back to not just saying, oh, yeah, we think we're a good pressure team, actually doing it. And that's the difference.
So when you're scouting Collingwood last week, the last couple of weeks, and you look at Collingwood, they don't win contested football or clearance or all sorts of things, but they're the best counter-attacking team in the competition. How do you stop that today?
Well, that's what I said before. We need to be really mindful of how they counter-attack and how they set the ground up through and then their pressure. And so us being smart with the ball, and again, each situation's uniquely different. So our guys' ability to recognise what the game's giving us and what we can take from a ball movement viewpoint. Sometimes it's going to be, it's just a surge, get it forward, try and get the territory. Other times it might be, can we actually use the ball and go through them or around them? And then from there, once the ground's set up, you're in a better position to defend. I mean, Collingwood's not dissimilar to, for obvious reasons, the Richmond of the past, because obviously a lot of those guys have been there. So they want that chaotic game. They want you in the space where you're trying to recover your position all the time. So, we need to bring a hardness to it to win our share, but we also need to be aware of the fact that, when we don't win it, we're in a good position and we're able to cover off their receivers and their runners to stop that, as you say, that quick counter-attack game.
Don, Clint Wilden, nice to talk to you
Hello,
again.
Clint, how are you?
I'm very well.
Excellent.
Not sure what answer I'll get with this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you try to tag Nick Dacos with Ryan Clark today? Have you thought about that again?
Well, that's sort of one thing we had him, we did against them in round 22, and, we expect that day he sort of ended up, with De Goey coming out late, they sort of put him in some other spots, so he was playing a bit through midfield, a bit half forward coming up. We suspect he'll go back to half-back flank. That's where he's played his best footy for him throughout the year, so you can imagine that Ryan Clark might bump into him at some point.
I think so. Speaking of Jordan De Goey, what have you made of his performances in the two finals he's been involved in so far?
Well, he's been outstanding, hasn't he? I mean, he's got that dynamic sort of movement through the midfield, which, he carries the ball, he's hard, he kicks goals, and so, he's another one we need to be really mindful of today in terms of his impact on the way they play. So, but that said, Chris was very good last week. Pendlebury just keeps rolling on and getting better and better. So this is why we love the game. We get to this stage of the year, we've got two teams that are in really good form. I think between us, we've lost one game in the last 20 odd weeks. So, someone's going to be stiff to go out tonight, and hopefully, we get this done against Collingwood and give ourselves a chance to play in the big game.
One last one from me. Every time there's a coaching vacancy, your name comes up. Do you still think that do you still have a real desire to be a senior coach again? And are you interested in the Essendon job?
No, at this stage, no. I'm really enjoying what I'm doing here, and I've sort of said that, and I've been on record of saying that. You come across to a club that you haven't been associated with, and I've been fortunate to join at an exciting time and to see the players grow and do what we do, and it's building relationships with these guys and seeing their journey and their careers and trying to do my bit to help out in whether it be as a team sense or helping John or the individual players. So at this point I'm happy doing what I'm doing, and we'll see what the future holds, but at this stage that's where I sit.
Don, it's Corbin Middlemass here. So haven't spoken to the Bombers?
No, I had a chat to the Bombers, but at this stage I'm not pursuing it.
Yep. And 1996, just a bit of nostalgia. You've been around footy a long time, Don. Do you remember what you were doing the night that Tony Lockett went back and kicked that point after the bell, the last time that we had a preliminary final on this ground?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what I was doing. I probably would have been doing something, because I think I was probably preparing to play in the Waffle finals, because that was my last year of footy, and my last game was actually Claremont. We got it done against East Perth by 2 points, so... fond memories if that works. A close win for the Swans and a close win for Claremont.
And a reference to the Monts. We absolutely love it. Don, appreciate your time. All the very best today in the box with John Longmire.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Good on you, Don.
Okay, cheers.
Don Pike, the senior assistant with the Sydney Swans. We're about an hour away from the bounce of the second preliminary final between Sydney and Collingwood. Of course, the winner to go through to next Saturday's grand final and play the Cats. So we're just moments away from teams dropping as well. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden, Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanaskas. Well, it's interesting to hear from Don.
Yeah, one thing I did pick up on is Sydney have their ball use has been terrific. Their kicking efficiency and their skill component by foot has been spectacular this year. That's what they're going to set the ground up, and that's how they're going to set the ground up to try and slow Collingwood's chaotic movement. And if you can hold on to the ball longer, it's the same as when you're trying to beat Richmond and play the Richmond style. It's obviously to try and stop the chaotic and slow the game up as much as possible. Now, Sydney can get caught. First half of this year, watching Sydney play, and we saw a lot of them play. When you get Sydney into slow play, they really struggle. So they're going to have a real balance without actually going to approach this slowing the game down and controlling the tempo of the game compared to going chaotic against a team that love it chaotic. So it'll be interesting to see how it actually pans out. It's one thing having a plan, but you also tapped in a finals are all about your contested footy, something I know nothing about. But it's about having the ability that your boys inside are contesting the footy and getting it out to you. Hey, Rama.
Well, that's it. You let them put their head in the wrong spot.
I got a beautiful face. I don't reckon.
Can I just tell a story? Corbin is currently setting up our stats computer here. And the reason I bring this up because of the person we just spoke to, Don Pike did a year with us in the West. Came up, first game, sat down, went, no, and literally set up our stats computer. No, we're doing this, and we need this, and we need that, and we're doing it. Okay, this is how it works. And we've taken a screenshot, and that is how the stats computer in WA has been ever since.
Wow.
So
that's a great story. That's not a thing or two about football.
Well, it was like,
you use the resource.
I reckon you might know what might be important, so we'll let you do what you want. So yes, I've interrupted Corbin as he's done very best to set it up.
Absolutely. This is Grandstand AFL, of course, counting down to the first bounce. We've just gone under the hour mark, which means that teams have come through. They are official. The Swans are going with the same 23, so it means that Braden Campbell is the Medi sub, and Nathan Kruger is going to be the sub for Collingwood. So that's what we saw Rama on qualifying final night last week. It was Josh Carmichael, but Kruger is the Medi sub. Obviously, no late change for the 22 for either team.
So that's the fourth time in a row now Sydney have named an unchanged team. So fifth time in a row.
Yeah.
Which is quite remarkable that considering the number of injuries that you do get, particularly late in the season, that they've been able to roll out the same team again and again, and probably has a fair bit to do with why they're on that 8-game winning streak.
It builds your connection, it builds some synergy when you get some regular appearances and understanding how players play. When you get, and this, certainly at this pointy time of the year, and not been through it myself at this time of the year, we'd only one change in our 5 from, I think it was around 16. So you do get a really good synergy and feeling and playing and the understanding of playing together, which certainly as a defender is important, but it should stand to him going into the game, you think.
So just repeating those final teams, Braden Campbell, the sub for Sydney, and Nathan Kruger for Collingwood. We need Don Pike up here to set the laptop up. I'm trying to set the laptop up as we're keeping conversation with both of you. Of course, the SMS number is 0437 774 774.
See what happens when you come into town.
I am listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Spriggy was running the ship up here and it falls apart.
Absolutely.
I'm prepared to cop that. And I did send us down a rabbit hole, which I apologise. I did want to bring one thing up. This was quite random. I was at the airport in Melbourne and everyone was talking, understandably, about the wave of Collingwood supporters making their way up. Bumped into a couple of older gentlemen. Chris was one of them, all wearing red and white. And I thought, I'll just go and ask the question. Old South Melbourne fans making their way up. I thought it was terrific. Why did you continue to follow them? Love the passion, love the colours, love the logo. He said, no, there's still a heap that have made their way up. So it's not just the Collingwood fans that are travelling up for this game.
Yeah, that's great, and it's Rama was talking about it. It's the supporters you often forget about. They're the ones that are the main reason this game has got so strong and it's such a proud history of being such a successful sport. Is those supporters that are willing to give up their time and money to travel and support their teams. And it's vitally important. I know as a player, when I was coaching at the football club, going down to Melbourne, you always felt comfortable that there was going to be a good 10 to 15,000 supporters at your away game. You go to WA or South Australia, very different story. But in Melbourne, you always felt comfortable, that South Melbourne connection. And it really went back to when Ruzi took over in 2002, that we went back as a football club to the history and they got a bit of pride into the jumper, and that all was part of the blood story beginning and understanding your history as a player and as a young fella coming off from the other side of the world. I didn't know the Sydney Swans history, and I've been at the club in 3 years now. And Ruzi tapped into that Bloods and the Bloodstained Angel stories and the history, what the football club had gone through to survive, and nearly went bust when they came up to Sydney, and they got the past players that were a part of all that, Dennis Cowles and Barry Round and all those boys in those journeys, and it creates that history. You talk about the feeling, the spiritual part of your home, and now today any player that comes to the football club, there's a blueprint and there's an induction process that's part of actually your first week in the football club, which is a huge component of what's happened in the shift. And though South Melbourne is a huge part of Sydney Swans history, and this club has owned it, and it's been a big part of the numbers and the membership drive and the success of the Sydney Swans Football Club.
It's still, to this day, I was drafted at the end of 1998, and Robert Shaw in my first or second week, and I knew a fair bit about football, but I supported Richmond when I was a kid, and I knew how successful Essendon had been. But to go into Essendon's museum and study different eras of the football club and understand what the football club was all about. I think all new draftees should do that at their club. I think that's how players should be inducted, so you know what you're coming into. I instantly went from a Richmond supporter to an Essendon supporter within a day, like that. It was just wasn't even in the back of my mind to support Richmond anymore and what they did. Some of my family stayed there, but even now, like after football, I would never even consider supporting Richmond. It's just not even in my head.
And it's so simple, but it's so obvious and such a great thing to do as football clubs. And that's the hardest part, obviously, for the Giants and the Gold Coast. They don't have something attached. You talk about expansion clubs going from North Melbourne to Tasmania. Yep. Straight away, it's a success because of that attachment to Melbourne, to North Melbourne. If they went to Hunter Valley in the north coast of Sydney here, where there's 4 million people, just a random club franchise, it's harder to make it work, and the success is harder because you don't have that attachment.
It's funny because I just track back a little bit there to the Giants and Gold Coast, and you look how differently they've set up their clubs. What the Giants have done, they've created rivalries already. They've created a rivalry with the Western Bulldogs. Sydney, definitely they've created a rivalry. With the Gold Coast, you can't say the same thing yet. So the Giants have been able to build some level of culture. They've played finals, and I think 5 times, I reckon they've played in the history. The Suns are still to do that. So you look at the players and the issues that both clubs have had. Giants' retention's been good. They've had to get players out because of salary cap, whereas you look at the Gold Coast, they just had trouble keeping them. And that's what I think what Ty's talking about. A startup club, you've got to create it. The Swans had it. They had the South Melbourne reference to it all, and it's just, how do you play on it? How do you make it mean something? And I think, I think a lot of clubs are very jealous of the Bloods culture and what that is, because it's not a culture, I don't think. I think it's more just a way of life that they live Sydney Swans players.
And there's an attachment to, like most people, and this is old society, not just sporting teams at this point, they want to belong to something that's bigger than themselves.
Yep.
And that's society. It's an issue with depression and loneliness. People want to feel part of a community that's something that's bigger than themselves. And football players and young 18, 19-year-olds are no different.
And it was one of the more interesting things that Chris said about, in a long chat at the airport. He understood that there was no future for South Melbourne. So he saw an opportunity if the club did go to Sydney for them to grow. And it certainly worked. If you go, like, South won 3 flags in 84 seasons. Sydney have won 2 in 40. But they're a chance to be in what will be their 7th grand final since flying north. Like, that's an incredible, consistent level of success since South Melbourne became the Sydney Swans. And you could see why they've been able to keep all those South Melbourne supporters and then grow what... I grew up in this town, and AFL football, I remember playing A&F, it was called at my school, Australian National Football, believe it or not. It's a long way from what it is. Had no impact whatsoever. And Sydney have made that happen over a long period of time through that combination of what they do with their players and how they've been able to be embraced by their supporters.
Tom Hickey spoke about it after the qualifying final win, and he said the people and the care were his big things to try and describe exactly what the Bloods culture was. But it's a hell of a balancing act to feel like Sydney's team, while also having still one foot in what's happening in South Melbourne, and they're just an absolute model club at how to get it right. It's been a phenomenal run, and if they win today, that's 6 grand finals in 18 seasons, which 1 in every 3 in a competition which is set up to make
You're
sure
1 in
that
18.
you have the equalisation model, or at least 1 in every 9 to make it there. It's a hell of an effort. Brett Sprigg has been roaming around the Sydney Cricket Ground and catching up with a number of fans that have made their way to the ground today, some near and some far. Spriggy, who have you been able to catch up with?
Corbin, they say it takes 13 hours by Paul Kelly's estimation, but it's worth every minute for these Collingwood fans who made the bus trip overnight here to Sydney. What's your name, sorry, sir?
My name's Fem, from Collingwood Cheer Squad.
Fantastic. You are decked out, as you'd expect from a Cheer Squad member, in the full black and white, all the stripes, the tie, the big bow tie, the silver. I'm sure we've seen you plenty of times before on TV. You must be pumped about today.
We're pumped. We came here for a reason. We didn't come here to lose. We're going to take home the win, and then we're going to see Geelong next week.
The belief you must have after the dream run you had in the second half of the home and away season must give you a bit of confidence.
Well, it all comes down to Fly and coaching staff, because they've done a magnificent job turning the club around, bringing us back to finals contention and making us look dangerous again. It's a dream come true.
Well done, Fem. Cheers.
Thank you.
G'day, what's your name?
Paul.
What's your name?
Debbie.
Paul and Debbie. Paul, you're decked out in the Collingwood gear. Debbie, you're obviously a Swans fan. This must be interesting.
Very interesting. It's going to be a interesting trip home too.
I was going to say, when you realise you're playing in a prelim against each other, how's the anticipation?
Oh, no, it's great. We don't have any problems. Just someone's going home in tears. We both know who. But no, we've been waiting for this. We knew it was going to happen. So we just wished it was the grand final. But
I was going to say, what about next week? One of the teams is going through. Are you looking at Melbourne next week?
Well, Collingwood's my second favourite team.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, my second favourite team's the Collingwood Reserve, so...
Well done, Paul. Debbie, enjoy.
Thank you.
See ya.
G'day, what's your name?
Sean.
And what's your name?
Lachlan.
Sean and Lachlan, okay. So this is a huge moment. Have you travelled up or are you Sydney locals?
Sydney based. Yep.
This must be a big moment.
It is, mate, yeah. Hopefully get the win today.
Lachlan, favourite Magpies player? Who is it?
Jack Ginnivan.
Already, Jack Ginnivan?
Yeah.
What do you like about him?
He just kicks a lot of goals and he's the best.
Important player today for you guys?
Jamie Elliott to have another big one.
Yeah.
To go in the middle, make the difference. It'll be good.
All the best, guys. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Sitting on the hill now, outside Tramway Oval, the little ground next to the SCG. Hello, what's your name?
Donna.
And your name?
Karen.
Donna and Karen. Now, you've come up by car. Give us an idea of the journey and getting here today.
Well, no, we left yesterday.
Yep.
So we left Ballarat and we drove to, what did we go? Albury, had lunch, then Goulburn, and then we ended up in Sydney last night.
Okay. Nervous?
About today, yeah, very nervous. Yep.
What about the car ride? Was that nerve-wracking as well?
No, it was, and it went really quick, so we never have not anything to talk about, so it was really good. Yeah.
So confidence levels around today, how do you feel?
So. Yeah.
You made the trip though, so you must have some belief.
I say 100% confident, but you know. And whatever happens today, we'll both be very, very happy with what they've done this year. So yeah.
Well done. Appreciate your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm here with
Andrea?
Declan. Ronan's got the Braden Maynard 37 on the back, so I can see that you're all pretty pumped. You got the bus as well. How was it?
Long.
Worth it though to be here?
It is. Yep, definitely worth it.
Or should I ask you in 3 hours' time?
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, it'll be worth it. Trust. Quietly confident?
Yeah, quietly, very quietly.
What's the key to the win today?
To go.
And I'm keen to know, the important question is, if they go all the way, the Pies, will they erect a Craig McRae statue outside the glass house?
Yeah, Craig McRae and Jack Ginnivan, I would think.
Already?
Yeah, he's going to kick 6 on the day, so back him in.
Fair enough. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Just a little of a few people that have made their way to the SCG today, as you heard from all over the country. And as I touched on earlier, Rammer, I was out there at the entertainment quarter when that first bus arrived. And
you were.
A few people looked pretty tired. I must.
Well, it looked
been
like
on the bus all night.
It actually looked like you came on the bus with them.
Oh, please!
You were right in there. You're in the action. You're taking photos. Some friends of ours who will remain nameless, Mitch Cleary, had selfies with people. So I don't know where this is going.
So I started filming as a few of the people came off the box. I thought, look, this is off the bus. I thought this is going to make great social media content. And then all of a sudden I realised I was actually in the shot of the television network. So there's going to be people out there tonight thinking that that's how the ABC travel us, which is on the bus overnight from Southern Cross. But I promise I did at least get a good full night's sleep and flew in this morning.
Sorry, full night's sleep?
Half a night's sleep maybe. Yeah, got 4 or 5 hours in. There's no late change here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The second preliminary final coming up. The Magpies are out there conducting a preliminary warm-up at the moment, so just making their way towards the goals at the Randwick end of the ground. And the Sydney Swans, I'm sure we'll see them for their official warm-up in a few moments' time. Off the SMS, Lucy says, loving how male footballers feel comfortable talking about each other now. We are very concerned they'll get a lot of love and support from us, quoting Jack Crisp and his comments around his 2 teammates in Beau McCreary and Josh Carmichael, who were involved in that car accident yesterday on their way to the airport. So healthy, so wholesome. A message from Lucy off the SMS. And Fran, who's been with us all year. Hi, team. Look forward to the game. Wanting to thank the ABC for this footy season. Look forward to listening in 2023. Cannot wait. Go the Pies. And that's from Fran. We're still 45 minutes away from the first bounce.
Listen to the boo.
I was about to say, you can hear a mixed reaction at best for the home team as the Sydney Swans make their way out onto the SCG. So they're just here for their preliminary warm-up. And the AFLW's just concluded at Fremantle Oval. There's been a draw between Fremantle and Carlton, so the second draw of the season there, 5-2, 32 apiece. More next from Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas.
To watch the latest stories from ABC News and clips from our current affairs shows online, it's time to go direct to the source. Australia's most reliable news can be found on ABC Radio, the ABC News app and the ABC News website. Download the free app now and stay across local breaking stories, updates and analysis from Australia's most trusted news. What matters to you matters to us, and it's all on the ABC News app and news.abc.net.au.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
And pass to the runner, Franklin, in full flight, body, unguarded, goal square, got it. That's exactly what that man can do. The ultimate entertainer.
Rise up, take it all. Here comes the way of Nick Dacos, gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
These are the moments you play footy for, I guess, playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
Outside of the boot. Don't tell me! Arms outstretched as he turns to the Collingwood faithful. You know what I mean?
They're right in this game.
Kicks it to Heaney. Magic on a Saturday night at the SCG.
Firing on goal. And Lukey Parker's kicked it to Goey. Chest down. Goal! The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed.
Believe, Pies fans, believe, because they've done it again. They're fast, they're frenetic, they're bloody fabulous, this team.
But he turns, goes whack from 60, open goal square, all the way, bud, all the way to bring the SCG to life.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary final.
Live from the SCG.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The build-up continues at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Sydney Swans and the Collingwood Magpies for the right to play on the last Saturday in September up against the Cats. The Swans coming off their first finals victory since 2017. Can you believe it? After their loss to Essendon in round 16, they were inside the 8 only by percentage. They've now won 8 games on the bounce to be hosting a preliminary final here against the Magpies. Collingwood really on a Cinderella run. They've won 13 of their last 15. They went from second last in season 2021 to now be one of the final 4 teams in the competition. And as Craig McRae, their coach, said during the week, we are here to win it. The Magpies and the Swans, there is no late change. Braden Campbell is the sub again for Sydney. And for Collingwood, the Medi-sub is Nathan Kruger. So the forward for the second time in the final series is going to be the Medi-sub. My name's Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden to call all the action. Our grandstand AFL experts, premiership players Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas. Brett Sprigg is going to be with us throughout the afternoon, riding the boundary. The Yellow Sharons Rammer are pinging around the SCG as both teams conduct their preliminary warm-up. We had the chance earlier to catch up with Jack Crisp and Don Pike, so we've been inside both camps already. And it feels like we're all just waiting for the first bounce in about 42 minutes' time.
Well, it's that nervous anticipation of what potentially is going to happen. And, you know, the crowd is starting to build very nicely here. We heard the roar and the boos when Sydney ran out, so we're assuming that Collingwood were going to turn up in numbers, and they certainly have already. So it's going to be a special occasion. I look forward to it. I love preliminary final weekend because, you know, as a player, it's probably your greatest test as a player, because just the reward to play in a grand final and what's at stake is so much. So mistakes are highlighted, good passages of play are applauded, and it's what you do. It's what you want to do. It's the position that you want to be in every year as a player. Prelim final week, 4 teams with the chance to play in a grand final.
And Rami, you just spotted a really nice moment.
I did.
Two of the real warriors, two of the greats of the game downstairs.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Josh Kennedy won't be playing any further part in the season. I know he's retiring at the end of the season, but he had another hamstring setback during the week. But he's helping on the bench with the Swans and ran out on the ground Scott Pendlebury ran from probably 50 metres away to go and just shake his hand. And I think that's the respect between those two players who have played so many games together and competed so hard against each other. But, Josh Kennedy was an absolute superstar. Ty can talk a lot more than me about him. But, I love that. I love that from players. You go to, and I hate using the saying you go to war against each other, but, they fought some marvellous battles over the year. And just to see that little bit of respect before the game was magnificent.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It was lovely to see it. And I think you've said it beautifully, Rama. The fact that two players have played so much football on each other and the type of football that they played and the aggression and the leadership that they've shown for a long period of time, both obviously in the Josh now finishing, the impacts he has had on this football club, we're talking about it before, and legacy pieces is enormous. He came to the football club obviously with a rich family history from another football club in Hawthorn, but I was lucky enough to play with him for a few years, and his ability straight away just to buy into what was expected, and he wanted to lead straight away. You could clearly see he was a player that wanted to lead. And for me, the biggest game was the 14 grand final in that first half. A 25 and kick 2 at half time in the grand final. It was incredible. I was doing some media work with another TV station at the time, and I interviewed him. I was interviewing down in the hotel the morning of the game, and I bumped into him. I wasn't interviewing Josh, and I said, "How'd you sleep?" I didn't sleep a wink, man. And he was quite nervous and quite tense about the fact that he didn't sleep a wink. And sure enough, I said it during the game, but he turned that around. He don't need to sleep before games of football. But his impact's enormous, and a lovely moment for blokes that trying to take the head off each other for a good bonds of 15 years of their careers.
So he's not out there today. We know the career unfortunately is over for him, but what impact would he have on the Swans by being just around the group today?
Yeah, it's a comforting thing, Josh is very good at identifying things also, his ability to be able to analyse and see what's happening in moments of games, but also in training and the vibe of what's happening with young players and training and let alone his experience. Now, there's a lot of coaches there, but you relate different to a senior player than you do to, no matter how strong your relationship is with an assistant coach or a head coach, you relate very different to a senior player, and you can really open up and be a lot closer in your relationship to, and that's exactly what Josh will be doing, and comforting and challenging, but also having a voice that has been your leader for a long time at that football club.
Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas to take you through the afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Weldon to call the footy, and Brett Sprigg to join us throughout the afternoon on the boundary. Just to work backwards from last night, of course, we already have one team through to the grand final. It's the Geelong Football Club, a 6th grand final in the last 16 seasons. A phenomenal football program. Patrick Dangerfield joined us post-game last night on Grandstand AFL, and here's what it sounds like to be through to another grand final.
Well, it means there's another crack. Don't dive too deep. Don't enjoy it. Embrace the moment. It's a privilege to play in finals, let alone a grand final. And you never take that for granted. I certainly have never taken it for granted. It's a privilege to play an AFL game. So, I've played for 15 years, and this is my second opportunity at a grand final. So, I'm going to embrace and enjoy the hell out of this week and drink it up for what it is. And then, anything can happen. Why not? Why not us? And I feel like we've been building all season long, and the crescendo is in 8 days' time.
He touched on there the fact that he hasn't played in a lot of grand finals, just his second coming up next week in game number 303 at 32 years of age. So he was asked about that and how he went about preparing for last night, knowing what was at stake at the end of it.
It just feels like there's one to go. This whole season has felt like we've continually been building, and that's, you still got to enjoy the moment and acknowledge it for what it is, but, we haven't come here just to be an also. We're here to win the thing. I actually spent some time with a man by the name of Michael Gervais during the week, and he does some work with the Seattle Seahawks, and he's got a podcast called Finding Mastery, and he talks about the moment and not building it up to be any bigger than what it actually is. At the end of the day, it's just another moment. And he's a US guy, and spending time with him and chatting to him, it was brilliant. And it's sort of, not that you view the game differently, but you sort of view it as just another moment. So you understand what it is, and we understand as a team and individually it's a game that we want to win, and there's moments in it, but it's just another game. So he sort of grounds what can be perceived and built up to be something enormous, but it's something that we've actually done, so many times right throughout this year. So it's sort of connected for me this week, and it's nice for us to play well. It was nice to contribute to that.
He was quite philosophical last night, Rammer, in our chat with him on Grandstand AFL, but seemed to have great perspective as to what it would mean for him at this stage of his career.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's nice to hear him talk like that, I think, because there's been so many occasions in finals where I think Dane just felt like he's had to do it all and, put the team on his back and I'll carry you over the line. Yeah, yesterday, albeit he had a standout game, but it didn't feel like he was forcing the game at all, which I love. He set up the game in the first quarter, 9 possessions and 2 goals, and then was able just to work his way continually through that game. So the pressure part of a grand final and talking about it's just another game and it's just another moment is right. But trust me, when you walk out on that ground or when you run out on that ground for the first time, you recognise very quickly it's different. And every set of eyeballs at the stadium and around the country is on you. And in parts of around the world as well, because so many people get into pubs, expats and overseas watching the game. So,
and your mindset compared to what it would be for a normal game?
It's definitely different.
Yep.
You feel it. You do feel it. You feel the tension. Nerves are one thing. But I think how you cope with nerves and how you use them to your advantage in a game, get involved early. That's the part that I quite like about it.
Were you the same type?
Yeah, I've just gone to danger first. I just think the fact that everyone has talked for so long that he's won so much, but the flag, it has to wear on him. I don't care how good or strong a leader or professional or mentally capable of handling pressure, he will think about that. Yeah. I have no doubt about it. No, his ability to process and handle the match itself, the game itself, and the build-up, I'm sure will be fine. But that will be part of his first 15, 20 minutes of his game. That energy build-up will be huge, and he'll have a feeling, I've got to do this. I have to do this. I'll give a small example of it. When I played for Kerry in 2009, I grew up idolising my dad, and I wanted to win an Ireland for Kerry, and I came out here, and I didn't get the opportunity. I went back in 2009. That build-up was as intense a build-up for me, and I kept thinking about it, and I was trying to not think about it, but the build-up to that grand final from the first 10, 15 minutes of the game.
Was that more emotion, though?
It was, and I'm trying to tap into dangerous emotion of a young fella that wanted to win a flag his whole premiership, his whole life. That was my moment as far as a young fella wanting to win a Gaelic football premiership my whole life. And it hadn't happened. I was 29. I was like, is it going to happen? That's gone through your mind all the time in the build-up to the week. But then actually in the game, I actually thought about it at the start of the game a couple of times.
What meant more to you? Winning for the Sydney Swans or winning for Kerry?
I've been asked it a few times. They're very different. They're very different. The emotional attachment with my family history and my father gone through, my brother being successful and winning, so there's that attachment of growing up as a young fella and idolising, that's all you know. And where I come from in Ireland, it's like the All Blacks. You win an All-Ireland and that's all you know. And if you've got a young fella or a daughter in Kerry where I come from, you give them a jersey the minute they're born and that's it. Everyone wins it. So emotional attachment was the big part of it, and the Swans premiership was it was very individual rewarding. It was the fact that everything I'd gone through, the leave and the homesickness and the challenge of learning a new game and the personal satisfaction I got out of winning.
It won't work, you can't do it, you're Irish.
Keep breaking things down all the time and knocking people and playing with a chip on your shoulder was quite rewarding as an individual. So it's hard to answer. They're both pretty special.
I wouldn't be... No, I don't think anyone would be put out if you said the Kerry.
No, I don't think so.
I think people understand that. Yeah. There's a great line in this book from Tiger Woods, and I've always come back to it in moments like this, and it reads as follows. As I've gone through life, I've found that your chances for happiness are increased if you wind up doing something that is a reflection of what you loved most when you were somewhere between 9 and 11 years old.
Beautiful.
And it sort of just hits it perfectly. You think, how many people grew up, and there were so many kids, and Patrick Dangerfield would have been dreaming of being a premiership player between 9 and 11, and I'm sure wanted to play for...
It's right, Kerry. I'm sure he's going to go back to that. I'm sure that'll be in his head. It'll be in his build-up, and it'll be in his mindset.
Yeah, and it's got to be. It's funny, though. If you go back to what you're saying about the family and Carey, and as you listen to this around the stadium,
have a listen to this.
Have a listen to this.
The Collingwood fans with that haunting Collingwood chant already ringing around the Sydney Cricket Ground, and we're still half an hour away from the start of the game. Both teams have made their way off the ground after the preliminary warm-up, and the banner crews are just getting ready to set up, and already the chant has started. The ground's probably, only 45, 50% full.
And almost trying to raise their voice because Callum Sinclair being interviewed on the ground. It's the first time they've had an opportunity, the Swans fans, to hear from Callum Sinclair, and the Collingwood fans reacted by raising the roof.
The Sydney fans are still in Paddington having a week's soy lattes.
Come on, honestly. They know how to time their run. They know how to time their run, the Swans fans. They know where they're coming from. They've been here before.
Chris from Brunswick off the SMS 0437 774 774. I know it's probably a broader conversation, but a quick answer. Can either the Swans or Pies beat Geelong next week, Rammer?
Oh, absolutely. Collingwood nearly beat him in that first final. That was built on pressure.
Yeah, 100% they can. I think Geelong have been the best team consistently all year. Obviously 14 in a row wins, but for sure.
So I just want to finish on that Paddy Dangerfield conversation. Winning the premiership in 2000, my dad unfortunately passed away earlier this year. And reflecting back on that, what it meant to him and to my mum and to rest of my family is I probably took that for granted in the moment of how special it was to them. So I can imagine winning in Carey, that would have meant so much to your family as well, that you came back, you stopped your AFL career when you're right in the middle of it, really, and you went back and you did that. And the moment with your family afterwards would have been amazing.
Which is hard as a professional footballer too in the time, because you just want to prep and you want to get the best out of yourself, and you can often lose that as a footballer. But I think you're bang on. Certainly all 5 or 9 when I went to Kerry was the emotion around my family, and the sense of achievement for my family was huge. And he has to wear it. I think he's wearing it. I think he will have to wear it at some point and address it almost himself mentally to prepare for this game, because you can't go into it thinking it's the same game, because it is not.
And that's what I'm getting at with Danger. Because he's played at times with, I've got to put this team on my back. Think about the other things. Think about how much joy and pleasure it's going to give your family, the Geelong supporters who have gone through so many prelim finals since 2011. You know, that's the mindset you want to go in with, not this single-minded focus, I've got to do this. It won't work.
Yeah, it'll work. That's a great shift, isn't it? Take it away from yourself and the joy that you're going to give other people.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's obviously the mental battle that lies ahead of Geelong. They're now on this epic win streak, having now won 15 games in a row. If they win next week, they will actually equal the all-time record for consecutive wins into a flag. So the Carlton team of 95, the Brisbane team of 2001.
You had to mention it, didn't you? No, that's all right.
16 in a row.
Yeah, okay. No, we're going down this path already.
The other thing is going to be personnel-wise for Geelong. It was heartbreaking scenes at the Melbourne Cricket Ground last night when Max Holmes limped off in the third quarter. There was a lot of optimism, though, from Chris Scott in the post-match. This is what he had to say about his 20-year-old injured cap.
They're optimistic about it. So I it's like an injury that's absolutely going to rule him out. They haven't given me the detail yet, except that they're optimistic that he'll play. So it didn't look like that to me. So that made a good night better. And yeah, I went down there thinking the worst, and I bounced out of the rooms as well at 3/4 time. So it's looking like, it's not a sure thing, but my understanding is, when the guys I'm talking about, the quality of our medical staff, when they say they're optimistic, then it gets me up on my toes.
I mentioned it during the call. It didn't look good to me either. No. It's the worst moments in sport where to see him run off the ground, he had to come from the far wing. He was trying to lift his jumper over his face to try and obviously put hide his tears, and then they had to pick him up off the mats where he was getting some work done and took him out of sight, given he was distraught. And to hear that sort of optimism, I think sort of stunned everybody post-game last night.
Well, fingers crossed for the young man, because in the second half of the season, he's been the highest ranked winger in the competition. So he plays a critical role because he adds speed, where Geelong's game has changed. But you think about this, Tyke, they've got to give him every opportunity to play. So that then, to me, comes down to Friday afternoon at Kardinia Park. And he's not a tractor. He's not a slow player. They're going to put the GPS unit on him and say, hey, your 50-metre line to 50-metre line, you need to get to top speed a repeated amount of times, because the reality is they can't just have him come and go through the motions, because if he pops his hamstring in the first 5 minutes of the game, you're a man down. It throws you out. So I want him to play. I absolutely want him to play. But I then reference back to my experience in 2001. We had James Hird, who was probably the best player in the competition at the time, hurt his groin the week before in the prelim final. We had Mark McCurry, who severely rolled his ankle the week before in the grand final. We had Dustin Fletcher and Dean Rioli with stress fractures in their shin. You've got to be so careful. You've got to be so diligent about how many injured players that you're prepared to take into a grand final, because at the end of the day, if the game's close next week, that second half speed of Max Holmes is going to be critical.
And also, being a younger player, often mightn't know how he can handle pushing himself. As you get older and you play a few more years of football, you understand your ability to play when you're not 100%. That takes years. When you're young, you want to be feeling good and fresh, because you've got so much going on in your head anyway mentally to try and prepare the game, what's happening tactically and whatnot. To not be 100% can really affect your performance. So that's going to be another part of the decision, I'm sure. And difficult one for the young man. It's a difficult one for him. Obviously difficult for the football club, but it'd be right to the.
Did you have any experiences with teammates in 5 and 6?
Nah, we were very healthy. The biggest one was Barry Hall, obviously, which with Maguire, which wasn't with that wasn't an injury. That one,
where the little rib tickler.
Yeah, that's right.
We're counting down to the opening bounce. We're now just 25 minutes away. There's no late change at the SCG. Braden Campbell is the sub again for Sydney. And for Collingwood, Nathan Kruger is the sub. So they actually haven't used the Medi sub in the last couple of weeks of the Pies, but Kruger comes in to replace Josh Carmichael in that position. Other than that, it's the same starting 22 for both teams from their last start victories. Cameron Ling talks about the differences, Tyke, in finals. So they're all finals, but they're all different. The difference between qualifying finals and semis and then the prelim. Today we've got 10 Collingwood players playing in their first prelim and 15 Sydney Swans players in their first preliminary final. How different are these games compared to the other set of fixtures?
Very different. And it's different again to your grand final, obviously, because of the build-up to the grand final occasion. But I said earlier, it's a game when you know you're that close to the big dance, and to not get it, it's quite heartbreaking. And you clearly understand that as a player when you're in the build-up to the preliminary final. There's also the question, you've just got to go. The win-loss games, it's all in, and you're expecting tonight, there's going to be bodies flying everywhere. And, Geelong will be sitting back hoping they go at this for 2.5 hours and just going at it. That Sydney and Collingwood are going at it, and their bodies are crashing, which I'm expecting anyway with the chaotic style that Collingwood are going to bring to the game. The build-up is very different. As far as the judging both sets of teams, as far as where they're at with experience, I think Don Pike nailed it. The concern for Sydney was more around last week or 2 weeks ago against Melbourne, going down to the MCG, playing the reigning premiers, how would they handle that occasion, and they've done it really well. I think up in Sydney it's a bit different. It's almost the fact that they haven't played one game in 3 weeks.
This is a city that loves its stars. Obviously, there's none bigger than Lance Franklin, and it feels like the way we're talking about him as an industry at the moment, that any game could be his last. And obviously, if the Swans don't advance into next week, this might be the last time. 340 games that we see Lance Franklin. He was held goalless by Stephen May. He's only been goalless twice in the last 4 years, and both times it was by Stephen May in particular. What are we going to get from Bud tonight?
What happened after those both times when he was held goalless, I'd like to know. Get the researchers on it. But this is set for him, isn't it? Even at his age, he's kicked over 50 goals again this year. The challenging component with the football club and Lance is he's the draw card that has brought thousands and thousands of people to this football club. And you're talking about 9 to 11-year-olds. They have come to watch Buddy Franklin. He's the draw card. He's had enormous impact. And I'm talking about the build-up to to the preliminary final. It's been Buddy's effect, and that's what Sydney's done really, really well, and Sydney needs that. And from a performance perspective, he's not. He won't be there where he was. He's still a great player.
Yeah.
He's still a great player. Collingwood defend very differently to May. Darcy won't be hanging off him. You'll have players coming over the top, third man up, so he's going to get more opportunities, more looks at it than he did 2 weeks ago. May wore him really tight. Darcy Moore doesn't play his football that way. He plays looser. He's an intercept type where you think Lance is going to get more works. Tell me if you're playing Lance Franklin and you're thinking he might be done. This is the last person I'd want to be playing against in a preliminary final after playing such a bad game the week before. It's prime for him.
I think it's the matchup that Craig McRae won't be sure of.
Yeah.
Does he go Braden Maynard? I think Braden Maynard should go to Isaac Heaney. Or does he go Darcy Moore and try to expose Franklin the other day? Let Darcy Moore get involved in the chains going forward, because Lance Franklin, what he has been, he's been the most athletic player in the competition for so many years. Darcy Moore's more athletic than him. It's simple as that. Now, Darcy's right in the middle prime part of his career, but it would worry. What won't worry Darcy is Lance's speed on the lead. That's how he gets the ball. Darcy Moore will be able to go with him. Lance doesn't mark it in a contest that often, so that's the easy part. It's then, okay, Lance, you know what? Once we win the ball, come and chase me. Darcy Moore loves getting involved. He loves getting involved in those build-ups. So that's the little game within the game. Like I said, I would be playing Heaney, Maynard and Heaney.
The last time they played, it was Heaney and Papley that did the most damage, and Franklin got on the board. But it really was Heaney, and Heaney's season's been incredible.
John Noble should go to Papley.
Yeah.
He's been a really underrated player since that mid-season draft. So it's look, we spoke about matchups a little bit earlier. I just think it's critical in the first couple of minutes, Cook.
Collingwood star Jordan De Goey wasn't here the last time these two teams met. He's in the first 3 or 4 as Collingwood start to make their way out of the rooms and up the race from underneath the Noble stand. Right between that and that beautiful old green-roofed members stand here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Pies in the black and white stripes and the black shorts as the flames go up and Scott Pendlebury leads them on to the SCG. It's going to be a very mixed reaction, I think, for both teams this afternoon. A pretty reasonable split, a lot of black, a lot of red, and a neutral white between the two teams as Scott Pendlebury is going to lead Collingwood through the banner in game number 358. And the Magpies on pursuit of a 6th grand final in the last 21 years this afternoon. They're having a Cinderella season, having come from second last in 2021 to all of a sudden be here in this moment. Same starting 22 as last week, Nathan Kruger, the sub for the Magpies. And as Craig McRae so beautifully put it during the week, Adam Ramanauskas, we are here to win it.
Yeah, and they should be here to win it because you don't know when you're going to be back. So come with that attitude. Come with the attitude that we want to play in a grand final next week. We don't want to just be here to make up the numbers. Finishing 17th last year is irrelevant now. You're here, you're in a prelim final, you're playing the Sydney Swans on the SCG. Make the absolute most of every opportunity that you got.
The other guy who's one of those look-at-me athletes, Ty Kennelly, is Jack Ginnivan. The last time he was here, he had some hamstring awareness. He got subbed out. You worked the game for ABC Radio. And every time they put him on the big screen, the Swans fans cheered him from start to finish. He's out there. He looks fit. He looks ready to go. I'm sure he's the kind of guy that would love this stage.
He's a character. He's the one that loves this. He's the one that's created this drama around the way he's played his football. I love the way he plays his football. I love the way he attacks it for a young bloke and the confidence that he shows for his football team, for his teammates. He loves getting after. He's one of those players as an opposition player that you'd love to try and knock his head off because you've got that hatred about his smartness and he's a vulnerability going, come on, I want this is the moment, but he brings some serious energy and his ability to crumb is second to none of anyone I've seen in the game.
We just got some aerial shots of Driver Avenue outside and it is packed as people are still trying to make their way in. The Sydney Swans banner has been lifted beneath us and out of the Paul Kelly race. The Sydney Swans are making their way onto the playing arena. invitation through the guard of honour and straight through the banner. And it reads SCG in September. Bloody exciting. And the Sydney Swans in their first prelim since 2016. You have to rewind the clock 20 years before that. The last time they played a preliminary final at this venue. It was a memorable one in footy folklore with Tony Lockett kicking the winning behind after the bell to beat the Bombers and send the Swans through to the 1996 grand final. They're trying to make it Di Canelli 6 grand finals in their last 18 season. One of the banner programs in the AFL.
Yeah, it's been an outstanding block for the Sydney Swans Football Club and South Melbourne and the history that's been there. But their form the past 2 months has been incredible, and Ramit touched it. Since that Essendon game, they've been absolutely flawless in their approach. That manic pressure, they're number 1 and number 2 in the competition from that defensive pressure. They set the ground up really well with their ball use, their ability to hold on to the ball and the ability to use the ball when they need to, with some incredible ball users off half-back. They put Blakey at half-back, Oliver Florent at half-back. Very good ball users and their ability to cut up, not just by foot, but obviously the run and carry. They've moved Mills now as a regular, and obviously we know the season that he's had in the middle. You include Paddy McCartan into that mix from his interceptability. He's third in the competition for intercepting. Sydney are second in the competition from scoring in front half turnovers. They will try and play territory early, get the ball in there, and they'll want to rely on Collingwood getting it back out to them and try and get the smalls of Sydney going to town. Obviously the danger that Sydney have for Collingwood's perspective is the Heaney's ability. Reed's in great form, obviously Papley, and then you're trying to block called Buddy Franklin, who's only 6 goals off Jason Dunstan's record.
Yeah, amazing what lies ahead of us as both teams continue with their warm-ups. They're both out onto the SCG. There's no late change. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Weldon, Ty Canelli and Adam Ramanauskas. Our experts with the full preview in just a moment. Brett Spriggs going to join us throughout the afternoon from downstairs. Ramra, just before you get into the full preview, I wanted to pick you up on one thing that you said about feeling like teams are ahead of their time in these moments.
Yeah.
So the Swans, really, from where they come from, haven't won a final since 2017 before they were able to win the qualifying final, and Collingwood from second last. But you're no guarantee to be there tomorrow, aren't you? So you may as well sort of grab the moment when it arises. How can you, I guess, best describe that mindset that seems to be built more so from the footy industry that, gee, this is early for these groups?
Well, you don't listen to that. It's just your moment's your moment. You know, you look at the Bulldogs in 2016. It was just their moment. Their list profile, their list demographic suggested they should not win a grand final, but they went and won it. And you look now, yep, they got back there last year, but then, you know, this year they're out in the first week of the final. So when your moment arrives and you're in good form, Collingwood are in good form. They've played a lot of close games. Yep, okay, but they've won them. That's the reality of it. It doesn't matter at the end of the day whether you win by 1 point or 100 points. No one really remembers that in the end. So take your moment. Sydney, on the other hand, they've renovated the most beautiful house on the street. That's what they've done. A lot of teams will go and rebuild, and it takes forever. You know, look where sort of North Melbourne are at the moment. What happens? Who knows what happens with West Coast over the next couple of years? West Coast won a premiership in 2018, and they finished second last and ladder. But Sydney, they are the absolute poster child of how you renovate on the run. They've renovated this team. They've added speed. Sydney were this dour contest clearance team. Now they're this lively, energetic, offensive team that people love to watch. The SCG doesn't necessarily suit them with their game style. So do they do something different? We mentioned the pressure that they've been able to apply since the Essendon game. That was all for show against Melbourne. Melbourne simply couldn't absorb enough of it in the end in that first final, and then Sydney overwhelmed them in the end. But what it is, it's through enthusiasm. Yep, you've got Luke Parker, you've got Franklin, you've got a few older guys, but you go down the list, Warner, Stevens, Heaney, McDonald, Rowbottom, Haywood, Papley, Florent, the list goes on, Goulden, Nick Blakey, the list goes on with these young and exciting players and what they're able to bring to something different in this game. Callum Mills is a really interesting one for me. He's had such a super season. He's so task-orientated the way he plays football. I just wonder early in this game if he goes to Scott Pendlebury. And he goes and stands next to Scott Pendlebury and says, look, every possession you get, Scott Pendlebury's a lot like Lachie Neale. If there's a ground ball, he'll usually win it. And he'll win it clean, and he'll give it out to his teammate, and Collingwood are away. But if he's got this pressure of a Callum Mills, who's Sydney's best tackler along with James Rowbottom in the middle of that ground, does that take Pendlebury slightly off his game? Change Pendlebury's mindset early in this game. Try to take him off his game.
And the argument will be Mills' ability, what he's done for the team thus far is probably he's the best two-way runner in the competition for mine.
Yep.
You know, I remember having arguments. I coached him as a 16, 18-year-old when he was at New South Wales ACT, and the kids all used to roll in his head when he was playing on ball. The Selwood look about the kamikaze style of football. The challenge will be for John and the coaching staff is, do we change what he's done thus far as a midfielder and the way he's gone about the style of play, which I love. I love that idea, Rama. You know, go after. You know, Sydney's been known for going after the head of the snake. You know, you don't go after the weakness, and it's very much a coaching tactic of John's that he wants to get after the best player on the opposition team, get after him. They'll get after the Goey, they'll get after Young Dekos, because they understand the impact that taking out a player like the Goey or Pendlebury, you're relying on lesser likes to win you the game, and that's been a big philosophy of the Sydney Swans Football Club. Collingwood, on the other hand, they've got this inner belief and joy and excitement in the way they're playing that no matter what is happening, if they stay in this game early, they know they're a chance of winning it. Yeah. It's not they think they might, they actually know they can win the game, and that's hard to play against. You know, Sydney up to round 18 were number one in the competition for winning the last quarters. Since round 16, it's been Collingwood winning the last quarter. So both teams actually have cracking last quarters. But from a Collingwood perspective, it's almost that you're building up saying, well, get us to three-quarter time, we're going to run over the top of you, and the opposition team cannot go, oh, they're coming, we better wait for them. Well, different challenges, obviously, we talked about preliminary final at home. I think what Sydney have been able to do over the past couple of years and change their personnel positioning, with Mills going from half-back to on ball, with Oliver Flaunt going from wing half-back, Nick Blakey going from forward to on back, Tom McCartan going to on back. It's been a huge shift and a very tactical shift in the way John wants the team to play at the SCG, in the way he sees the Swans playing finals football and winning finals football. Craig McRae's done exactly the same thing, but he's done it in 9 months. Yeah. His ability to change his style of play and a faith in what he knows has been a long journey as an assistant coach to actually go, well, this is the way I believe a team can win a grand final and play to get to a grand final, and that's exactly what they've done with their chaotic style of football. Their contest work's been elite, and we talked to the guy before the game, and Jack Crisp, his ability to get from contest to contest is elite, and he's one prime example of a clear shift in Craig McRae's style of football and the way they play. They're happy to kick it to the contest. They're happy to get Cox, who's been outstanding for me, the way he's actually not been outmarked, and in the past he's been up and down. His better performance in the gap between his worst and his best is less. He's more consistent. He's not getting beaten in the air. It's going to be a big challenge for Sydney as far as how they handle that, his ability in the air. And on the flip side, like I said, Paddy McCartan's intercepting in round 22, and they played Collingwood, was a huge impact to Sydney winning the game.
Now, Corbs, you and I keep an eye on things. We keep a close eye on things. Now, the very, very talented
I know what you're going to say.
Hugh Sheridan is going to sing the national anthem. That is one of the better suits I've seen in my time. And he's got the Jordans on too.
He's had multiple
Jordan ones.
He had multiple suits today. He had a tracksuit on for his audition, which we were here very early. We got the chance to witness. It was a multicoloured tracksuit, and now he's, what would you describe that colour as?
Kermit the Frog.
It looks a bit of a leprechaun kind of outfit for mine. I might try to steal it off him for March 17, St. Patrick's Day.
It's got a particular shine.
Lime green at its shiniest.
And he's got the sunglasses on too, Claire.
No.
This is.
Welcome to Sydney.
Hey, what's that?
That's awesome.
He's peacocking out there. Have a look at me. He does stand out.
So he's going to sing the national anthem. He may as well, Rama, may just sing a song at quarter time. That's a little bit of a tradition in these parts.
They like to pump out. Yeah, that's right, during the quarter time breaks, which hasn't taken hold yet in the football states of Victoria and South Australia and WA, but it's been a big thing in Queensland and New South Wales, the music at half time or quarter time, sorry.
This crowd has filled.
Yeah, it's rock. It's full.
Big time. There's still a lot outside. We saw the overhead shots moments ago of those behind us. So we're at the top of the Barongal stand at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and we cannot wait for this. It is Collingwood and Sydney, both teams in their traditional jumpers. The Swans predominantly in red, of course, with the outline of the Opera House on their jumper, and they've got the red shorts on, and Collingwood in their traditional strip as well, the black and white stripes and the black shorts. The second preliminary final, the winner to go through, and of course play Geelong next Saturday. A chance to punch their ticket to the last Saturday in September. There's no late change here at the SCG. The two Medi subs, Braden Campbell and Nathan Kruger. And the last man to join the line is Mason Cox, the 2-metre American, who knows a thing or two about preliminary finals. Remembering back to 2018 when he tore the heart out of Richmond's chest in that devastating performance when he kicked 3 goals in an 11-minute burst to start the second quarter. Jack Ginnivan is out there. He was enemy number 1 the last time these two teams met on this ground. He's in the line. We're set for the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem.
Between the Sydney Swans and Collingwood Magpies. The AFL would like to acknowledge the Biddigal and Gadigal clans who occupy the Sydney coast and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the great game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official Welcome to Country, please welcome Nolene Timbery, Chair of La Perouse Aboriginal Land Council.
The Welcome to Country is a ceremony recognising the cultural and spiritual connection to country and an opportunity to reaffirm our ongoing relationship to our land and waterways. The ceremony allows us to pay respect to our elders, to reflect on our history and to build a vision for a prosperous and reconciled future. I'm proud to be from the La Perouse Aboriginal community at Botany Bay and, like many of my community, have traditional and cultural connections to coastal Sydney, the Illawarra and the Shoalhaven. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Bidjigal clans who are the traditional occupants of the land we gather on. I ask that you join me in paying respects to Gadigal and Bidjigal elders, past and present, and on their behalf, I welcome you here today. This area of Sydney is significant to my community as a place to gather, compete and celebrate. Not too far from here, my ancestors gathered from Broken Bay, Botany Bay and the Illawarra for important conflict, ceremony and corroboree. The neighbouring areas around here were even used as seasonal Aboriginal camps right up until the early part of the 20th century. On behalf of the La Perouse Local Aboriginal Land Council, my ancestors and my people, I welcome you all here and I hope that you respect this land as my people have since the beginning of time. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Nolene Timbery, for that wonderful Welcome to Country. Now, if you are able, would you please now rise and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by the very talented Hugh Sheridan.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
It's the best sound in our game, the roar after the national anthem, and the stage is perfectly set. The biggest team in the land, Collingwood, up against the team bearing the name of the country's most populous city in the Sydney Swans, with a chance to go through to the last Saturday in September at the MCG to meet the Cats next Saturday. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Weldon, Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanaskas to call the footy for you. There is no late change here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Braden Campbell is the sub for the Sydney Swans and Nathan Kruger is the sub for Collingwood. The captain's making their way towards the middle of the SCG. Scott Pendlebury involved in a few handshakes. He's there with the umpire and also the man tossing the coin, and Luke Parker comes along as well. The umpire's in yellow this afternoon, Matt Stevic, in his 450th game. Andrew Stevens and Simon Meredith, the three men in charge. Brett Sprigg is with us downstairs. Spriggy, great to have you with us here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Good afternoon again to you.
Corby, the vibes here, as they say, are immaculate. Mostly blue sky the late afternoon here at the SCG. Conditions 22 degrees and sunny. A slight southeasterly breeze to the Randwick end, which is the end the Swans will kick with to start this first term. The benches for the Swans: McDonald, Florent, Goulden and Warner. Of course, Campbell is the sub for the Pies. Hoskin, Elliott, Lipinski, Bianco and Murphy and Kruger their sub. We're eyeing off a record crowd for any game at the SCG, which will be touching 46,000 plus. This city loves an event, and they've got one here today. Let's go.
You got a tip for us, Spriggy?
Swans for me.
There are many black and white blocks, as well as there are red and white blocks spread around the Sydney Cricket Ground. Ty Kennelly, should I even bother asking who's going to play the Cats in next week's decider?
The Swans have been flawless, like I said. I think the Swans will continue on the form at home at the SCG. Have to start well. We've talked about the Pies and their ability to start well in the chaotic style of football that they've got. Sydney finished the game as well. They'll be confident enough at three-quarter time, even if the game is tight. It's going to be on. It's going to be on. I'm quite excited about it. We always get an extremely vital preliminary final, attractive preliminary final. Sydney for me by 3 goals.
I'm the other way. I'm riding the wave. I'm riding with the Collingwood supporters. It hurts my heart to say it, but I've loved what Collingwood have done this year. I think it's real.
How to Buddy. Darcy Moore stands next to Sam Reid as the seconds tick down to the opening bounce. Who will earn the right to stick around and write history, and who won't? The right to play Geelong in the 2022 AFL Grand Final. It's Sydney and Collingwood in the second preliminary final. You're with Clint Wilton on Grandstand AFL.
We're underway. Hickey went early. Cameron stayed down. Bounced back to Hickey. Swans with the first possession. Rowbottom sent it deep towards full forward. Unlucky bounce. First time out for Moore. Buddy turned, hoping it would land his way. Moore's able to see it across the boundary line. A throw-in right next to the left-hand behind post.
Clearly, Sydney have got a height advantage with Jeremy Howe and Franklin, so you think Darcy Moore will try his best to drop off Reid if he get one-on-one opportunities, and that's an advantage for Sydney for mine.
Spun back in, Cameron front position, then gathers it when it bounced back his way for Collingwood. And able to pick it up was Josh Dacos, ran over it, slapped down by Reid, came out to Quaynor, tried to hand pass it to Crisp. He can't keep it in. It's right up against the boundary line, and another throw-in still in the left forward pocket for the Swans.
The other end of the ground, Robbie Fox has got the job on Jamie Elliott, which will be absolutely critical for the Swans.
Umpire unfurls. Cameron front position. Reid, though, took it. Was tackled by Maynard. Ball jarred free. It hit the deck. Solid tackle. Umpire says will come in and will ball it up. Good start to proceedings.
And Ryan Clark has gone straight to Nick Dacos.
Up it goes. Reid just grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Rowbottom for the first of the prelim. He snaps goalward. He's offline. Behind Sydney, the opening score, and polite applause for the SCG members. We're 90 seconds in. James Rowbottom with a behind. The only score in the game. No late change, just repeating the subs. Braden Campbell for Sydney and Nathan Kruger for the Magpies.
Papley and Maynard both started on ball. You'd think they wouldn't be lasting too long into the first centre bounce of the game. So,
well, you say their tags are no good, Tyke.
Nick Dacos, the teenager, has the kicking duty, sends it long beyond defensive 50. The punch came from Tom McCartan, spills to Heaney. Umpire says play on, there's a free kick. Parker runs inside 450, and there's the first. Sydney with the opening goal, and it comes 2 minutes into the game. Parker, so experienced, he's able to kick a goal that the Swans fans rejoicing around the ground. 1-1-7 Sydney. Collingwood yet to score on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, huge spoil from McCartan. Often you can clear in the area, and that was clear in the area with the exit kick from Collingwood. But McCartan with a huge spoil, nice and clean for Sydney, and efficient as Luke Parker does. He knows where the goals are, that boy.
Well, it was a shepherding free kick awarded to the Swans. Now, Parker was the only one aware to it, used the advantage, or looked at the umpire, took a couple of steps inside forward 50, and just absolutely nailed it straight over the umpire's head.
One of just two members left from that 2012 Premiership team. Sam Reid, the other in the Sydney lineup. Back in the middle, Hickey wins the hit out, but down to Pendlebury. Hand pass picked off. Papley knocks it down. Stevens had a play on it, coughs it up. Crisp for Collingwood. Hand pass got its way through to side bottom. Unorthodox kick to centre half forward. And Blakey takes the intercept mark for the Swans.
It happens the best in them. Side bottom probably a bit more time there to the pressure and the heat in the game early.
His old man with a couple of premiership medallions trying to claim his first in 2022. Kicks to Heaney. Marks outer edge of the centre square. He goes deep forward. Big Bud's down there. Maynard in the box seat. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
There's your change, Rama. Maynard now has gone back on Franklin.
Kicks across the face of Golden. Noble. Dangerous kick in the direction of Quaynor. Hayward got there and spoils it over the boundary line. Throw in. 50 out from Sydney's goal.
Thoughts on the matchup, Rama? Maynard and Buddy?
Look, I would have went Heaney, but that's gone to Jeremy Howell at the moment.
Back in the ability under the Howe in the air against Heaney more than Maynard's ability on the ground with his strength.
Reed front position, won it down to Mills, looks to slap it forward, getting first to it more for the Magpies. Gave it to Chris, tackled by Papley, ball jarred free. Cameron picks it up, kicks the Magpies beyond defensive 50 to side bottom, who moves it on to Goey.
To Goey. Of course, who missed last time these two teams went at it. Kicks to Myercheck. Nice use of the body. Gets rid of Paddy McCartan and marks forward of the wing. He can drive it deep. Johnson down there. Johnson, no mark. Spills through to McCreary. Forward pocket for the Pies. Gives it to Ginnivan. Ginnivan, is he taken high? He is.
No. He didn't need a duck that time.
In back-to-back weeks, free kicks for Jack Ginnivan on a high tackle. One that he couldn't buy for 3 months. And now he's got them in consecutive weeks.
And again, it's the quick play. Like, De Goey marks the ball at half back, and then it's gone. You know, Myercheck is a great kick to his advantage, and then inside forward 50.
If he was a peacock, he'd never fold his feathers. Jack Ginnivan, the look at me athlete as he kicks goalward. It's offline, it won't score. It's slapped back in the field of play, and McInerney races away out of the back pocket for Sydney.
Kicks to the wing, rising up Howe, just for once can't take a spectacular grab, tries to knock it out. Swans swarm over it, Reed working hard, ball comes out the side. Pendlebury tackled to ground, umpire says we'll ball it up. Strong start from the Swans, Hayward got him.
That Papley matchup, which I think is really important, has gone to Isaac Quaynor.
Cameron and Hickey, Cameron wins it down for the Magpies. Ball rolls forward, Chris can't gather, Mills picks it up off the deck, tried to find Parker, looked to slap it forward, taken by Rowbottom, rode the bump from De Goey, towards centre half forward, massive crashing pack, Moore went one way, Buddy the other, he hits the deck, he saw too, Papley picks it up, kicks towards full forward. Unfortunately can only find Howe as far as the Swans are concerned.
That was an enormous collision, Clint. Courage.
Short to Moore to centre half back for Maynard. Got there on the hop. Sweeping hand pass to Pendlebury. Through the middle of the SCG. Hand pass releases Nick Dacos. Looks inside 50. Johnson knocked away by Blakey. Loose footy centre half back for the Swans. Parker can't collect. Pendlebury tackled without it. Free kick Collingwood.
This style of football right now is suiting Collingwood. The tempo is up. Sydney need to get hands on the ball and slow it up with a mark and just slow it down a bit. This is Collingwood's style, and they can fool you into the style of football by going with this chaotic style, which they've got the momentum at the moment, Collingwood.
Tyne Kennelly on grandstand AFL as Pendlebury, the smooth moving left footer, lays it up to the top of the goal square. Cox got a hand on it, no mark. Spills through to Myercheck, kick smothered. Ricochets to Blakey, swings a hand pass to McInerney, hand pass to Lloyd in the back pocket for the Swans.
Lloyd wants Franklin, battles with Maynard, the ball bounces past him and over the boundary line, and then there's a bit of push and shove right up against the fence, and Maynard,
he won't take a backward step, Clint.
He had Franklin leaning back over the fence.
Franklin loves the physicality of it, and he usually gets into his opponent's head by doing that, but Braden Maynard will not take a backward step against Lance Franklin.
That is a heavyweight bout to watch. Cameron wins it down. They'll go forward, Collingwood through Pendlebury, but they turn it over. McInerney has it, gives it to Parker for the Swans. He wants Heaney. Howe spoils. Heaney turns, tries to gather, overruns it. Pendlebury picks it up, sweeps a hand pass forward to Josh Dacos. He's tackled. Play on advantage. Got rid of it illegally. Mills is able to pick it up, gives it to Heaney. Now to Parker, stabs it short. Here's Franklin.
Franklin moves it on hurriedly out to Reid, who marks it half forward. They're on the overlap, the Swans. Reid in the sunshine. He kicks to the top of the goal square. Hayward down there. Stevens spoils to his own advantage. Stops through the volley. Swans with the first two. They've come to work. Sydney 2-1-13. Collingwood yet to score. 8 minutes into the opening quarter. And Dylan Stevens kicks Sydney's second.
And you talk about Collingwood having the game on their terms. That's fine. But your defenders are still going to be set up. On that occasion, Collingwood's defenders were just too high up the ground. So you look, Franklin takes the mark just past centre wing. Reid's on his own. He goes into the goal square. It's a simple 2-on-2 contest. Dylan Stevens pushes down to add the extra number, and it's a simple goal.
Which looks like Sydney have gone to town a bit on this with Collingwood, trying to stretch them this way. You know, Collingwood can get caught if you stretch them laterally across the ground. It's easier if you're actually up and down north-south and you're actually defending. Sydney are stretching Collingwood as a forward, but Reid was quite open. You've got Franklin a bit higher, which obviously created the opening for Sydney and that opportunity for Stevens to take.
Bounce from the umpire. Hickey went up, got fingertips to it. Warner gathers, sends it quickly inside forward 50 for the Swans. Murphy marks defensively, floating up into the air and then hands it off to Howe. Goes beyond defensive 50 to left half back. Here's Bianco.
This is your dead zone now of the SCG. You're caught the wide wings in Sydney. You can get caught out here. It's a long way from home.
Bianco goes looking for Quaynor, who stood his ground as Florent closed it down. He takes the mark right in front of the Swans bench. Directly beneath our broadcast position. On a bit of a run inboard. Kicks towards half forward. Cartman's up. Spoils it down. Ginnivan at the back. Really mistimed the kick. Just bobbled inside forward 50. Mychek tries to pick it up. He's strongly tackled. It's held into him. Good effort from Mills to just lock it in there. Or ball it up just inside the Magpies forward 50.
Swans by 13, 10 minutes in. Cameron wins the hit out for Collingwood, then becomes tackler on Warner. Ball spits out the back. The Pendlebury somehow got boot the ball. McCreary whacks it on, but down to Lloyd of the Swans. Hand pass to Florent. Gives it to Stevens. Arches the back. Gets away from McCreary. Kicks down the wing off the back flank. Franklin the target. Spills to Gordon. Lifts a hand pass over to Heaney. Heaney between wing and half forward. He's looking long. It slides off the boot and he kicks it out on the full.
That's a much better setup. So Heaney takes that ball and it's 3-on-1 in Collingwood's favour inside Sydney's forward 50. So he had to blast away there, Heaney, but Collingwood much better set up defensively.
Jeremy Howe stands just beyond the boundary. He'll come back to the commentary wing. 5 there, front position, good mark, rising up Johnson. One of the real stories of this season in his 9th game.
Just looking at Mychek doing his laces as Johnson's looking for a target on the line.
Johnson, long kick and high towards left half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Hickey in the middle of it. Drags it in for the Swans.
Probably one player I haven't given a whole lot of mention to. He's valuable to Sydney, the ruck. His ability to provide a contest. It's something that Sydney's been missing for a couple of years. Obviously last year his year was epic as he gets a 50 metre.
Mychek, the player infringing. So it'll bring Hickey with a chance to put it deep inside Sydney's forward 50. Big pack at the teeth of goal. Franklin flew, couldn't mark, spilled down. Clark snaps and goals. It is all the Swans in the opening stages of the preliminary final against the Magpies. They've kicked the first 3. 3-1-19. Collingwood have not scored. And we've gone 12 and a bit minutes on Grandstand AFL.
You look at that time, and it's real simple. Sydney haven't created goals through marks on the lead going inside their forward 50. The first goal to Parker is an advantage rule. The second goal is Stevens off the ground in the goal square with a contest. Again, another contest. Franklin there, who creates a contest to bring the ball to ground. And we talk about the Ryan Clark and Nick Dacos matchup here. He didn't even want to defend him. Didn't want to defend him, Nick Dacos. Way too easy.
Darcy Moore tried to come across and actually spoil it himself, you know, so it's a great crumb. It's landing his lap, but Dacos got to do better than that.
Swans going gangbusters out of the gates. They've scored the first 19 points in the first 12 minutes. Comes to DeGoey, knocks it away to Crisp, kicks down the wing, but here's Florin, hits it at speed, dances through traffic, lifts a hand pass to centre half forward. Clark, the goal kicker, high bomb to the top of the goal square. Franklin and Maynard wrestling, and in the end, Moore trying to kill it through. Gee, it sat up on the goal line.
We can have a little look, I think.
No, I think Fox tried to throw his boot at it right on the goal line. The ball bounced back towards him. And the goal umpire wants to check with umpire Matt Stevic whether this ball was, all of the ball was over all of the line on the rush behind.
It's a better look for Sydney with Franklin deeper, because he's going to have the ability kicking it on his head. As we know, he's lost that ability over his head on the lead, but he's one-on-one with his strength and his size. He's had a big start to the game, buddy. He's been involved in a lot of retirement contest and hard work, and it's setting up, and he's getting rewarded. Just saw Brett Kirk, the runner, run out to him and tap him in the back, because clearly the coaching staff can see that he's working extremely hard.
So it was McDonald on the line throwing his boot at it, and
it looked to the naked eye that it was over the line.
Yeah. They just wanted to be sure as the ball sort of bounced back towards the field of players. McDonald was running through. For what it's worth, he didn't get great purchase on his soccer either. Just skimmed off his laces. And now we've got the goal line vision that we need as
Blurry.
Moore knocks it through.
It looks like it's over, but it checks back, doesn't it?
Now the soft call is a behind, so at least up until the start of the final series, we needed conclusive evidence to overturn it.
So it bounces on the line. It's just then the question is the whole football over the line? Behind, there you go.
Behind signalled. A rush behind. First 20 points of the prelim for Sydney. The Swans all over them. 3-2. Collingwood yet to score. 15 in.
Maynard has it in the right back pocket. He'll find Noble, who marks. And the bright yellow boots will hush around the ground. Swans fans, and they're amazed by this beginning to the preliminary final. Collingwood fans silence. Kickers long to the outer side. No mark taken. At the back. Taken by Reid to the Swansea's hand pass was meant to fire in the direction of Fox, but it was over the boundary line for a throw-in. Downstairs, Brett Spriggs on the boundary.
Clint, the crowd now does finally feel very, very full. Both coaches coaching from the bench, so Craig McRae to my left and John Lillemire to my right.
Ball put back in. Reid won it down against Cox. Side bottom reacts quickest though. Tapped it to the advantage of Crisp. He's been tackled by Golden here. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. So right on the logo in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand, opposite our broadcast position. And to bring it away, here's Crisp. Couldn't take it cleanly against Goulden. Warner put himself over the top of the football, rises with it, then under pressure got a hand pass out to Goey. Picks it up, goes straight between two Swans. Grubbers a bouncing kick down the outer wing. Taken there by Lloyd of the Swans. Grabs it again, gives it to Blakey. Now on in turn to Parker. Parker turns it over. Lovely gather. Noble picked it up, but then he's tackled as well. Wrapped up wonderfully, but it's going to be a free kick. I thought Reid had got him just a little bit high. Noble bounces up quickly, wants Hoskin Elliott, but instead has just found the fence in front of the electronic scoreboard. Out of bounds on the full. Swans to have it at left half back. They lead by 20 points. 15 gone in the first.
Manic pressure from Sam Reid, and he's a ruckman and key forward, and he's obviously the tackle went high, which you don't mind. He's showing some great aggression, but his ability to get back on and put Noble under pressure as he marks the football here.
Worked his way to the front, marks the Blakey kick, gives it to Warner, kicks to centre half forward, and Papley marks. Man on the mark right on the 50.
He looks like he likes his chances here. So it's his first real involvement in this game. Tom Papley. So
he will load it up if he kicks this. This place will go off.
He'll end up in the crowd.
He'd love to take on the man on the mark in Isaac Quain, or he just loads up and gives it a whack from 55. He kicks a cannon. And the Swans have it all on display in the first 17 minutes of the prelim. Sydney 4-2-26. Collingwood scoreless. Grandstand AFL, Adam Ramanauskas and Ty Kennelly.
A player clearly roaring with confidence. The minute he took that mark, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. You know, he's up and about with his energy. He hasn't had a huge start to the game, but got that ball on the 50-metre line. He's kicked it inside in the square. Interesting little tactic also. I saw Blakey trying to actually shepherd as he stepped off the mark, which could have been a free kick if it was caught by the umpire. But clearly confident, great ball movements off the back of Sam Reid's pressure on Noble to kick that ball out in the front from pressure.
Yeah, inside 50s, 10-5 to start this game for the Swans. So looking really strong in that category and getting full reward.
Not a great bounce. It'll have to come back.
And Jack Chris told us pre-game that if this is going to be Collingwood's kind of game, we want the footy living in our front half in the first 5 minutes. We're almost 18 minutes in and they've barely had the footy in their front half.
Fox has won the tap. It bounces around for Collingwood and Pendlebury can gather. Sends a kick inside, attacking 50. Tom McCartan with the spoil. Ball hits the deck, waiting for it for a moment. Lipinski. Tom McCartan wanted it first though. And he's taken the ground. Ball up.
Just need to back the process in now, Collingwood. Play with it, which can be hard when you play such a chaotic style, but they've got to keep backing themselves with this style and the process of going around it and answering Sydney's ability to use the ball through the middle. But defend is a clear thing that they haven't done early in this game, Collingwood.
Reid won the tap. It was straight to Myercheck, who was tackled immediately by Parker and Warner. Another throw up. Cox wins it down. Giving their first though, Rampy. Might get a kick away towards right half back. Trying to rise for it. Nick Dacos just got the hand pass out to Howe, who is monstered. Coming one way, Clark, and then the other way, Franklin. They got him. Oh, the Swans. They are just getting stuck into anything that's wearing black and white at the moment. The free kick to Franklin.
Franklin kicks down to half forward for Sydney, rising in the air. Papley, no mark, spills to Hayward, breaks through the tackle, hand pass to Papley, caught by Noble. Pinned holding the ball, free kick Collingwood. Noble's going to take the advantage. I'm not sure he heard the whistle. Long kick across the goal mouth, finds side bottom in the opposite back pocket. He runs out a defensive 50, has a bounce, chips it down the eastern wing. Wanted Hoskin Elliott, kicks it over his head. Here's Blakey for Sydney, hand pass to Fox, a little too hot. Spills the way of Cameron of the Pies. Surge kick down the right half forward for Collingwood. Unkind bounce for Myercheck. Tom McCartan clever. Taps it to brother Paddy. Goes back by hand to Rampy, who kicks Sydney down the eastern wing.
Waiting in the sunshine. 3 players, 2 Collingwood, but it comes down eventually to Mills and he gets it away to Warner. Warner kicks into the middle of the ground. Hayward marks on his chest. On the outer edge of the centre circles, he pauses for a moment. Big lead is on now. Heaney waits for it. Oh, crunched by Papley. A bit of friendly fire. Quaynor was involved as well. Ball spills out to Moore. Picks it up at left half back. Oh, runs straight into Rowbottom. Somehow got a hand pass out. Quick hands came from Pendlebury. Moved it on again to Howe. Howe will chip towards the commentary wing. Lipinski keeps it in, moves it short, and then it's marked by De Goey, who's at left half forward.
He's getting cheered for some reason as De Goey kicks long inside the forward 50. They all compete. Spills down underneath McCreary. He tackles Rampy without it. Ginnivan stands up with a foot. He's caught. Paddy McCartan, great tackle. Holding the ball and free kick for the Swans.
All the answers done, and they look very calm down back, Sydney. The last couple of injuries now, and the stoppage that came out of was too easy for mine from Collingwood's midfield group. The stoppage before inside their forward 50. We saw the tackle with Franklin, but Sydney's defenders standing up really well the past couple of minutes.
Swans by 26. Collingwood yet to score. Sydney sniffing an early round knockout as Paddy McCartan goes long to the wing. Howe spoils for Collingwood. Stevens pushes Bianco off it. Stevens grabs it. He's caught. And a ball up in front of the ladies' stand. Members wing at the SCG. It is Sydney by 26 points. Time on opening turn.
To get Elliott around the ball, you start trying to mix a few things now to try and get some players with speed.
De Goey took it, got tackled by Rowbottom. That's holding the ball. It's all Sydney. They're monstering the Magpies, except when Mills kicks forward and he puts it out of bounds on the full. This game could not be any less different to round 22. Apart from the scoreboard where Sydney are dominating, but it's nothing like the controlled game we saw just a couple of weeks ago. How?
I don't think anyone would have predicted this. You're expecting the chaotic style of Collingwood to come at them.
Found Quaynor, kicks towards centre half forward. Cox threw himself at the football, couldn't mark, spills down to Mills for the Swans. To Hickey, hand passing away to Blakey. Sydney will move it in towards the centre circles. The bounce, though, will favour Pendlebury. Wheels around, looks for an option, stabs it towards Ginnivan, can't quite mark. Good spoil. Working well there, Rampy. Chance for Florent to set things up. Kicks towards the commentary wing. Heaney tries to gather one-handed. How right with him? He can't. Trying to slide through as Quain, or might have been taken high. He was. He'll have the free kick for Collingwood on centre wing. Sydney lead 4-2-26 to the Magpies. Zip, zilch, nothing, and we've got about 7 minutes to play in the opening term.
Collingwood midfielders are just playing in between. They're not getting in with the entries that they're getting inside the forward 50, and they're holding a bit.
Quain order, Mason Cox, who rises and takes the mark. And the 2-metre American comes down with it at centre-half forward for Collingwood. He's 55 out. He kicks to his big mate in Darcy Cameron. No mark. Spills to Hoskin. Elliott shoots. He's got it. The Pies at last are in business. And Hoskin Elliott, a sharp snap from the right forward pocket. And Collingwood are on the board. 23 into the opening quarter. The Magpies won straight. They're trailing Sydney 4-2-26, having given up a 26-point head start to start the game.
So, look, really good play. Mason Cox takes a big contested mark, rolls it on Darcy Cameron, and then Hoskin Elliott's able to kick the Crummers goal. What's been noticeable in this first 20 minutes of the game is Sydney's clear outnumbering at contest. They're overwhelming Collingwood at contest at the minute, through tackle, through pressure, and then they're trying to just go fast. Then they're trying to almost trick Collingwood's defenders into, we're a slow football team, but we're going to go fast and we're going to try to expose you.
Voice of Adam Ramanaskas with us here on Grandstand AFL from the SCG, the second preliminary final. Cox wins the tap for Collingwood. First to react though, Parker goes backwards, gathers, gives it to Mills. Kicks the Swans towards left half forward. Good fight here. Brought to ground by Sydney. Taken by Warner. Hand pass to Blakey running by. Kicks inside forward 50. Quain or dragged it in. Got a hand pass to Lipinski at centre half back. He'll look to switch play out towards left half back. Bounces to Bianco, who moves it short to Elliott, who marks on his chest right next to the boundary line. Moves it into Lipinski again, just shy of centre wing.
Cox is on centre half forward.
Lipinski will kick towards centre half forward. Won't quite have the carry. Chris put a hand up. Spilled down to Mills. Gave it back to Lloyd of the Swans. Now to Hickey. Kicks up into the air to land on the logo. Commentary wing. No one could take the mark. Crisp had it a second time. Kicked inside forward 50. Met nicely by Paddy McCartan, who'll move it short. And Florent marks it right half back for Sydney, who still lead by 20 points. 24 gone in the first.
Right between those two beautiful old green-roofed grandstands on the western side of the ground, the members' pavilion and the ladies' stand, and Florent goes short to Stevens. The South Australian picked 5 in the draft back in 2019. He goes long to half forward. McDonald in the pack, whacked away down to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Pendlebury, sweeping hand pass to Chris. To Lipinski, lifts it over to McCreary. Pies over halfway, closes to 60 out. McCreary long kick to Johnson. Kick carries him and slides out of play. Forward pocket for the Pies, a boundary throw-in.
Adam Cook just need better efficiency going forward.
You don't get too many opportunities like that in a final where...
when you're 4 goals to 1 down.
Yeah, correct. Got to hit the targets.
Ball put back in at right full forward for Collingwood. Cox stuck out the left boot. Pendlebury, side bottom rather, in the vicinity. Sydney are able to clear beyond defensive 50. They wanted more. Reid was able to bring it to ground. Quaynor can't control it. It bounces over the boundary line where there is a mass of Collingwood supporters. Part of the Bill O'Reilly stand. The ground has been split up into blocks. It looks fantastic. Block of red and white, block of black and white, and so on all the way around the SCG. Spun back in. Hickey got the little tap. Spills out the side. Mills turns. Got tackled by Cox. Comes out to Lipinski though for Collingwood. Hand pass to Cameron. 50 from goal. Kicks inside forward 50. Marked there by Elliott. He drags it in. 45-degree angle to the right of centre. He'll put boots of ball from about 35 out.
Good pressure from the big man Cox in the rock contest, and on Darcy Cameron also just getting on the boot. And I'm not too sure what's happening with Robbie Fox. He's playing too loose on Elliott on that occasion. You can't give a player with that speed that much room when the ball's in a stopping situation. The closer the ball gets you, the closer you got to get to your opponent.
So Elliott looking to give the Magpies back-to-back goals, and he brings the black and white army to their feet. Kicking truly at the Paddington ends. They've got their second. The Swans 4-2-26, Collingwood 2 straight 12. And we've travelled 27 minutes into the first term on Grandstand AFL.
Just nice settlers. I think it looked like Sydney's attack was overwhelming Collingwood, but, you know, we're late in this quarter. We're into red time in this quarter. For Collingwood to get 2 goals back just gives them the confidence. They're back in the game. You know, sometimes you can get out of the game really quickly and it can run away from you so quickly. But getting these 2 goals settles the nerves now. Okay, boys, we're in the game now.
Brett.
Let's lock down for the remainder of the quarter.
Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
You mentioned, remember, they're settling goals, as you say, Rama, but we'll also ask ourselves how advantageous that breeze is for the Swans for the round weekend. They've obviously kicked the first 4 goals. Pies now hit back. They've got momentum approaching the first break.
2 in a row for Collingwood as we close in on quarter time. The umpire goes down in the middle of the ground. Ball comes the way of Papley, who can get it out of the centre square for the Swans. Long kick towards Franklin. Murphy left his man in Reid, went to spoil. Quainer does really well outside, got rid of Reid, but his hand pass a turnover. Warner wins it back for the Swans. Franklin hand pass to Heaney, to Clark. He's met by Crisp, lost the footy. Still alive forward pocket for Sydney. Warner has a second go, snapping from a tight angle. Noble and Franklin left it. It'll bounce through. Phenomenal finish. And in the end, off the boot of Chad Warner, it's going to bounce through for Sydney's 5th. And I'm not even sure Chad Warner was trying to put that through the major opening. But no matter how you get them, they all count the same. The Swans 5-2, Collingwood 2 straight, Sydney by 20 points, 29 played opening term.
The same kid will tell you he was trying to do it, whether he was or not, knowing Chad. But look, great pressure again. Quick, slick hands. When it looked like Collingwood had actually roared it. Quinn had a good bump and a 1-1 ground ball win against Reid. But Reid got back in his feet and Sydney with some slick hands. And it looked like they're actually going to wear it, Collingwood. But a nice finish from Warner. He's in the boundary. He had a lot to do with his back towards goals. Fakes the handball and snaps it around the corner. It looked like Franklin was going to mark and Noble tried to work him underneath the ball. And it's gone through for great bounces. We've seen the SCG many a time.
That is threading the needle,
isn't it?
Wonderful. Cameron wins it down. Crisp gathers, bursts away through the middle for Collingwood. Will kick towards goal. Which way will this bounce? It will go through. They respond immediately. There he is, the milestone man of the day. Game 200, Jack Crisp kicks an important goal. And Mychek has had a bit to say here with a couple of the Swans defenders. He did cannon in to the right-hand goalpost as the goal was being kicked. Not sure if there was anything untoward. Didn't spot it, was following the ball, but there was a little bit of afters. So it's 5-2-32 Sydney to 3 straight 18 Collingwood. Just as we're about to hit quarter time. Oh, so important that from Crisp.
Just outstanding ruck work. Darcy Cameron got that ball where he wanted it to. Rowbottom was flat-footed. And then as Chris come through like a steam train, we've seen it so many times at Chickwell.
You put it on him earlier. You said, what about last week? You did the running bounces and handball. He said, look, today I'll kick it. And he did.
He did.
On the run, a goal from the centre bounce for Collingwood. Back to a 14-point game. Again, life in the contest. Knocks forward for Collingwood. Comes the way of Lloyd. Dropped it in the tackle. Second go. Hand pass away to Papley. Papley for Sydney. Goes back to Florent by hand. Kicks across the ground. Missed Hickey. Side bottom just kicks it on the half volley. Down to half forward, bounces about 40 metres towards Johnson. He's there with McCartan. That's Paddy, and the boundary line beats them both. It's out of play. 45 out from the Collingwood goal.
Speaking of Paddy McCartan, he did give Mychek just a little subtle shove into the goalpost before. That was the reason for the reaction. There's a bit happening. There's a lot happening. It's fantastic here at the SCG. Hickey wins it down. Rowbottom's able to get a clearing kick away for Sydney. Heaney might have been pushed out of that.
He's in the side. That's fair.
Fair enough. Mark being taken here. Murphy's got it. And has it just shy of right half forward. Murphy will send it towards full forward. They come from everywhere. Flying up there, Tom McCartan tried to get a fist on it. Hayward handed it back to Florent. It spills out. Hayward missed it. Oh, it's sat up there beautifully for Josh Dacos. And his kick was smothered. Diving Rowbottom. Desperate stuff. Lipinski tries to work it into traffic. Still there to be won. The Swans should be able to clear. They get it away through Florent. He'll kick towards the outer wing. Franklin in pursuit. So do Sidebottom.
Sidebottom there first. Franklin with the defensive effort runs him down. And the ball's out of play. And we'll have a throw in. And Justin McInerney was put down And the race for the boundary line.
Maynard, I think, on the way through, yeah.
Just picked him off. He wasn't near Franklin or side bottom, but McInerney, with the wind knocked out of him, he's going to get the free kick. He wasn't looking, and Maynard just picked him off.
A little love tap.
Free kick for McInerney. Sydney with it right on halfway, eastern wing, short to Mills.
It was good, great, terrific by Franklin.
The All-Australian in Callum Mills. Long kick into the forward pocket. Reid had his name written all over it. Takes the mark in the left forward pocket.
They got so many weapons on him to try and hold him, and this guy's kicked on the latter part of his career when it looked like he was done. His ability to jump from a standing start is what separates him, and he's got a great leap.
To get some reward for their dominance in the opening stanza. Sydney have put 6 past Collingwood in the first term.
They're into Nathan Murphy.
Yeah. There's plenty going on, isn't there? It's great, a great quarter of football.
Reid with the goal, Sydney by 20 points, 6-2 to 3 straight, 33 minutes travelled, a 9-goal opening term to the second preliminary final, Sydney by 20, Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas.
So you go back to that contest on centre wing. Franklin did not have to chase that ball. Side bottom had probably 20 metres, but Franklin chose to chase, chose to take the ball out of bounds. But then Maynard gives a free kick away from McInerney. So that's where it's created. Yep, the mark's great by Reid, but if Franklin doesn't chase and apply that pressure at the side bottom, that ball's not down in forward 50.
I'm just watching the replay, and I missed it in live play. There was actually no one on Reid. He's standing there, and Sydney would have tied on Cameron, so I know they want to stamp off, but you actually have to defend, which has been a disappointing first quarter for Collingwood.
Zone defence.
Yeah.
From the restart, might have been knocked to the side of the head. He's certainly holding it after the collision with Hickey. Won the ball down, and it's been locked in to Gully one way, Parker the other. Still in the centre circles, thrown into the air. Cameron wins this. Only his far, though, is McInerney. He'll kick inside forward 50, leading out Franklin. He saw that coming, leaps up to mark on his chest. And Big Bud can have a shot from 45 out. He'll start in line with the right-hand goalpost.
Smart by Sydney. They adjusted a couple of times. Collingwood came out forward at the stoppage. They've clearly put McInerney behind as a sweeper, right behind the actual stoppage, defensive side of the stoppage. Lovely, lovely polish entry. We talk about the difference between your ball use going forward from Sydney and Collingwood. That's been a bit of a difference this quarter also.
With quarter time about to sound, there it is, Franklin from 45. And that's a bit well flattening. A behind to Lance Franklin, missing to the right-hand side. He normally delivers in those moments too. 6-3-39, Sydney. Collingwood 3 straight 18 on Grandstand AFL.
Goal kickers in the opening term, one for Warner, Stevens, Clark, Hatley, Reid and Parker. Well, for Collingwood, their 3 goal kickers, Jamie Elliott, Jack Crisp and Will Hoskett-Elliott. They had it out by 26 points. The Swans straight out of the gates. It was 4-2 to yet to score. Collingwood drew within 14 points on 2 different occasions, but Sam Reid just steadying things up for the Swans, and as a result, they lead by 21 at the first change. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store. The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The punch came from Tom McCartan, spills to Heaney. Umpire says play on, there's a free kick. Parker runs inside 450, and there's the first.
Reid in the sunshine, he kicks to the top of the goal square. Hayward down there, Stephen spoils to his own advantage. Stops through the volley. Swans with the first 2.
So it'll bring Hickey with a chance to put it deep inside Sydney's forward 50. Big pack at the teeth of goal. Franklin flew, couldn't mark, spilled down. Clark snapped second goal.
Worked his way to the front, marks the Blakey kick, gives it to Warner, kicks to centre half forward and Patley marks. He'd love to take on the man on the mark in Isaac Quaynor. He just loads up and gives it a whack from 55. He kicks a cannon. And the Swans have it all on display. And the 2-metre American comes down with it at centre half forward. He's 55 out. He kicks to his big mate in Darcy Cameron. No mark. Spills to Hoskin. Elliott shoots. He's got it. The Pies at last are in business.
Elliott looking to give the Magpies back-to-back goals, and he brings the black and white army to their feet.
Still alive forward pocket for Sydney. Warner has a second go. Snapping from a tight angle. Noble and Franklin. It'll bounce through.
Cameron wins it down. Chris gathers, bursts away through the middle for Collingwood. Will kick towards goal. Which way will this bounce? It will go through. They respond immediately.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time of the preliminary final. It is Sydney by 21 points, 6-3 over Collingwood, 3 straight. The Swans with the jump. Our man Hugh Sheridan is doing his thing. Adam Ramanaskas singing Sweet Caroline, which is a tradition here at the Sydney Swans home games at quarter time. He's got his green Kermit the Frog lime green shiny suit on, and he's rocking out.
Well, he's rocking out just as the Swans did. I think in that first quarter they were absolutely terrific. 4 goals to nil to start that quarter. 4 goals in 16 minutes, and it was a different style that the Swans were playing. You look at uncontested possessions, which you think would be Collingwood's go, but in that quarter, uncontested possession was 50-38 in Sydney's favour. Then marks, again, Sydney liked to control tempo. But it was only 13 marks to Sydney, 20 to Collingwood. So they played a bit more of the chaotic game that we expect Collingwood to play. Going into an open forward line, creating multiple options, putting Collingwood's defenders under pressure, and it pays dividends. 6 goals to 3. In that first quarter is a terrific start. It puts the pressure back on Collingwood. Now, we know they're good at chasing teams down, but they're going to make it difficult for themselves. I don't love their matchups. I don't love that Mills and De Goey and Crisp are going together, because what Callum Mills is an All-Australian. He's not a tagger. He's a good defensive two-way midfielder. That's what he does. He's had 9 possessions in that first quarter and was terrific. Then you look at Chris had 6 and kicked the goal, but De Goey was a non-issue in that first quarter. Only had the three possessions, so I like that. I like putting the unassuming Mills on 2 of Collingwood's prime moves when they get in the middle of the ground.
Clearly Sydney came to play early.
Yeah.
The heat was on early, and everyone's expected Collingwood to come with their chaotic style, and that's been the shift. Sydney have played this style in the back half of the year. That's the last 2 months of football. Their aggressive ball movement is one, but they've had a ferocious attack on the player on the ball, which has been a big shift to them. Sydney over the past 2 years is a big knock for them as a football club has been the contested work. They've spent 2 summers working on the contested possession for these moments, for the big games, for this moment of, to get you the fawns, to get you across the line. That was a prime example of the chaotic. There was an example down here. We've seen a bloke at 35 years of age do it. He chased side bottom in the foul wing, and there was a free kick down here in front of us when there was 3 players on top. That's the chaotic style that Sydney are trying to do from a defensive perspective. Collingwood is still trying to use the ball through the middle of the ground. We've seen a couple of times they came on slow play. They've had 20 marks, Collingwood. That's not Collingwood's slow play. Sydney have trapped them a couple of times, and the fat wings slowed the game down, and Collingwood have got through by Mason Cox using the ball through the middle of the ground. But they did have a couple of settlers. They're well and truly still in the game, Collingwood, but things are going towards Sydney. Sydney scored, of their 6 goals, 2 of them for marks from set shots. Bit different for Collingwood, the way they're using the ball. Their efficiency inside 50 hasn't been great also.
It's a good shout out, Tyke. Since round 14, they've gone from 11th to 2nd in contested possessions, Sydney. So no surprise, the correlation there between their rise up the ladder.
That has been a knock that they've been working on for 2 years as a coaching staff and a playing group. And to have games and not doing the numbers, it's easy to throw it at you and go, this is what's going to get you where you are. And when you start doing it, you start believing it, and you start getting results like you have been.
Swans by 21 points, 6 goals in the first quarter of a prelim is a big score for the Magpies to reel in. A crooked bounce, and we'll do it all again in the middle. As the sun now dropping behind the Brawongle stand, in which we're situated on the western side of the ground, so shadows across the playing arena. Second go at it. Cox knocks it away to DeGoey. Bangs bodies with Patley. Cox picks up the footy, gives it to Crisp. Floats a hand pass to Lipinski. Shoots a hand pass to Elliott. Goal. It took just 27 seconds for the Magpies hit the scoreboard straight out of the gates in the second term. Jamie Elliott with his second. And Sydney's lead cut to 15. 6-3 to 4 straight. Adam Ramanauskas and Ty Kennelly.
Yeah, again, front of the stoppage. It's happened a few times for Collingwood. It came straight out of the front of the stoppage. I actually thought it was probably a free kick to Papley, but the goalie put some pressure on Papley on that ground ball, and it allowed it to sweep onto the ball, and then Constantine forward.
When you forward handball, you need to hit the target.
Yeah.
There's 3 forward handballs by Collingwood, and they're all beautiful handballs, putting players into space where they can continue on. I like that by Mason Cox. Sometimes just get the ball going forward. You know, in the centre bounce, get the ball going forward, then go again, follow up.
Mason Cox stares across the centre circles at Tom Hickey. On the hands of the umpire. Fast start to the second turn by the Magpies. From the bounce, it's Cox who wins it down, though met by Warner. Gathers and runs for the Swans. Kicks high and long, 2-on-2 battle at full forward. Franklin got away from Maynard and Marks. He'll be able to go and have a shot from about 25 metres out, just in a little sliver of sunshine poking between the members and the ladies' stands. The angle is slightly to the left for the immediate response in the second term. Franklin from the sunshine kicks the goal. Big Bud delivers. And Sydney's lead is back to what it was at the quarter-time break. 7-3-45 Sydney. The Magpies are 4 straight 24. It's a 21-point advantage to the Swans, and we've gone about 2.5 minutes into the second.
They say football has changed, but when purely winning your 1v1s, you know, and that's what Sydney have been able to do in their 1v1s in the forward 50 of the ground, where again you saw Reid, Darcy Moore was busy with Reid, which allowed obviously Franklin to stay on man out, and he's got a clear height advantage. And then you've got Heaney now, who Jeremy Howe's playing higher up the ground, so they've got some weapons in there. And I love the kick from Warner going forward. He didn't try and hit it lace out. He's got 2 big key forwards that love the ball kicked on their head. Knows his teammates well, and that's exactly what he got, an opportunity for Franklin to win his 1v1.
Averages 3 goals a game, Lance, in his previous 6 preliminary finals. He's won 5 of them as well. And Sydney back out by 21 as DeGoey in the middle, tackled by Mills. Ball spits out. Now Mills locked up. And we'll have a ball up in the middle of the ground. And Braden Maynard just playing a few games with Big Buddy Franklin, checking out how much oil he's got on his biceps, trying to rub a little bit of that off.
It's not illegal.
As it comes down to DeGoey, and DeGoey's tackled, taken the ground. We'll have another ball up in the middle. And Luke Parker, the man tackled with it.
You ever one for oil in your arms, Rama?
Well, I had spaghetti arms, so I didn't need it.
It's 2 of us.
Cox wins it down, spills out towards the logo in front of the O'Reilly stand, emerging with it. Florent got a kick away, side bottom overruns it. Pendlebury battles with Clark, picking it up crisp. Kicks the Magpies up in the air towards left half forward. Myercheck turns. He'll win the race to the footy. Got Swans to beat. Gets a kick away to full forward front position. Paddy McCartan marks. Actually might have dropped it. He plays on. Spoil came from Elliott. Spins back. Lloyd right on the line. Goes again to Fox. Shares it once more. Fox is able to get a kick away under pressure. Bounces the way. Paddy McCartan tries to hand pass along the line to himself. Looks to slide to tap it forward to Goulden. Gives it back to McCartan. And somehow he has taken that over the boundary line. And the Swans survive.
Well, just take the ball through. Just rush to behind.
Drives me nuts. Players still don't understand this rule. If you're under pressure, it's there. Just take it through.
Oh, there was pressure.
Yeah.
There was pressure, all right.
Sydney by 21, 4.5 played in the second term from the boundary throw-in. Comes through to McInerney, left it behind. Side bottom collects, trying to get it to Elliott. He becomes tackler on Goulden. And the ball up. Centre half forward for Collingwood.
Yeah, they've got Elliott around the ball now, so he's asked for just trying to get him into the game. He's busy at stoppages. We want to see a bit of speed, and he's a dangerous player to play on.
Cox and Hickey lock up. Well, Cox came down awkwardly. Hickey comes up with the footy, bangs it up to the wing, and Franklin marks. Turns Maynard inside out. Plays on immediately. Maynard follows up. Nothing up ahead for Franklin. Kicks into the middle of the ground for Mills. Sweeping polyfarmer hand pass out to Clark. Breaks free of the Murphy tackle. Heads inside and finds Reed, who takes the mark in that channel at right half forward. Goulden's on. He's going to hit him up. He's closer to goal, but out wider, who marks right forward pocket about 25 from home.
I'd be swapping the Franklin-Maynard matchup now. Franklin's got his tail up. Get Darcy Moore onto him. Put Maynard back to Sam Reid. He's having an influence now, bud.
And Errol is going to hook it across the body. In a long list of classy left footers, this man is on the rise in the competition. He misses here. A little too much bend. Trying to hook it back across his body from the right forward pocket. Swans by 22. Alarm bells for Craig McRae and the Pies. 6 played second term of the prelim.
Nick Dacos to Maynard. Has it in the right back pocket. Kicks towards right half back. Cox, Luke couldn't mark. Spoil came down from Cameron. Socket forward by Sidebottom, who's after it towards the commentary wing. Tapped on by Chris. Tries to get the boot so it couldn't. It tumbles over the line in front of the Swans bench. 7-4-46 Sydney. 4 straight 24. The Magpies. 6 gone in this second term. Ball back into play. Rucks lock arms. Hickey got the fingertip to it. Then twice Cox punches it forward for Collingwood. Met though nicely by Lloyd. Gathers for the Swans. Gives it to Florent. Hands it back to Blakey. Kicks towards the commentary wing. And it's marked here defensively by Collingwood's Sidebottom.
In his 7th prelim. Steals Sidebottom. On the broadcast wing, he's just going to have to go long in the Myercheck direction. They come from everywhere. Punched away by Tom McCartan. Free kick, Collingwood. Darcy Cameron was put down. And he's going to get the free for an illegal block.
Well, Nick Blakey saw him coming in. Just a little block. Yeah, that's fair. It's there. You can't do that.
Didn't need to do it. You know, you could clearly see that Tommy McCartan had a run at the ball. And if you are going to do it, just step across with your hands. You can't bump and put your hands up and try and pretend you're going to mark it. That's right. Ex-Sydney player Darcy Cameron obviously drafted to the club and didn't get a game for a long time. He's playing some consistent football in reserves. Didn't get a game. Has played really well. He's since he's been there.
Made his debut here. Now back at the SCG in the biggest game of his life. And breathes some more life into it. Pops it through for Collingwood. And the Swans lead cut to 16 yet again. 8 played second term. Collingwood 5 straight. Trying to get their game up and going. Sydney a 7-4. The Swans by 16, having led by 26 out of the gates.
The thing with this game, Collingwood won't go away. And that's what Sydney have got to recognise. The moment they take their foot off the pedal, Collingwood will capitalise. They've got this belief about themselves that they're always in the game, regardless of where the margin is. They keep coming. They keep attacking. So the moment Sydney get comfortable, the moment Sydney just drop off that 5%, Collingwood will come. So Sydney got to keep the foot down, keep pushing as hard as they can, get this margin out as far as they can at half time.
Cox against Hickey again for the restart. Cox went early. Hickey stayed down, tapped it twice, gathered. DeGully almost knocked it out of his hands. Tried to get it back to Parker, couldn't gather. Just socketed it out of mid-air towards half forward. Chris picks it up for the Magpies. The Sidebottom to Quaynor. Puts boot to ball towards centre half forward, though underneath it, Paddy McCartan marks defensively. He's at centre half back and will move it short to Lloyd. Between centre half back and left half back, he just trots backwards inside his defensive 50.
Probably the first time we've seen Sydney go slow in the game. Ball in hand, quarter and a half gone.
Went to Blakey, measured kick is precise to Mills. Marks between the wing and the logo beneath our broadcast position. Golden sunset. We look at it on the Bill O'Reilly stand opposite us. The kick is to left half forward. That's a strong mark. Has it been paid? Surely for Hickey, yes. It's a slow reaction. He was able to outmark both Crisp and Cox. He's about 80 from goal. Hickey to put it towards the hot spot. Big pack underneath it. Big fly. No one can take the mark more. It's spilled down to Parker. Threw it on the boot. It'll bounce across the line at left full forward for a throw-in. Sydney a 7-4-46. Collingwood 5 straight 30. 10 minutes gone in the second quarter. Geelong awaits in the grand final.
That change has been made. Jeremy Howes now with Franklin. Maynard's with Papley.
Boundary throw in deep forward for the Swans. Cox wins it down. Papley extracts it. Hooks his kick Collingwood, but too much on it again. Missing out to the left. Gee, that's his bread and butter. Tom Papley working out of traffic to get a shot Collingwood, but a minor score. Sydney by 17. 7-5 to 5 straight. 11 played in the second.
Oh, dangerous. Nick Dacos went right up the corridor and turns it over. Blakey giving away a free kick. Involved in a little battle against Chris. Chris picks up the free kick and then kicks quickly towards Ginnivan, who marks it left half forward. Instantly a congested forward 50 for him, who just chips short. That's beautifully placed. He drags McCreery towards the football, almost an invitational kick. Come and get this. And out he came to mark it. He's right in front of the big sticks. He'll kick from inside 50.
And Rama talked about it. Sydney've got to keep going to try and get the win. You're missing those opportunities. Errol Goulding's gettable. Papley's gettable. That's it. That's big 12-point. And then Cameron gets a free kick. That's a huge turnaround the momentum of the game and halfway through the second quarter.
Could have been a little bit nervous last night. The kick is absolutely magnificent from McCreery. After being involved in a traffic accident on the way to the airport, he hasn't been shaken up at all with that response. It's a big, big goal for the Magpies. It brings them back to within 2 majors. 6 straight 36 to Sydney 7-5-47. The Swans lead is now 11 points at the 11-minute mark of the second.
Just listen to the noise. Listen to the Collingwood supporters. They're out of their seats. This is what Sydney didn't want. They don't want to engage the Collingwood fans to give them a sniff, but they're so lucky to get that free kick. I didn't think it was a free kick to Chris. But then he rolls to Ginnivan. So patient by Ginnivan. He had multiple leads. Elliott, Myercheck, Cameron, but waited. The patience, waited for McQuarrie to come at the ball, at the kicker to find the space.
They're well represented, the Magpie Army. It's probably a 40-60 split of the Sydney Cricket Ground, which is full, as Hickey grabs it out of the ruck. Surge kick forward for the Swans. Franklin underneath it, takes the mark.
Oof. Who's the matchup for him? You've got to just give him as many opportunities as you can, 1v1, Franklin, and it's a great change-up from him. He's obviously identified, again, a height advantage. He's positioning at a centre bounce on that occasion. Yes, it was a quick kick out, but he's actually plunked himself 30 metres out. At the SCG, as a centre-half forward, you can get lost. He's played a lot of football here and often quick kicks from centre bounces.
What a response this would be to try and take a bit of wind out of Collingwood sails. Lance Franklin moves in, got a couple, and he's still capable of being Buddy. 2 goals in the first half of the prelim after a quiet qualifying final. And Sydney restore a 17-point lead. 8-5 to 6 straight. 13 and a half played second term. Adam Ramanauskas and Ty Kennelly.
I just put Darcy Moore on Franklin and leave.
Yeah.
So Jeremy...
Your best defender on a forward that's hot.
Jeremy Howe is an intercept marker. Put him back to Logan McDonald in the goal square and leave him there. Put Darcy Moore to Franklin that can go in with the contest. You see in that contest, as soon as Franklin got that metre of separation, Howe didn't want to be in the contest anymore because he couldn't engage the body. Franklin just jumps at it and takes a strong chest mark. Get the matchups right, Magpies.
Sydney challenged and the Swans respond. The bounce. Reid got the hand to it, spilled down to Warner. Hurried kick forward, marked by Bianco. There's a free kick, though, back in the centre circles. It'll come back to Warner again. Holding the man the call. Warner decides to go on a run. And now he'll kick high and deep into the right forward pocket. Big pack underneath it. Howe got a fish to it. Spills out towards the line and then tumbles over at left full forward for Sydney. Throw in the call. Sun continues to set on this twilight fixture at the SCG. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Ball spun in again. Cox got a fist to the footy. Came out towards McInerney though. Got it on in turn to Mills. The centering kick towards full forward. Big collision. It's sat down there for Rowbottom to pounce. And Rowbottom running into an open goal. Bangs it into the second tier. So Sydney, who have been genuinely challenged, they hit back again and again. And that lead returns to now 23 points. 15 gone in the second term. It's Sydney 9-5-59, Collingwood 6-36.
The body factor, hey? You get 3 players going to 1 in that contest when someone's hot, and that's what happens when you get a star flying and momentum going, and he's up and around. But again, easy ground balls from Sydney. The ground ball number will be enormous, their advantage, the differential for Sydney to Collingwood. It's too easy to stoppage to be allowing 3 Sydney midfielders to get on that ball, and obviously they're all hot on Franklin. Rowbottom gets some rewards with a nice crumb.
2 goals in 3 minutes for Sydney. After Collingwood drew within 11 points, which is as close as they've been after Sydney kicked the first 4 goals to start the game. Swans by 23. On the ground completely in shadows and waiting for the artificial light to take over as Reid tries to get a play on it in the middle of the ground. Can't collect. Rowbottom tackled, lost it. Crisp for Collingwood. High up and under inside 50. Elliott crashes the pack, spills to Fox of the Swans. He hands it to Tom McCartan. Kicks out wide, eastern boundary line. Murphy out there. Gold on the one-hander. Reels it in.
He might have bluffed the umpire there. I'm not too sure. He's off the other side of the ground for us.
The 20-year-old's off and running. Cuts back inboard. He shares it with Mills and then like a laser hits up Warner. What a superb field kick he is. Errol Gordon, a 20-year-old young star for the Swans. The kick goes out wide from Warner.
Nice little highlights package there, wasn't it? One hand on the far side of the SCG and inside.
Dill Stevens with the footy. Trots back inboard. Another lefty. Kicks long inside 50. Cox is down there. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. At centre half back, Sydney by 23. 17 gone in the second.
Slowly the effects of the artificial lights start to build as the kick towards the outer side. Myercheck marks. Tells everyone just to calm down for a moment.
I'm not too sure I would be slowing it down. That's what it's fallen in Sydney's hands, this play.
We're 17 minutes into this quarter. Collingwood have only had 22 possessions for the quarter. 6 goals have been kicked, but they're not getting their hands on the ball.
Amazing. That's Lipinski who puts it inside forward 50 at the back of the pack. It spills there for Elliott. He'll wheel around. He'll snap in the direction of goal. Blakey running back with the flight marks in his defensive goal square.
And that's what I'm saying, Ramo, about the ground ball numbers and the scramble number when the ball is the ground. Sydney are just working harder. You can clearly see they're working harder. They've missed a few opportunities to really blow this game up by 40 plus points. So the opportunities they've missed. It's been Sydney. We've been a bit bluffed by the score that Collingwood have got. Sydney midfield group have outworked them this quarter for sure.
Blakey to Rampy and then Ginnivan stepping over the mark. He was in the back pocket, Rampy. He's now at centre half back after the 50-metre penalty. And goes laterally for Sydney. They're on here on the broadcast wing. Finds Blakey. Chips outer edge of the centre square to Mills. Takes the mark. Now the long kick deep inside 50. Down in the direction of Franklin. Did Murphy have hands around him? No, said the umpire. Stevens took on the tackler. Got it to Hayward. Sharp angle. Kicks to the goal square. More back. Spills the mark, but safely through for a rush behind.
And this is the part with Darcy Moore. He hasn't touched the ball this quarter. 18 minutes and he hasn't touched the ball. Franklin, on the other hand then, he's had 3 possessions and kicked 2 goals. He's been in the play. Put Darcy Moore with the players.
Kicks towards left half back. Quaynor tried to move it on to Josh Dacos. He got tackled. Ball spilled free. Swans respond. Warner moving it short to Papley. Marks 51 out from goal at right half forward.
He's on him now, Rama. You can see clearly.
Papley looks for McDonald, who can't quite mark. Hard up against the boundary at right full forward. Howe getting involved. Was he able to just get a little touch on it? He did. The spoil from Howe sees it over the line.
Now it was only in transition, more picking him up. But they've gone back to Howe again on Franklin, that is.
Boundary umpire puts it back in. Cox palms it down. Papley met it. Got tackled by Chris. As the umpire saying he will ball it up. Still inside forward 50 for Sydney. They have another goal in the 10th. It'll be if they kick it in this term. As Heaney tries to work it away. Might have been dragged off it without it. Maynard tries to work it forward. Chris picks it up as it spilled down to Noble. And then Noble's kick is bit by Hoskin Elliott. He just keeps it in. Goes back to Dacos. Josh Dacos towards the outer side. Punched down by Paddy McCartan. It comes to Warner. Quick hand pass meant for Mills. Worked it on again to McInerney. He sends inside forward 50 more. Won it to ground. It sat there for a moment for Papley. Tried to soccer it back towards goal. Couldn't quite get enough on it. It's over for a boundary throw-in. Sydney's lead is 24 points as we tick into time on in the second.
And a big shift from Sydney in the style and the setup. They've got Heaney inside the forward 50 ruck. Taps in the ruck, and they've got Hickey behind the ball, which is allowing to get some repeat entries here.
Cox palms it down. He's going to get a second go at it. Lipinski, dangerous kick across the goal mouth to Noble. Hand pass to Moore. He kicks wide. Bianco on a one-on-one. He's beaten, but he gets a free.
Oh my God.
Gee, Justin McInerney. A hand over the shoulder, and the umpire said that's a free kick for Bianco. Half back for Collingwood. Long kick down the boundary line. Murphy had a hand on it. Spills out of bounds, and a throw in front of the members stand. Sydney by 24. Time on in the second. Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Getting some work done. Sam Reid on his right leg, as you'd expect for the older player. Of course, very important part of this Sydney Swans puzzle as he approaches potentially a second premiership in the space of 10 years.
Hickey wins the restart. Getting it down to Rowbottom. Tackled by De Goey. Umpire will ball this up.
Well, that's the first time you've called De Goey's name this quarter, and he hasn't touched the ball in this second quarter. Whereas Cal Mills, who's got responsibility for him, here's going to be De Goey's first touch of the quarter.
They get a free kick, so he takes a bounce and hands it off to Josh Dacos. Kicks Collingwood towards centre half forward. Hoskin Elliott marks, looks to play on quickly, measures the kick to McCreary. That was better from the Magpies. Nice delivery inside forward 50, and McCreary can go back and try and kick a second.
And the other player for Collingwood that hasn't touched the ball this quarter is Scott Pendlebury. So, very little numbers for Collingwood. They only had 37 possessions in 21 and a half minutes in this quarter. So very little numbers, but...
About to kick the fourth goal, is it?
We need De Goey. We need Pendlebury involved.
Just his third final. Hadn't kicked the goal in finals before tonight. And now McCreary's got two. Bo McCreary. That's a big goal for the Magpies. The Swans lead is capped to 3 majors. They're out by 18 points now. 22 gone in the second quarter. Sydney a 9-6-60 to Collingwood 7-zip 42.
Well, you're not wanting more goals for Sydney, obviously, in this quarter, but I think Collingwood they got bigger problems. They're structurally they're a little bit confused at the moment of who should be where, who should be doing what. Even now, Darcy Moore's going all the way back to the goal square on Logan McDonald. They're persisting with Jeremy Howe on Lance Franklin. De Goey's in the middle of the ground now, looking for Pendlebury on the green. Might be having a rest at the moment, but they've got to get their prime movers more into the game, into this quarter.
Chris did say they threw the magnetron in round 22, so I don't know whether it's a conscious decision not to do it.
Back to 3 goals. Lipinski locked up by his opposite number, Warner. We'll have a ball up again. Middle of the Sydney cricket ground. So Sydney by 18 points. They did score the first 26 points of the game before Collingwood registered their first. Bank in the middle. Bianco gets the centre break eventually. Down to half forward. Myercheck outnumbered. Tackles Stevens. Ball held in underneath and a ball up centre half forward for the Pies. Collingwood to the Randwick end in this second term. We're going to have another ball up. Taking a while to nominate some rucks. It'll be Cox and Hickey. They both miss it. Spills down to Ginnivan looking to draw the free. Tackled by Rowbottom. Ump says ball up. Same spot, centre half forward for the Pies. Swans by 18.
Ball sent skyward. Both rucks had a tap. Came out towards Rowbottom. Kicks high up in the air towards the outer side. The free kick's been spotted. Will come the way of the Swans and Heaney. And held in the contest.
Yeah, Heaney's first touch for the quarter also.
Fascinating, so many of the prime movers not being involved. Heaney cooks long inside forward 50 and Warner was behind Elliott, rose up and took the mark. He already has one of the most spectacular goals you're likely to see this season. This more bread and butter. He'll be kicking from about 40 out. Slight angle to the right.
He's having a strong game, some big numbers. He started again clearly strong in the middle, but he's hit the scoreboard already in the quarter, in the game, sorry.
Chad Warner with one to his name. Kicks on its way. It's out to the right. It misses.
That'll take these opportunities.
Particularly when you kick the spectacular. Missed that one. 9-7-61, the Swans. 7 straight 42, the Magpies. 24 gone in the second.
Dacos on the kick-out duties. That's Nick. He goes wide. Murphy, in fact it's Moore, takes the mark at half-back. So a 19-point lead for the Swans. 9-7 to 7 straight. 16 scoring shots to 7. The Pies haven't really been able to get their game up and going, but still in it. There's more back to Howe. Switches play. Dangerous. Wanted side bottom. McInerney spoils. Free kick for a hold. Sydney 3 and then a 50.
Side bottom chatting back, I think, was it?
The third one to go against Collingwood in the game. And all of a sudden, Tom Papley will be taken from a high half forward in the spitting distance of the goal line.
Well, it's Matt Stevic who's given the 50-metre penalty away in his 450th game. So he would have seen it all. So I'm sure it was there. I get the feeling it was for back chatting.
It was either Maynard or side bottom the back chatting. They should have won that ground ball. They had an extra number, Collingwood.
It's a high price to pay. Tom Papley makes sure of it. Slots it and Sydney are back out by 25. On the stroke of half-time, 27 minutes travelled in the second term. Sydney 10-7. Collingwood 7 straight. Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Some concern for Sam Reid, Corby. He was having a chat to the physio for a fair while. After about 8 minutes, but he's given Buddy a chop out now. So Reid back on and Franklin off for a rest.
That ball from Jeremy Howe just sat a moment too long. It just allowed McInerney just to get there in the nick of time. And then, you're right, it was 3-2 in Collingwood's favour, outnumbered at that ground ball. Yeah, and it was side bottom, I think, with, the
gesturing.
Yes, the scent towards the umpire. So it's there.
And he doesn't play it all that often, Stevic. So it was obviously demonstrative.
Yeah.
And it was, with the finger being pointed in his direction. Not a great bounce to restart. They'll have to bring this back, and they do. Maynard being spoken to downstairs. Pendlebury is back on. Really needs to get involved.
Yeah.
So many of the stars do. Cox swung the hand at it. Got a little ricochet off the palm. Hit the deck. Rowbottom gathered. Kicked inside forward 50. And Heaney was able to get a little bit of separation on Noble, and he marks.
He's not going to win that battle.
Never going to win that match. That's clearly been an issue from day dot, hasn't it? The start of the game, they got the matchups wrong, Collingwood, and they're sticking with it, but it's hurting them. The other thing is just the stars are not getting their hands on the ball, which you need your better players playing in the biggest games of the club. Sydney need to finish to clear this game out at half time. They deserve to be 5 or 6 goals up.
So Isaac Heaney, one of the Swans who's played in every game this season, from 45 out, he's riding this home. He kicks the goal. And Swans come from everywhere to celebrate with the All-Australian. Sydney, their lead is out to what is now a game-high 31 points. 28 minutes gone in the second term. 11-7-73 to Collingwood, 7 straight 42. It's something I reckon we'll see a little bit more of this week as well. I'm pretty sure that Tom Papley was intimating a little bit of what we've seen from Luke Parker of late to Isaac Quaynor, that he might have just ducked out of the contest. There was a definite, obvious couple of shrugs of the shoulders in his direction.
Well, gamesmanship is always there. But again, why was John Noble on Isaac Heaney out of the centre bounce? It's just not the matchup, and Heaney had space around him to work.
All of a sudden, 31 points the margin. Hickey wins it down to Crisp. Shoots a kick to centre half forward under pressure. Florent left it behind. Lloyd soccers it back in the middle of the SCG. Warner paddles it to his own advantage. And now it's Sydney going inside with a rush. Kicks towards Papley. Noble flies for the footy. Spills down to Quaynor. Hand pass to Murphy. Back pocket. Links up with Howe on the back flank. Kicks Collingwood down the wing. Awkward half volley for Cameron. It clean bowls him. Close to the boundary line. Fox, half an attempt to hang it inside the boundary line. He runs out of room and a throw in.
Is that not a free kick? I know Noble's jumped all over the top of Papley. It hasn't touched the ball and it's just ran over the back of him. That's clearly a free kick, no?
He's got to make contact with the footy, I thought.
Yeah.
31 points, the Swans lead. Half-hour mark in the second term for the boundary throw-in. Comes through to Lipinski, the Magpies. Hand pass to Cox. Surge kick down to half-forward. Johnson flies in the air. No mark. It's out of play. 45 out from the Collingwood goal at the Randwick end. And Sydney by 31, as wide as it's been.
What do you do with the goalie? Well, he has to. Is he trying to come up as a half forward, or do you start him on ball? Because Mills has had him, Parker's had him. Does he go half forward and come into the stoppage?
Umpire spotted a free kick.
It's against the goalie, I think. No, as well for High and Oliver Florent. I just spotted it.
I can't believe the difference in the goalie from this half to what we've seen in the first two finals.
Yeah.
It's been remarkable. Florent brings it out to Warner, who's on a run down the commentary wing. Kicks in the direction of McDonald. Right with him, Murphy. They'll track the boundary. Oh, McDonald, that's so clever. Tapped it back inboard to Papley. Papley, dangerous pass, went backwards to Rowbottom. It was chopped off by Lipinski, who got onto it. Collingwood away through Hoskin Elliott on the logo in front of the O'Reilly stand. Kicks to left half forward. This is Elliott who marks. Papley surely should have had a shot.
Yeah. Well, he had options more inside, closer to goal.
Elliott inboard to Lipinski. Lipinski straightens up to Nick Dacos. Short spearing kick to Jamie Elliott. Marks plays on immediately. Pies desperately needed. He misses.
Papley takes a breath.
Now behind for Jamie Elliott. Swans by 5 goals neat. 11-7 to 7-1. A 30-point lead for Sydney. Interestingly, at halftime last night of the first preliminary final, this was the margin at halftime. Geelong by 30. Even though that felt a lot more decided. 31 minutes here into the second term.
Still feel that Collingwood, as they've done so many times, can maybe get out of this. As the Swans move it towards left half back through Lloyd to Mills. Mills comes in the direction of Warner. Chased down, the real pressure applied then. Great stuff. Murphy would not give it up. He was able to knock it away from Warner just as he thought he was going to take an uncontested mark. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in right beneath our broadcast position in the Brawongle stand. Spun back in towards the logo. Cox tapped it down nicely. It came to Chris. Gives it to Lipinski. Now in turn to Josh Dacos. Kicks inside forward 50. Big pack up. No mark taken. Or Goulden met and a solid tackle by Elliott. Spilled out the side to Fox though for the Swans. Then it's to Florent. Now to Tom McCartan. Kick beyond defensive 50. Oh, juggled. Dropping at Pendlebury. Sort of sums up his night. Spilled to McCartan. Then to Rowbottom. The kick down towards Franklin.
More spoils. Lost track of the footy. Comes to Pendlebury.
Not sure. It was in a better position.
Great tackle, yeah.
Pendlebury's first kick of the quarter. Looks inboard to Crisp. Can't take the mark. He'll get a free.
Sydney are loving it.
Pies in a bit of the rub of the green here. Outer edge of the centre square. Crisp can put Collingwood inside 50. 33rd minute of the second term. Cox floating through. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Hoskin Elliott. Tackled, lost it. Paddy McCartan grabs it. He's tackled, dispossessed. Pack forms behind him. And a ball up 20 metres out from the Collingwood attacking goal at the Randwick end. Swans by 30.
Can they snatch a late goal, the Magpies? Can the Swans hang on? Hickey won it down. It went to Florent. Clearing kick towards right half back. Noble gets to it first. Sends it in the direction of Chris right at his shins. Couldn't gather. Parker dives on it. Chris tackles him. More players pile in. Umpires say holding the ball. No effort to get rid of it by Sydney. Mind you, there were 3 Collingwood players on top of him. It would have been a challenge. Parker slowly gets up, just takes a deep breath. Ball in the hands of Nick Dacos, who looks for the goey at the back. One down by Goulden, spill down to Rowbottom. Oh, well tackled. That should be gone. No, the umpire says holding. No, it should have been holding the ball, surely.
A poor decision.
The umpire says it's been held in. I thought that was a free kick for all money. Crisp got him. He dropped the footy.
Cameron wins it down. Crisp trying to take possession. Comes to Heaney. Kick smothered by side bottom. Or leaping up in the air is Johnson. Can't come down with it. Parker, clever. Just gets the clearing kick out of defensive 50. Franklin grabs it. Quaynor's got him holding the ball. He's about 65 out, and there's a Barney which has been started on the back of that. Quaynor wins the free kick, but he's a long, long way from goal.
The torpedo.
I know it's on the opposite flank, but this is sort of Dion Prestia territory way back in that game.
Well, this is almost where Cyril kicked the winning goal, isn't it?
The long way out, the man on the mark.
10 metres further out.
Yep, he's probably 60 from goal. He'll take his very best effort Quaynor on the barrel. He's got hold of it. It's a good roost, but it's offline. He misses everything near side. And it's half-time of the second preliminary final. And Sydney, who scored the first 26 points of the game, lead by 30 at the half. And Collingwood have never been back within 11 points.
There's a bit in this too. We know how well passionate they've been. Franklin went straight over to Quaynor, shoved him, then side bottom, and then Pendlebury. He really did make everyone know exactly what he's thought of the first half of this footy game. It's been a ripper.
The goal kickers to half-time. Papley's got a couple. Franklin has a couple. Both of them coming in that second term. And then singles for Warner, Stevens, Clark, Heaney, Rowbottom, Reid and Parker. So a solid spread for Sydney. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott and Beau McCreary each have 2. And then singles for Cameron Crisp and Hoskin Elliott. The Swans by 30 points at half-time. They are the best second half team in the competition as well. And with good reason, they've got a bit of pep in their step as Callum Mills leads them off the ground into a little bit of a slow jog and down the Paul Kelly race. And Collingwood a little more laborious and slow walking towards their change rooms and their race next to the members' pavilion. It is Sydney by 30 at half-time of the second preliminary final. Of course, the winner to go through and play Geelong in next Saturday's decider. The thoughts of Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership players on Grandstand AFL.
It looked like Collingwood started the second quarter. You know, they obviously 5 or 6 seconds they scored the first goal of the second quarter. It looked like they were back in. Then they kicked back-to-back goals, but they just couldn't get their hands on the ball. Sydney responded with some easy goals. Sydney really dominated the second quarter as far as numbers are concerned, but also shots at goal. Thoroughly deserved a 30-point lead at half-time. A lot of areas of concern for Collingwood. You know, the star players are not getting their hands on the ball. They're not playing the style that they want to play, and a lot of it's off the back of them not getting the matchups right from the get-go, and that's from the start of the game itself. With their backline, we asked for a couple of things to change. It hasn't changed, and I know we interviewed Chris before the game, and he said in round 22 they thought they threw the magnets around too much. Maybe they're thinking that in the coach's box now. Maybe we've done that in round 22, it didn't work, but clearly they've got the matchups wrong. Bite your finger, bite your ego and say, well, we got to fix it. But it's more than that also. I think the work rate of the Sydney midfield has been outstanding. The ground ball numbers clearly in Sydney's way. Their ability to hunt and get after the ball. They've used the ball better going inside 50, and they've looked more efficient inside 50. But it's hard to put Collingwood off because they've proven us wrong all year. The only thing is that Sydney's past 2 months has been elite as far as the style of play that they're playing, contested footy, their attack on the ball and the way they're scoring. The weapons they've got forward with Reid and Franklin firing, Heaney looks sharp. On the flip side, the goalie Elliott hasn't got going. Where they're going to get their goals from? The Cox has taken one mark. They haven't looked dangerous forward of the ball for mine, Collingwood, and it's an issue that they're going to have to address at half-time. But their biggest issue is their two-way running, their ability to actually get on the ball and compete and win the contest. They're beating 34 to 23 in contested possession, and that's in that quarter alone. And you can't be doing that against the Sydney team. We're going to get territory, and we clearly saw from some centre bounce clearances with Sydney's ability to get the ball forward. They're winning their 1v1s forward of the ball, and the defence of Collingwood are looking rattled.
And to back up what you're talking about there, Ty, ground ball gets 51 to 38 in Sydney's favour. So there's a clear dominance.
That's a work ethic thing.
Yeah.
It clearly ground balls. It can happen, but with it getting that way, you've got to work harder. We saw a free kick example over there with side bottom give the 50 away. It was a 3v2 contest. You've got to win that ground ball.
So then I want to talk about Collingwood's defensive matchups. I just think it's been all wrong from the start. So Franklin came into this game after a shocker on Stephen May. Put the pressure on him from the start. They thought, Braden Maynard wind him up, let him go out there. But once Franklin worked out he could get off Maynard and take a mark, it was too easy for him. Then Jeremy Howe goes to him. Same thing. Just gets slightly off Jeremy Howe. 190 centimetres only. Takes the mark. I then see Darcy Moore getting dragged back to the goal square time after time. Sydney's ground's a bit smaller. If you've got Darcy Moore at true centre half back and he gets the ball, he goes through the middle of the ground and off he goes there. So I'm really concerned about these matchups.
The other difference to the Sydney Crown is that the distance from your centre clearance to the centre circle and your positioning as a centre half forward, it's one kick. Most grounds, from a centre bounce clearance, it's really two kicks where you're actually going to have a good shot at goal. The key forwards in this ground, generally the ones that have played it well, and Barry Hall and Tony Lockett and Franklin, they don't play it from 40, they play it from 20, 25 in their positioning from goal. And that's a dangerous. It doesn't allow you as a key defender or a zone defence to drop off, which Collingwood would love to do. Get your best defender like you've asked for to play on the best forward that's on fire.
It
is that simple. Football's not that complicated. We can't complicate it.
And then you look at Collingwood's real prime movers: Jordan De Goey, 4 possessions; Josh Dacos, 4 possessions; Ginnivan, he's only had the 3 possessions in this game. Sidebottom, 7 possessions only. Now they're real good players. They're just not getting the ball at the moment. Now, their possession count's low in the first half. Only 139 possessions. So that's extraordinarily low for the Pies. But you flip it over the other side. Mills 17, Warner 15, Florent 12, Blakey 11, Lloyd 10. Guys that they want the ball in their hand, they're getting the ball. That's the difference in the game at the moment.
Very quick one. We know Craig McRae's the eternal optimist. Given everything that you've just said, can he sell that to him at half-time to say, look, we haven't really got our game going.
Yeah,
We've been beating around the ball, and we're still in it. The door's been left ajar.
I think he can, because they've got the runs on the board as far as the way they've done it this year, chasing games from behind. They've done that. So this group, any group, if you're in the Sydney rooms, like you said during the game, you've got to go and win it. Sydney will still feel that Collingwood are in this game, and Collingwood in that rooms will still feel that they've got this belief, because they've done it throughout the year with the runs on the board, but they've got other problems. It's not just a belief thing. They're not getting their hands on the ball. If this keeps going, Sydney missed 3 clear, simple opportunities. You're talking another 18 points. Oh, Sydney's scoring nearly 100 points and a half of football.
Craig McRae has sold all year. He sold ice to the Eskimos.
Yep.
This is going to have to be his best sales pitch at half-time to his team, to make them truly believe that they're good enough in this second half.
Sydney are 5 goals up at half-time. It feels like they should be leading by 7 or 8 goals at least, having kicked 11-7 to Collingwood at 7-1. Brett Sprigg is with us on the boundary. Spriggy.
Yeah, that time-on period in the second term felt like a critical juncture in this game because of the Swans' response. And down here on the boundary, the crowd responded in tow and rediscovered its voice as well. The pressure is evident on the Magpies bench, which is also Craig McRae's vantage point, as you say. Importantly, just to recap, no injury concerns out of the first half. As far as the Maynard contact on McInerney is concerned in the first term, no report was made, as we know, but if you stick your finger in the breeze, to borrow one of your favourite expressions, Corbin, canvassing a reaction on social media and down here around match officials, there will be a case to answer, I'm sure, for Braden Maynard out of that incident in the first quarter.
So just on Spriggy, so that's Maynard on McInerney from quarter 1.
That's correct. Yeah, no report made, but certainly there will be a bit of buzz around what happened there. And looking overhead, a dark sky, so the sun is officially set. Second half to come under lights.
So that was the free kick that he got. They were running to the boundary line and picked him off. He got up and took the kick. But
yeah, look, you're going to have a closer look at it, I think. But any time you do hit someone when they're not near the ball, they're obviously on trouble.
The SMS 0437 774 774. Shout out to Mark in Adelaide, enjoying the call. Go the Swans. And from Michael, love Collingwood or hate them, there's no denying that they bring massive excitement and interest to the game. As a neutral, I may even go for them.
It's a good point, isn't it? They do. Yeah. They bring this excitement. Can you imagine if they win the game in the grand final week in Melbourne?
It'll be a big week. It'll be a big week with them there. Sydney have 1 foot through. They're 30 points up at half-time, trying to join Geelong in next week's decider. Second half action around the corner, but first, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Officials in London say queues to view the Queen's coffin lying in state at Westminster Hall are reaching full capacity. Sally Sarah reports.
The wait for mourners is now more than 24 hours. Members of the public are being urged not to travel to join the queue. Yesterday, lines were closed for several hours due to the scale of crowds gathering along the banks of the River Thames. This evening, local time, the Queen's grandchildren will hold a silent vigil beside her coffin in Westminster Hall. Princes William and Harry will be dressed in military uniform at the request of the King. More than 500 foreign dignitaries have begun arriving in London for the state funeral on Monday.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says he's honoured to commemorate Queen Elizabeth's death in London after arriving in Britain from Australia. Mr Albanese, the Governor-General David Hurley and 10 hand-picked Australians will attend the state funeral, along with 2,000 other dignitaries and heads of state. Here's the Prime Minister, who's laid a wreath in London in honour of the Queen.
Monday will be a sombre day, but it will also be a day of celebrating a life well lived, a life of service, a life in which Queen Elizabeth will be remembered.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin is insisting Ukraine's recent counter-offensive in the northeast Kharkiv region will not change Russia's military plans. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has more from Moscow.
Vladimir Putin said despite attempts at a counter-offensive by Ukraine's army, Russia's offensive in the Donbass continues. He insisted that Russian forces there were gradually occupying more and more territory. His comments, made to Russian journalists and shown on television here, were clearly designed to send a message to the nation that there's no panic in the Kremlin over Russia's recent and considerable territorial losses in northeast Ukraine.
Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan have reported no new incidents, indicating a ceasefire agreed to after intense fighting remains in effect. The two former Soviet republics have clashed over a border dispute, accusing each other of using tanks, mortars, rocket artillery and assault drones to attack nearby settlements. The Central Asian border issues largely stem from the Soviet era, when Moscow tried to divide ethnic regions. Banks in Lebanon are closing for 3 days next week following a spate of hold-ups by clients unable to access their money. At least 5 incidents were reported yesterday. A severe economic crisis has left most people in Lebanon struggling to afford food and other essentials. A Qantas flight from Melbourne to Sydney today had to turn around following reports of an unusual smell in the cabin. It's reported that cabin crew felt unwell due to the fumes. The flight departed Melbourne at about 11:10 and landed back at Melbourne Airport half an hour later, where emergency services responded and passengers disembarked. A Qantas spokesperson says AFL fans on board were then transferred to other flights to make it to the Collingwood Sydney preliminary final at the SCG today. Police have charged a third man and are looking for a fourth suspect over a fatal Brisbane stabbing. Audrey Corty reports.
Police are searching for 24-year-old Kyle Martin, who is wanted over the alleged stabbing of 23-year-old Levi Johnson on Monday. It is alleged that 4 men attacked Mr. Johnson in a Mansfield car park on Brisbane's south side. 2 of those men were arrested and charged earlier in the week. Police later captured Thomas Myler at a Wellington Point home on Friday, but Mr. Martin is still at large. Police say the 2 men appear to have had a falling out and chose to split up. Police have found the car the men drove to the crime scene and forensic testing is underway. Mr. Myler's matter was mentioned in a Brisbane Magistrates Court this morning. He's due to appear again next month.
Police are investigating a man's death in Melbourne's southeast, just streets away from a fatal assault early yesterday morning. Detectives have set up a crime scene at the Henry Street property in Noble Park, and at this stage the 2 deaths aren't linked, and follows a 25-year-old man's death at a nearby property in Leslie Grove 24 hours earlier. A 30-year-old man has been charged over his murder. And the longest-running show in New York, the Phantom of the Opera, is set to close in February after ticket sales failed to recover following COVID-19 lockdowns. The musical by Andrew Lloyd Webber premiered in the city in 1988 and has become one of the main events on Broadway, with nearly 14,000 performances and dozens of awards. Theatres in New York have struggled to recover from the pandemic when they were forced to close for 18 months. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming.
Hi, I'm David Warner. Join me for every ball.
Pull shot. Struck it nicely. Straight to the field. Gets another wicket.
Every catch.
Shooter comes in and takes the catch.
And every big hit.
Hits this high, far. Are you kidding me? Whips it for 6. What a shot.
The world's best cricketers hitting our shores.
This is a World Cup you won't want to miss.
The 2022 Men's T20 World Cup is coming to you.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
Must be love, love, love.
ABC. Stay connected.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Second goal at it. Cox knocks it away to DeGoey. Bangs bodies with Patley. Cox picks up the footy, gives it to Chris. Floats a hand pass to Lipinski. Shoots a hand pass to Elliott. Goal. It took just 27 seconds.
The immediate response in the second term. Franklin from the sunshine kicks the goal.
The broadcast wing is just going to have to go long in the Myercheck direction. They come from everywhere. Punched away by Tom McCartan. Free kick, Collingwood. Darcy Cameron was put down. Made his debut here. Now back at the SCG in the biggest game of his life. And breathes some more life into it. As Hickey grabs it out of the ruck. Surge kick forward for the Swans. Franklin underneath it. Takes the mark. Lance Franklin moves in. Got a couple. And he's still capable of being Buddy.
Got it on him, turn to Mills. The centering kick towards full forward. Big collision. Oh, it's sat down there for Rowbottom to pounce. And Rowbottom running into an open goal. Bangs it into the second tier. Josh Dacos kicks Collingwood towards centre half forward. Hoskin Elliott marks. Looks to play on quickly. Measures the kick to McCreery. Just his third final. Hadn't kicked the goal in finals before tonight. And now McCreery's got two. So Isaac Heaney, one of the Swans who's played in every game this season, from 45 out, he's riding this home. He kicks the goal.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So 5 goals is the margin at half-time. The Sydney Swans 11-7. They lead Collingwood at 7-1. The Swans did score the first 26 points of the game, and from that point on, Collingwood have only ever been able to get it back within 11 points. This is Grandstand AFL, our coverage of the second preliminary final from the Sydney Cricket Ground. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon to call the footy. We've got Brett Sprigg on the boundary and our Grandstand AFL experts, Tyg Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas. The AFLW a little earlier this afternoon. Final score, a draw between Carlton and Fremantle. So another draw for the Blues, 5-2-32. Fremantle, 5-2-32. Cannot be separated there. The other matches played today, Port Adelaide, wide, 10-8 over Sydney, 2 behind. So that's a 66-point win for Port Adelaide. They're first in the competition. The Gold Coast, too good for St Kilda, a 14-point victory. West Coast beat GWS by 17 points. Wins don't come all that easily to West Coast AFLW unit. 2-4 to 1-3 over the Giants. And the last of the games, in what has been a big Saturday, 5 fixtures, Bulldogs 6-1, beat Hawthorn 1-1. So a 5-goal victory there for the Bulldogs. Off the SMS, Razor, the woodcutter, listening in Rockingham, cheering for the Swannies, for my family in Leeton, Brisbane and Canberra. Nice to hear from you. Razor off the SMS 0437 774 774.
Is that Razor from Rocky?
I think so.
Excellent.
Yep. I think so. That's the SMS number if you want to get involved. 0437 774 774. Now, Anne did text us moments ago about Jordan De Goey. He seemed to hurt his already sore shoulder. He had that AC joint injury, which he actually suffered in the qualifying final. Played last week against the Dockers towards the end of that quarter. Brett Spriggy's on the boundary for us. We'll get Spriggy to keep an eye on that with Jordan De Goey going to start on the ground to begin quarter number 3. What are you looking for early here, Ty Kennelly?
Looking for some hunt and some ground ball effort and intensity from Collingwood around the ball with your better players that they've started inside in the middle of the ground and Pendlebury and De Goey to get you go forward and say to the rest of your team, come with me lads, come with me. This is what we've done in the past. We've got plenty of belief. I'm sure they'll talk about it at half time. You'd be a silly man to bet against them and what they've done and their ability to fight and the belief that they've shown Collingwood.
Sydney are the best second half team in the competition this year, but Collingwood have won 5 games when trailing at half time. They're trying to reel in a 30-point deficit here to make it through to the 2022 decider. The Swans by 5 goals on Grandstand AFL. You're with Clint Weldon.
Cox waits, Hickey's up, wins it down for Sydney. And Pendlebury was able to gather. Hand pass for him, early touch for Pendlebury. Gets it to Chris, wheels around, Hand passes out towards Josh Dacos. He'll send it deep inside forward 50, leading out Cameron. That's the start the Magpies wanted. He marks on his chest about 40 from goal, a slight angle to the left.
Well, just that space. The Dacos kick was beautiful, but Pendlebury involved, Crisp involved. Then finally to Josh Dacos, who's probably their best kick in the team. And it wasn't a leading target. It was, well, let's drop it into space and let's let one of our forwards run onto it. And it was Darcy Cameron.
Here comes Darcy Cameron, looking for his second of the night. You get the feeling this could be a big moment. Cameron kicks on goal. Oh, he's missed to the right-hand side.
Barely made the distance.
Yeah. That's a really disappointing kick for Darcy Cameron. He's been in good form. That was poor. Sydney lead by 29 points now, opening 60 seconds of the third.
Shingar got in the way.
Lloyd from the kick out takes some ground and then hand pass to Tom McCartan, kicks down the broadcast wing. Heaney clever, just gets it off the deck, sockers it away to Stevens. His hand pass back into dispute. Stevens burrows in again, close to the boundary line, and we'll have a ball up just 1 metre inside the boundary, 70 out from the Pies goal. Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Expect to see Sydney's sub made in the next few seconds. Braden Campbell warming up, and Sam Reid has gone down to the rooms.
Oh, that's not good news for the Swans veteran. Had a lot of work done in his groin, as Spriggy told us earlier, as Mills just hunts after Crisp and wins are holding the ball free, defensive side of the wing.
Yeah. The tackle finished out of bounds. It's just the throw-in.
Yep. So Mills measures the kick precisely to the lead of Heaney. He marks centre wing. Commentary side of the ground. Big lead from Franklin. That's ignored. Henny goes short.
Guess who's on? Lance Franklin.
He was. Kick into the right forward pocket. Came from Stevens and now to Parker. He's one kick from goal. He'll go short himself. Oh, that was lovely.
That is poor from Collingwood. Very poor defensively. Just you saw 3 marks and there was a lot of pointing from the Collingwood defenders there. And the midfielders just pointing. No one's willing to do the work. That's just sloppy defence, and it's team defence for a reason. It's, you got to work hard and try and help your defensive unit, but it's just sloppy and it's too easy.
Fox saw the gap, ran into it, took the mark. He'll kick from just inside 50 from the right forward pocket. We're right behind it. It starts swinging to the right and it stays that way. A minor score. Both teams with behinds to start the third. 11-8-74. That's Sydney playing Collingwood 7-2-44. Travelling about 3 minutes in the third.
Kruger, the unused sub for Collingwood. Key position player is Nick Dacos on the kick out, goes long to half back, but Tom McCartan works his way in front of Cameron, takes a contested mark. High half forward for Sydney, kicking to the Randwick end. He goes to the top of the goal square. McDonald comes to the front of the pack and wraps his mitts around it. And Logan McDonald can shoot from 15 out straight in front.
Good for his confidence. Hasn't had a look at it really in the first half, and he'll have to step up. At Sam Reid obviously going down. Great work from Ryan Clark. I'm just watching his off the ball stuff. He's trying to get the Darcy Moore to tie him down at any slow entry into Sydney's forward 50 to try and keep him occupied and try and stop him from coming up third man up. But a great mark, nice jump. It'll be good for his confidence, this kid.
So Darcy Cameron misses at one end, Sydney to cash in at the other. Logan McDonald threads it. More of the same for Sydney. New game high. Swans by 36. 4 travelled in the third term. 12-8-80. Sydney, Collingwood 7-2-44. Early doors, third quarter.
You've got to get a spoil in there, Jeremy Howe. He's the one that's flying. His job. Yeah. Slow play and slow entry. Yeah, so Moore's tied up now with Franklin. He's in the contest. You know, he comes off Logan McDonald and he's just got to get the arm in. He's got to get the spoil in there. There's no reason not to be able to spoil that ball there. Yeah, it's very poor, isn't it? Yeah. Replay. He had to run and jump at it.
Will Hayward must think he's due a goal. The Sydney Swans numerically have had goals to Warner, Stevens, Clark, Heaney, McDonald and Rowbottom. So the next in line is number 9. And Will Hayward, for those who like these sorts of things, as the bounce is a good one and Cox palms it down, socked forward by Pendlebury for Collingwood. Gilman goes to ground. Good battle in here. Josh Dacos tries to work it out to Pendlebury again, shoveled forward only as far as Rampy kicks up into the air and waiting underneath it. Good mark to Happily put himself in the right position. Quaynor still playing on him. Puts it to the right forward pocket he wants. Franklin, ball bounces in front of him. He'll have to turn. Collingwood players surround it. They all waited and paused for a moment before Moore went out after it. Was able to tap it back to Maynard. Gets a hurried kick away, stretching Papley, and he marks it right half forward for Sydney.
So that's Josh Dacos. That's Nick Dacos' ball. But what he's thinking about, rather than picking up the ball, is if he can get the handball.
Papley tries to lay it up to Franklin. Maynard covers across, takes the intercept mark. And then goes short to Chris, who takes the mark.
Just attack the ball. Bodyline the ball, attack it.
Chris comes out wide to DeGoey, who marks defensive side of the wing. Interestingly, he's got no strapping on his shoulders as the kick from DeGoey down to half forward. Cameron goes to ground. Ball spills through to Florent. Hurried kick back down the wing. Quaynor at the drop takes the intercept mark. So 10 individual goal kickers now for Sydney.
That's better.
As Quaynor swings his kick all the way back to Moore at centre-half back for Collingwood.
Takes a bounce, draws Clark towards him. Hand passes on. This is Nick Dacos. Stabs the pass short. Penalty under pressure, can't mark. Chris tries to gather. Couldn't. Picked up there by Robot. An umpire spotted a free kick. It'll come back to Collingwood here. And Chris will have it. Holding the player. Call. He stands just forward now of the centre circles. Kicks low, inside forward 50, and it floated through and found the chest of Elliott. And he marks right in front of goal. He'll go back and kick from no more than 30 out.
Put the ball to dangerous spots. Good things usually happen. It puts the defenders under the most pressure. They've got to defend then.
Brett Sprigg downstairs.
Confirmation it's the adductor for Sam Reid, so you'll see Braden Campbell out there now on the commentary wing, but Sam Reid out of the game now subbed.
So Jamie Elliott looking for his third. Comes in. He's missed to the left. Collingwood spurning some chances. And now 7-3-45. Sydney lead 12-8-80. 7 and a bit gone in the third term. It's the Swans by 35.
Yeah, different story. Darcy Cameron kicks that one, and Elliott, you got to take him when you're this far behind. It sounds simple, but scoreboard pressure does help, and it helps the crowd.
Sydney Chan taking over as Lloyd to Rampy. Short kick to Fox at half-back. He chips it down the wing over the head of Florent, his intended target. Cameron pumps it back inside 50. Unkind bounce for Cameron. Tom McCartan paddles it straight out of bounds. Says...
that's deliberate every day of the week. That's right in front of the ump. He's got to make that call, don't you?
Just repeating what Brett Sprigg told us, so an adductor injury for Sam Reid, a 30-year-old premiership player with the Swans, subbed out. Braden Campbell into the game early in the third term from the boundary throw-in. The rucks miss it. Lipinski hands it to DeGoey. Rowbottom spectacular. The 1%er got the smother in there. Comes to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Back to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. High bomb inside the forward 50. Good luck marking that. Spills down to Fox. He's tackled. Lost it. Close to the boundary line. Cameron stands up with the footy. Hickey's got it. There's a free kick for a throw. It's against Cameron. Incorrect disposal. Free kick to Fox. Left back pocket for the Swans. Sydney by 35. 9 played in the third.
Fox sees a bit of space in front of him. Goes on a run and then thumps it to in front of the O'Reilly stand. No mark taken. Goulden tries to shovel it forward. Still there to be won. Players surround the football. Umpire will eventually... he'll call holding the ball here. He will. Now, that's a little bit unfortunate because just as he called holding the ball, the Swans with a clearing kick down the outer side to Campbell, and then they've given 50 metres away on top of that. Campbell, the player, has been pinged for kicking it away, and I'm not sure that he heard it, to be fair.
They've had a great couple of minutes, have they? The umpires, that is.
It's the old lemony snicket. It's a series of unfortunate events.
Clint's getting into a few of your territories here, Cole.
You're not giving me enough credit. I can come up with a very poor line whenever I want. So the shot on goal from Collingwood. This is a massive moment for them, and he delivers this young superstar. Nick Dacos, the 19-year-old, with Collingwood under enormous pressure in this term, drags the margin back to 29 points. There's life in the contest. Sydney 12.880 to Collingwood 8.351. We've gone 10 minutes in this third term.
Well, there's no doubt there's life. They're hanging around. They're keeping the pressure. It's an unfortunate. I think Simon Meredith got sucked in to that 50-metre penalty there. I think it's unlucky. Who's that against?
Braden Campbell.
It's Campbell. It's pretty unlucky.
And he just emerges with it and gets the kick away as he blows the whistle, so they ping him for 50.
Still need to go in the game, Collingwood.
Yeah. Sydney need to get their hands on the ball to stop the momentum. Collingwood got the momentum. They keep going, tick away at this scoreboard.
Swans by 29. Cameron wins the head out. Down to Josh Dacos. Hand pass back to Cameron. He just sockers it into open space. Bianco needs a kind bounce. Doesn't get it. Florent paddles it in front of him. Side bottom in the other direction. Collects. Running out of room. Eastern boundary line. He's out of room. And a throw in underneath the O'Reilly stand. 11 played in the third. So a goal each to start the second half. Swans scored the first 26 points of the game. Collingwood have only been back within 11. And it was 30, the margin at half-time for the boundary throw-in. Lipinski caught on the bottom. The ball up, another stoppage. Out on that eastern wing here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The floodlights taking over. Swans by 29.
Hickey wins the tap. Pendlebury tries to gather once, twice, and couldn't. McCreery hand passes to himself, tries to tap it, did really well. Gathers, kicks into the right forward pocket on the bounce. He wants Elliott. Ball bounced over his head. Blakey back there, hand pass short. Lloyd takes it over the line. Did well enough to disguise that. Will be a throw in a couple of metres to the right of the right-hand behind post. All big collision. We're just seeing a replay for the reason Hoskin Elliott's downstairs. Clash of heads with Cameron a short time ago. It would have hurt. No wonder it's drawn blood with the ball put back into play again. Another ruck at a telling tap. Comes out to McInerney for the Swans. Gives it to Lloyd. Now to Warner. Kicks high up in the air. We just about bring snow. Coming forward. Murphy for Collingwood punches it forward. Side bottom couldn't gather. Scooping it up. There's Campbell once more. Gives it to Mills. Kicks the Swans back towards the logo in front of the O'Reilly stand. A good defensive mark here.
More dangerous.
One more.
Goes backward and then intercept mark for Justin McInerney. Picks it off in front of Howe. Runs into the open goal and shows him his tail lights. Bangs it up into the top deck. Sydney by 35. 13 gone in the third term. Sydney 13.886. Collingwood 8.351. Red Sprig on the boundary.
Very hot mail here. Mason Cox subbed off for the Pies, so Nathan Kruger now on. Still not sure what the actual deal is for the big American, but we'll find out in the next few seconds.
Well, that
huge turnover.
Yeah, we're sitting here, Tiger. We could see where McInerney was, and it's just, look at that. Darcy Moore had to have seen him, but you got to take those kicks on. They just got to get there quicker. Simple as that. And I wonder if Howe could see him as well.
It was the right option. Just didn't execute it well enough. And look, you've got to take the game. We're just saying Collingwood had all the momentum the past 5 or 6 minutes. Really, Sydney barely got inside the forward 50, and it just killed you.
The restart again. Sydney just keep finding avenues to goal, and Collingwood getting punished for their mistakes as De Goey is wrapped up in a strong tackle. It's not going his way at all. Goulden will win the free kick for Sydney on the wing. It's remarkable how a week can change. It's been held tonight and held well. Dangerous kick from Goulden, but Hickey's good enough to mark.
Did it well, could feel the pressure coming, stick his big backside out and just took the heat and took his hands out and strong.
In front of Kruger. He'll wheel around and then kick into the right forward pocket. He wants Franklin. Quaynor went up, dropped it. Papley behind them, gathers Papley, looking for the miraculous from the right forward pocket. It won't bend enough, but it was not far away. A minor score for Sydney. 13.987 to 8.351. 14 gone in the third.
Equal game high at 36.
Having a bit of flair now. Sorry, Corby.
15 minutes played in this third quarter as Dacos plays on from the kick out, lifts a hand pass out to Quaynor. He links up with Noble, who runs along that eastern boundary line, has a bounce, drives a kick to half forward to a contest, and Blakey just kills it. Punches it out of bounds and a throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies.
Ash Johnson 1 possession, Ginnivan only 3 possessions. Mycheck 4 possessions. 3 of their forwards just can't get their hands on the football at the minute. That's for the game, not for the quarter, for the game.
2 goals to 1 in the turn. Collingwood have been playing catch up all day from the boundary throw-in. Swatted down for the Magpies by Kruger, the sub who's out there. Hand pass goes wide to Crisp. Crisp is going to get a free kick. He was tackled high. He kicks long to the top of the goal square. Tom McCartan, the backhanded knuckle, just knocks it through for a rush behind. And the minor score, Sydney by 35.
Still know where they're going to get the goals from now. It's hard to see them trying to claw it back when you haven't had opportunities in that halfway through that quarter, really just to get on the scoreboard and take the opportunities. Now it's just a bit rushed and chaotic. If Cox is off, who's the pillar to actually target and get some chaotic problems and contest from Collingwood, that is.
Blakey with the kick into Florent, who marks in the right back pocket for Sydney. Send it high towards the commentary wing. McDonald tries to work his way forward. Howe front position. Won it to ground though. Hand pass back to Pendlebury, now to Quaynor. Sweeps a hand pass back inboard. Chris, dumped to ground. Wrapped up. Goulden got him. Ball came out the back. Noble has to effect the tackle. Parker looked to take it away. It's been locked in. Ball up. Errol Goulden, what a tackle.
A bit of a feature tonight, hasn't there? Efficient tackling from Sydney.
Kruger won it down to the go. He got a hand pass. Stolen though by Florent. Hand pass was meant for Hayward. He's able to pick it up. Shrugs the attempted tackle of Bianco. Worked it forward again through the hands of Clark. It comes to right half forward. Florent goes back. Finds Warner. Kicks inside forward 50. McDonald can't mark. Socked forward again by Mills. Up into the air. Took a little ricochet. Coming down Hayward. Got a hand pass out. This is Campbell. Got tackled. Lost it. Ginnivan put his head over the football. 2 Swans wrap him up. It's inside forward 50 for Sydney. It's locked in there.
Well, that was big.
Will throw it up.
That was big by the Pies. You just feel like 1, maybe 2 more for Sydney and it's game over.
Swans by 35. 17 and a half gone in the third. Kruger grabs it out of the ruck. Long raking left-footed drop punt into the middle of the ground. Johnson can't mark, spills down to Myercheck. Just kicks it from inside the centre square. Needs a kind bounce, won't get it. And the ball will almost stop completely on the behind line. So rare you see that in the modern game as Tom McCartan goes short to Mills. Mills wrestling with Ginnivan and Ginnivan scraps for a neutral ball. It's out of play, forward pocket for Collingwood.
That's what you want if you're the Pies forwards. You want to get the Sydney defenders up the ground. Get them out of their comfort zone. Both McCartans ramping.
Running back towards goal. They don't like it. They haven't done it all night.
Correct.
Ball spun back in. That one down by Cameron. It comes out towards Dacos and he snaps. Josh Dacos. They won't go away, Collingwood. They're sticking around the Maggies at the moment. Sydney's lead cut back to 29 points, 13-9-87 to Collingwood's 9-4-58, and we've gone 18 minutes into the third.
You don't. That's training stuff. There, you practice and practice that, and that was just a beautiful bit of ruck work by Darcy Cameron. And Collingwood had 2. They had 2 on the move in that stoppage. It ends up with Josh Dacos. Beautiful snap over the left shoulder.
Swans by 29, 19 gone in the third. Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Still no official mail on why Mason Cox was subbed out, although if you're really reading into this, and it's not the spirit of the rule, but I think it's a tactical sub. I think we can all agree as far as taking the extra tall off the ground.
I don't think
Did he get a head knock? Did he get a head knock?
He definitely get a head knock. Because that would mean he's unavailable next week.
Just saw hand the other day. Back in the middle, Hickey wins the hit out for Sydney. Had the footy momentarily, lost it. Cameron just used his foot skills. Sockers it to Bianco. Hand pass to side bottom on the wing. Kicks inside 50. G. Kruger coming from the back. Brings it to ground. Ginnivan at the drop. Can't collect. Ginnivan still scrapping for it. McCreary somehow extracts it. Hand pass to Bianco. Links up with Tagoe. Desperate shot goalward. Lands top of the goal square. Hoskin Elliott flies. No mark. Spills to Papley. And Papley rebounds out of defensive 50, but only just.
Get it back in there.
Maynard takes the intercept mark.
Get it back in there. Put the pressure on.
He's 70 metres out, Maynard. Sydney by 29, approaching time on in the third.
Maynard will put it towards the top of the goal. Johnson came out, couldn't mark, spills down at the back. Cameron tackled by Hickey to ground. Spun in the 360, taken to the turf. Umpire will board up.
Got to go quicker, Maynard. They just keep the pressure on. Put Sydney's don't let them set. Don't let them set where they want to be.
Hickey palmed it down. Parker's kick straight to Ginnivan. He was tackled, tried to get it out to the go. He flicked it between his legs. Rowbottom picks it up. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50 to right half back. Howe waits underneath it. Hayward might have knocked him in the head with his arm, and Hayward might have come out the worse for wear. Into the middle of the ground to Quain, or now out to Sidebottom, who marks it right half forward.
And look at Callum Mills, how well he sets up inside defensive 50. Just blocks that space.
Sidebottom. He's just going to kick it to the top of the goal square. Running effort from Kruger, runs underneath it. Still alive. Top of the defensive goal square. Mills grabs it. Tackled front on by Cameron. Says, I'll have it. And a ball up.
You just feel like this is a critical moment here.
They're holding on, Sydney. They're holding on. They understand the defence is standing up. The last 4 entries. Great setup from Collingwood behind the ball to get it put back in.
Hickey wins the hit out. McInerney jumps on top of it, hands it to Lloyd, tackled, lost it. McCreary scrapping, knocks it out. Lipinski, hand pass to Josh Dacos, snaps goalwood, he misses. Oof. Trying to make it a couple in a row. Next goal critical for Collingwood. Sydney by 28 points, time on third term. And now 50. Before they'd even brought the ball back into play.
This will bring Sydney into the centre square for Blakey to move it to McInerney, who marks right in the middle of the ground. He'll stab the pass forward. Taken by Goulden. Wills onto that left. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Leaping up. Murphy won it down. Papley. It spilled to him. Couldn't gather to go. He picks it up. Hand passing it forward to Lipinski. Has runners with him. Bianco. Hand pass Pendlebury. They're down the outer wing. Kicked inside forward 50. Hits Ginnivan on the chest.
Way back. Kick the goal.
He's 45 from goal, thought about playing on quickly, and then takes the right decision. He can make the distance, and he's, well, let's say, in line with the right-hand goalpost.
Great turnover, great defensive spoil. There was 3 of them back on that ball when Errol Goulding got it inside target for Heaney, and they just went direct straight on the middle of the ground. What a right foot kick from Pendlebury.
The Pies need to take every opportunity that's presented their way. Jack Ginnivan on his way, boots cross the 50, kick looked perfect. The Collingwood Army, they rise. The lead is back to 22 points, and this young man did exactly what his team needed him to do. Jack Ginnivan with his first goal in what has otherwise been a pretty quiet night. Sydney at 13-9-87, Collingwood 10-5, 65, 22 and a bit gone in the third. They can boo him, he won't care.
Another goal will be very, very interesting coming in at 3/4 time. For Collingwood, that is. They've still got plenty of time. They've had all the momentum in the past 5 or 6 minutes, really. You know, they've repeat entries, they've plunked the ball back inside Sydney. It looked like the 50-metre penalty there was going to hurt them, and you think Sydney were going to go on and score, but they keep on coming. There's a reason they're in the preliminary final.
They've kicked 3 of the last 4 now, Tig, in the game, having fallen behind by 36 Collingwood, which was a high water mark. Now back to 22. 24 travelled. Third turn as Cameron wins the hit out through the legs of Crisp. Cameron again soccering. Out wide, Bianco. Hitting up hard. Campbell won it. Hand pass to Mills. Kicks inside 50. Quain all.
It's got to spoil that, Papley.
Takes the intercept mark. Centre half back. They cut straight through the corridor. The short way home, Crisp takes the mark.
It's amazing when you got momentum where things go your way, the drop of the ball, or the kick your way, or not even executing the spoil. It's exactly what Collingwood have right now.
Now into the slow play. Comes wide to Hoskin, Elliott and McInerney able to take an easy intercept mark. Half back for the Swans. Sydney by 22. Time on in the third.
22-year-old in his third final. Goes to centre half back to Mills. The All-Australian. In towards Fox, who takes a bounce and goes on a run. Dangerous kick. He wanted Franklin. Carries over the head. Noble comes to meet it. He kicks long towards right half forward. The kick is precise. Odd. He really needed to take that, Johnson, and couldn't. And then under pressure, the ball's out of bounds on the full. The mark just had to be taken for Collingwood.
You're spot on, Clint, because then he had Elliott straight over the top in the goal square. Big moment there for the Pies, missed.
Swans hurriedly through Rampy. Long kick down that eastern wing. Darcy Moore, the intercept mark.
He's going to get...
Looked in the corridor, now decides to head long to Elliott. One out in the cage. Jamie Elliott wrestling. Blakey knocks it away from him. Parker puts his head over it. Wanted a free, won't get it. To go, trying to extract the footy. Ump says ball up. And Parker looks at the umpire and says, where's my free? And it's not forthcoming. And a ball up on the 50. Centre half forward for Collingwood. Bit of momentum for the Pies. Swans by 22 in the game. Cameron down to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Lipinski. Knocks it deeper inside 50. Kruger hits up to meet it. Look away. Hand pass straight to Fox. High up and under to half back. And Hickey's at the drop. Takes the mark to Sydney on the back flank.
Gee, that was a good attack by Kruger.
Wasn't it?
Hickey to McDonald.
They'll need a couple of these marks. Sydney take this thing. It's a big 4 and a bit minutes to go in this quarter yet. So there's plenty of time if Collingwood kick a couple. They just need to take this thing. Collingwood's momentum.
He marked just forward of left half back, goes to centre wing, and Campbell has it. Stevens rather. Stevens decides to go on a short run. Now he'll kick it inside forward 50. There's a big pack in the left forward pocket. The rucks are there. It's off hands. Franklin out after it. Boundary line will beat him. Throwing it left full forward for the Swans.
That's the Reid one there. That exactly. Structurally, they'll lose a lot with Reid. Structurally, he's there. He gets the game plan. He gets an understanding of football. There's immense. There's a prime example of missing a Reid down the line. A tall target Sydney need.
Both subs been made. Going back in. One down by Collingwood to Crisp and stabbed it short and got away with it too to side bottom. Hand pass releases Noble. He's at right half back and he'll kick down the outer wing.
Kruger's in the contest. It's knocked away from him and out of play.
Oh, and they're in the defence, both players there. Fox and Kruger.
And those advertising hoardings, they're quite sharp, as we know, the modern day electronic boards. All okay in a boundary throw in eastern wing. So Swans by 22. Still 3 minutes on the game clock in this third term. Collingwood with a bit of momentum from the boundary throw-in. Rucks miss it. Side bottom inside 50. Kruger crashes the pack. Spills down to McCreary. Trying to take on Florin. The tackle stuck. That's superb from Ollie Florin. Holds him up.
It was instant, that tackle.
Sydney plonked Mills behind the ball the last minute and a half to try and shore up. They scored 3 of the last 4 goals, Collingwood.
Stoppage inside 50 for the Magpies. Hickey pushes it down to Parker. Tackled by De Goey. Ball spits out. Side bottom, centre half forward. Hand pass to Pendlebury, to Lipinski, to Crisp. The walls close in. Clark's got him. Tackled. Ball comes out. Parker hurried handball away to Florin. Says ball up. 55 out from the Collingwood goal. No free kick for Florin.
Couple of interesting decisions there. Watching the replay on the screen now.
Cameron wins it down to go. He tapped it in the direction of side bottom. 60 out from goal. Kicks towards full forward. Pack up. No mark taken. McInerney's at the back. He's able to work it away. Lloyd on the boot. Kicks high up into the air. Can't mark it. Noble underneath it. Umpire spots a free kick. It's going the Swans' way. He'll come back here to Campbell. He'll have it at right half back. Free against Noble. So the sub Campbell coming on for Reid. Sends it to right half forward. McDonald couldn't mark. Franklin at the back. Pendlebury got there first. Franklin tackles him to ground just inside Sydney's forward 50. We'll have a ball up. The Swans lead is 22 points. We've travelled 28 minutes into the third.
Up it goes. Hickey trying to grab it out of the ruck. Unsuccessful. Spills down to Pendlebury. Just threw it out. De Goey tried to paddle it on. Clark puts his head over it. Leaves it behind. Parker got it. Hand pass to Rowbottom. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Franklin up. Second attempt. No mark. Moore's hand pass for side bottom. Banks bodies with Stevens. Stevens slow to rise. Side bottom paddles at the Moore's advantage. Collingwood get it out of the defensive arc. Moore hand pass to Quaynor. Down the eastern wing. Sweeping hand pass McCreary. Collingwood trying to go end to end. Long kick McCreary. Elliott a 2-on-1. Mills, the All-Australian with the intercept mark. Inside the defensive 50. Half hour mark. Third term. Sydney by 22.
Great move by John Lamar. 2.5 minutes to go. You know, clearly Collingwood had the momentum and you just got to try and slow it up at some bit as you're going inside your 50 with an extra against you and Mills.
He moved it to Heaney, and Heaney finds McDonald marking right up against the line on centre wing.
They won 3/4 time here, the Swans.
They're just hanging on after being in, well, I wouldn't say control, but they were certainly looking the goods. Gordon went short, found Parker only just far enough to be a mark. He's got it shy of left half forward. Parker can put it inside forward 50, into the left forward pocket, wants Franklin. Howe has there got a fist to it. Sees it over the line. Howe, nice touch here. And Murphy helped up by their Collingwood teammates as we close in on three-quarter time.
So Collingwood seemingly with a bit of momentum, having kicked 3 of the last 4. County grabs it out of the ruck. Heaney runs him down, says play on.
It was a short throw-in.
From that, it comes out back door to Gordon, hand pass to Stevens. Hooks a kick inside Heaney. Juggled mark. Third attempt, he's got it. 25 out, 45-degree angle. He'll kick after the bell at three-quarter time.
Yeah, I thought it was a hole in the ball to take it out of the rock, but I think the throw-in was quite short for Cameron to take it. So Isaac Heaney probably should have got the free kick. He ends up getting it anyway.
That's a fortune.
Yeah, it's been all Collingwood.
Big quarter for the Magpies. 7 scoring shots to 4 up until this point. They won the inside 50 count. And if Heaney pops this through, the only ground they would have made up is 2 miserable points. Isaac Heaney, deep breaths. A few gathering behind the mark. How about it, Sydney? The kick misses. Heaney across the goal face. And the Swans leave the door ajar. 23 points is their advantage at three-quarter time. And a miss from Heaney sprays his set shot across the goal face. Sydney are 13-10-88. They played in front all day. Collingwood, the best closing team we've ever seen, 10-5-65. They have won 11 games this year decided by 2 goals or less. The previous best in VFL-AFL history was 8 in a season. And Collingwood, they need to do a bit more work yet if they are to make it a cliffhanger again. Swans by 23. 2 for Franklin, 2 for Papley. 1 for Warner, Stevens, Clark, Heaney, McDonald, Rowbottom, Reid, Parker and McInerney. While for Collingwood, a couple for Elliott, a couple for McCreary, and then singles for Josh Dacos, Cameron, Crisp, Hoskin Elliott, Ginnivan and Nick Dacos. 23 points the Swans lead at three-quarter time. The 2 men subbed out Sam Reid with an adductor injury, and Mason Cox, the official word is a groin complaint, subbed out of the game in that third term, largely believed to be tactical for the Magpies. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
High half forward for Sydney. Kicking to the Randwick end. He goes to the top of the goal square. McDonald! So Darcy Cameron misses at one end. Sydney to cash in at the other. Logan McDonald threads it.
So the shot on goal from Collingwood. This is a massive moment for them, and he delivers this young superstar. Nick Dacos.
More dangerous. Goes backward and then intercept mark for Justin McInerney. Picks it off in front of Howe. Runs into the open goal and shows him his tail lights. Bangs it up into the top deck.
Ball spun back in. That one down by Cameron. It comes out towards Dacos and he snaps. Josh Dacos. They won't go away, Collingwood. To go, he picks it up. Hand passing it forward to Lipinski, has runners with him, Bianco. Hand pass Pendlebury, they're down the outer wing. Kicked inside forward 50, hits Ginnivan on the chest.
Go back, kick the goal.
Jack Ginnivan on his way, boots cross the 50. Kick looked perfect. The Collingwood Army, they rise. The lead is back to 22 points.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the third term as Collingwood doing their very best to get back into this game and keep their hopes alive to progress to next Saturday's grand final. Sydney, who scored the first 26 points of the match, Collingwood have never been back within 11 thereafter. At three-quarter time, the Swans by 23. Ty Kennelly and Adam Ramanauskas with a quarter to play in the preliminary final.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to be a betting man to write Collingwood off, would you? What they've done and what they've been able to achieve this year with their belief. They just went back to what they know. We asked for Pendlebury and the leaders. Side bottom got their hands in the ball in that quarter. Your better players need to get your hand in the ball so the rest can follow. Certainly in big games and preliminary final games. But it wasn't anything too special. They got their hands, got to go forward, and they were able to set up behind the ball. So they played some territory football, which caused a lot of repeats. Tired the Sydney defence, created a couple of mistakes, and they got on the board. And they missed a few opportunities, but they certainly look like more of a chance now than they did at half time, the way they actually went about playing the game. The match outs were better down back for them, but Sydney still have the running, you'd think. Obviously a week off. If you're looking at it from an aerobic capacity and their ability to get going, Sydney should be on top of the ground. They've got the 23-point lead, and Reid's a big out for Sydney for mine. His ability to structure up for Sydney when they do try and play slow. But this Collingwood team got a belief, and Sydney have won the most of any team in the competition last quarters. So they'll be primed, and I'm sure that's what they would have been telling this team. Don't worry about what Collingwood have done the last 6 weeks when they've won, or 7 weeks, sorry, they've won 6 of the last 7 quarters that they've played in. You've also done it. So that's the language that John Longmore would have been using, will be using. You're 23 points up, you've got to jump on them. Collingwood have changed it. They've turned it. They've momentum. They've got some effort. Their intensity's lifted.
7 wins, Rama, this year for Collingwood when trailing at three-quarter time. 2 of them have been by greater than 23 points, which they trail by here.
Yeah, well, we know they can do it. That's a given. But I look at it, Pendlebury hands on the ball that quarter, 9. Side bottom, 7. Crifts, 7. Darcy Moore, 6. Guess what? Lance Franklin didn't touch the ball in that quarter. So it was pushing from Collingwood. They were pushing. They were testing Sydney. They finally actually made Sydney think about how they needed to play. Now, it was the McCartan brothers, Dane Rampy, in that quarter, that a number of spoils. It's set up. This is where Collingwood, in a sense, want to be here. They've ran teams down all year. Now, can they do it again in the biggest game of the year for them so far?
And that is the challenge. It's a preliminary final this time against the top 14.
Yeah.
5 quarters left in the season for one of these two teams. Just the next 20 minutes and time on to come. The winner through to the grand final. The loser is going home as umpire Matt Stevic slaps it into the turf. Hickey wins it down, but it comes to Crisp. Collingwood the centre break. Out to half forward for the Magpies. Lipinski and Josh Dacos after it. Josh Dacos taps it to Lipinski, but he fumbles out of play. And a throw in, 60 out for the Magpies goal. Collingwood coming home to the Randwick end. Sydney to the Paddington end. A full house at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Swans up by 23 from the throw-in. Kruger and Hickey. Hickey wins the hit out. Down to Goey at the stoppage. Another win for Collingwood. Kicks to centre half forward. Side bottom over the pack. Can't complete the mark. Grabs it at ground level. Gordon's got him. Ball comes out. Here's Elliott. It's locked up. And locked to him by Lloyd. We'll have a ball up. Centre half forward for the Pies.
And that hurt Ginnivan. He's holding that left shoulder.
Hickey takes clean possession from the restart, kicks high up in the air. It'll land in the middle of the ground. McDonald was able to get a hand on it. Spilled out to Noble. Hand pass to Quaynor. Tackled by Heaney. Dropped the football. Umpire says play on. Quaynor tries to pick it up. He's got Swans surrounding him. The ball's going to be locked in here. Umpire will border.
This is the advantage now Sydney have with Hickey and Kruger. It's how they use the ball with their hit-outs and the advantage getting forward from the stoppage. Try and make it a stoppage game. He's got a clear advantage. Now you got to get some connection with your midfielders.
Downstairs in a moment as Hickey wins the tap to Mills to Parker. Kick was smothered by Kruger. Knocked forward out of this by Clark. Straight towards Pendlebury, who's tackled. Ball up. Brett Spriggs downstairs.
I did watch Jordan Nagoe in that third term, as you mentioned, the possible discomfort he's experiencing in his shoulder. We know he's had recent issues with that AC joint. He isn't getting into the game at all. It's absolute that must change for the Pies, you would think, in this final term.
Thanks, Spriggy. And just on Ginnivan, as Rama referenced, he was a step ladder for side bottom on his climb, but he's staying out there and seems to be okay. The ball's out of bounds from the ball up on the wing, so a throw-in. Underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand, Sydney by 23 points. The better part of a quarter to come from the throw-in. Kruger just hacks it forward. Nick Dacos takes the mark, so he's gone forward, Nick. The rising star. The kicks across the ground. Side bottom and Ginnivan at centre half forward. Side bottom the one-hander. Protected the drop zone against Goulden and takes the mark.
Guarantee he won't panic here. Who picked the right option?
The man on the mark is 51 out.
Side bottom, 288 games. Goulden, what's he got? 32 games. Yeah, he had his moments, Goulden, in that first half. Side bottom took over in that third quarter.
Has he got the distance, though, in those 31-year-old legs?
No.
Has side bottom just to the top of the goal square. It beats everybody and goes through for a minor score. No one really had a play on that. A number of bodies hit the deck, top of the goal square. The behind for side bottom. Sydney by 22, but Collingwood have kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game. 3 played final term.
Like a Group 1 racehorse, a black and white racehorse, they know where the line is this season.
Yeah, Sydney, you got to keep going. You got to go for it. You got to try and win this game.
They have to score this one.
Yeah, they have to go for it. You can't sit back. Collingwood are too good a team for this. They can't do this. They've got to take the game on. There's enough that you'll only tighten up more and you'll draw the opposition on you.
This is this short kick mark game.
Yeah.
Blakey, Deloyd to Fox, and now down towards the boundary. The mark has been paid. It was very tight for Goulden under pressure from side bottom. He'll go short to Haywood.
I can understand why they do it and why the coach will tell you at 3/4 time. Try and tire the opposition team out who've had a couple of games in a row at finals. Use the legs, hold the ball, try and run the opposition off the legs.
The kicks towards centre half forward. Franklin out, got hands to it, couldn't mark, got it on the Mills, back to Franklin, picks it up off the deck, gives it don't argue to Pendlebury, bounces a kick inside forward 50 in the left forward pocket. Goulden looks to run it along the ground. He wanted Heaney, couldn't gather, tried to trap it, went back a second time. Ball's going to be held in. Magpie underneath this. It's going to be a ball up. Climbing up last out of all of that is Kruger. Ball up at left, full forward for the Swans.
Now he's going to do the ruck work opposed to Heaney, who leaps up over his back and the ball spits out of play. Off hands of both men. A throw in forward pocket for Sydney. Swans by 22. Now the second best final quarter team this year. 18 wins, 5 losses in their 23 final quarters. Collingwood 12 and 12, but it's about those 7 that they've won when trailing at 3/4 time. Heaney again trying to grab it out of the ruck. Floats through to Pendlebury with grace, just moves through the back line, kicks across the half-back flank to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Maynard. Heads down the wing. Not a great kick for Lipinski, forced to spoil.
Had to go to Noble.
Knocks it away from Lloyd and out of bounds. A throw-in on the eastern wing. Swans by 22, 5 gone, final turn.
It's working hard for two Noble, wasn't he? He provided the option. They're the easy ones. You get out and you get some front half territory when you get on them.
So you would assume Sydney are going to kick 2 goals in this quarter. That means Collingwood are going to have to kick at least 6.
Collingwood work it forward. Mychek gave it back to Nick Dacos to Pendlebury. Now to Noble. Tackled by Haywood. Did well not to give away a free kick too. Picked up by Warner. Puts the Swans in the direction of Franklin. Didn't quite have the carry. More in front with the intercept mark for Collingwood. And he does well straight up the corridor to Nick Dacos. To Noble running by. The kick bounces in front of the goey on the logo commentary wing. He'll chip short to side bottom.
Side bottom looks inside 50. Elliott trying to slow up. In the end, it's Paddy McCartan who spoils. Side bottom to Sockers a half volley inside 50. Rampy clean. Hand pass through to Paddy McCartan. Comes wide to McDonald, who marks at half back.
Sydney have lost their shape now forward of the ball, so they've got to hold on to it.
The kick goes down the wing. Oh, Howe floats through, spills it. Had an indifferent night, goes back to collect for Collingwood. Hand pass to Moore. Moore trying to give it back to Howe. Missed in. Invites Warner in for Sydney. Hand pass to Papley. Into the centre square for Parker. Short kick to Heaney. He marks it centre half forward. Franklin hailing a cab deep. The kick won't go there. He goes short. Slipping over Clark. Quaynor collects. Can rebound off half back for Collingwood.
And he'll head in the direction of Lipinski. Can he keep it in play? Taps it back. Just keeps it in. Taken though by Tom McCartan over the line in front of the O'Reilly stand.
Oh, missed opportunity from Sydney. Heaney, all he did was kick at the top of the goal square and he Franklin out, but he was waiting for Franklin to lead, and then he's trying to hit Earl Gooley. I think it was who slipped over, or was it Haywood, sorry.
That is the lead, isn't it? Just the hand back towards, just kick it to me. I'll do the rest.
Sydney by 22 points. That's the other lead as the tap was One down there by Hickey, couldn't deal with it. Slapped out by De Goey. Big collision, Pendlebury and McInerney. McInerney will go again. Rowbottom threw himself into the mix. Parker has it now. Kicks City towards right half forward. Heaney stretching, couldn't mark behind him more. And then he shrugs the Campbell tackle. He'll kick Collingwood to left half forward. One-on-one battle. Myercheck up against Tom McCartan. Ball to ground. They keep playing here, Collingwood. They'll get a sweeping hand pass over the top. It goes into the left forward pocket. Chance here for De Goey. Can't quite gather. Got tackled. It spilled forward. It spit out the side. No way! Oh, goodness me. Lipinski found him. The tackle came from Rowbottom, but then Bianco's in the right spot at the right time. They're coming all right, the Collingwood side. Sydney's lead is 16 points, 7 minutes gone in the fourth. 13-10-88 the Swans, 11-6-72. How on earth did that just happen?
Great footy. It was great footy. Just surged the ball forward, kept going. There was a couple of 1v1s. It looked like Collingwood and Sydney don't know who's going to win it. The ball just popped out. Everyone's gone for it. They're flat on their feet here, both sets of teams. Very tired bodies, but Collingwood certainly coming forward the last 5. Is that right? Goals they've kicked, I think.
That's right, Tig. You're all over it. 4 of the last 5 from being 36 down to within 16. Darcy Moore told us a few weeks back on Grandstand AFL, it's no accident that we're 11-2 in the close finishes. They believe, and the opposition knows how good they are at the death. Collingwood out of the middle again. Cameron down to half forward. Hand on it from Florence. Spills to Ginnivan. Ginnivan just slaps it out wide to Josh Dacos. Closes to the 50-metre arc. Floats a kick to the top of the goal square. Blakey takes the intercept mark.
Where you want the kick, though. Just keep putting the defenders under pressure.
Sydney 16 up at the 9-minute mark of the final term on preliminary final night. With Collingwood with a bit of momentum for the first time tonight. Short kick to the back pocket. And at full stretch, Stevens takes the mark. The South Australian off on a bit of a trot.
Stevens kicks to a contest on the commentary wing. That's a great mark by Moore. One-handed, drags it in with the right. Clutching it to his chest. Good battle against Papley. He gives it off to Maynard, kicks towards full forward. Tom McCartan got a fist to the footy. It bounces away over the boundary line at right full forward for a throw-in.
That's the one you don't want. You don't want that high ball inside forward 50. McCartans have been doing that quite easy all night. You're better off kicking a low, flat pass, trying to make your forwards come at the ball.
And off the line a bit. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Spun back into play. Cameron wins it. De Goey tries twice to gather. Can't. Parker can. Got tackled by De Goey. Shoveled it in the direction of Campbell. He's tackled again. Look to get it out. Hoskin Elliott picks it up. Met by Rampy. Campbell coming the other way. It's locked in. Ball up.
Oh, what a game we're having now.
Right
flying everywhere.
Sorry, right forward pocket for the Pies.
45 out from the Collingwood goal. Hickey knocks it down. Crisp went without it. Rowbottom off his knees, trying to stand up with a footy. Still no clean possession. Bodies all around him. Umpire will get it again. A ball up still at half forward for Collingwood.
You and I need to take a deep breath.
Yeah, I do. Gone a bit quiet here.
4 of the last 5 for Collingwood. Cameron wins it down. Nick Dacos, sharp hand pass to Crisp. Kicks in the pocket. Johnson can't collect. Josh Dacos, tight angle. Misses. Near side. And Collingwood blue blood, a minor. Sydney lead it by 15 points. They did lead by as many as 36 in the third quarter. 21 of those are now gone. 11 played final term, Swans by 15.
From a Sydney's perspective, they're almost better off for Collingwood getting to him, getting your point to him, forcing him to play. The way the game is transformed, they're going to lose this game. This is a Sydney perspective because they're going to chip away, they're going to score, and it's going to be late. You're better off to give yourself almost more of a chance to win the game if you actually opposition get closer earlier.
Don't save the game.
Yeah.
Win the game.
You've still got plenty of time left. So you've got to go after the game. Collingwood doing everything right.
Lloyd with a kick. He went beyond defensive 50. Spoiled over the line by Collingwood. Now it's put back into play. Chance to pick it up through Goulden. Hand passed over the shoulder. It was clever, it was inventive, and it worked. To Rowbottom, who kicks in the direction of Franklin, battling away against Murphy. Murphy was able to win it to the ground, picked it up. Campbell tried to meet him. Campbell looked to knock it towards the boundary line. He gathers, kicks down the line. He's kept it in play. That's really clever. A little bit of afters from Murphy as well. Ball to be thrown back in, left half forward for Sydney. The Swans lead by 15 points, 12 gone in the last.
It's been very good on the ground balls. He's shown real intent and hardness around the ball. Braden Campbell, that is, for Sydney.
Swans by 15, boundary throw-in. Hickey palms it down, ball spills to Cameron. Floats it taut down to half forward. Johnson got a hand on it. Meyer checks out the back, jams it on the boot. He needs a kind bounce to an unguarded goal square. They all race back after it. Florin will be there first. Taps it straight to the boundary line. Ginnivan collects just inside and he's helped out. And a boundary throw-in. Forward pocket for the Magpies. Gee, Florent went straight for the line. The ball didn't have enough on it. And in the end, it's a let-off for Sydney. We've got a boundary throw-in. Forward pocket for the Magpies. Collingwood, having kicked 4 of the last 5, they've cut Sydney's lead to 15, 13 gone in the last.
It's an epic game for the preliminary final. Hickey won it down. Rampy's able to gather. Thumping kick towards the O'Reilly stand wing. Noble picks it up. Oh, hand pass while he was under pressure from Franklin. Goes straight to Papley. And he'll move it short to Clark. He's told to hold on to it for a second by Papley, and he will do so. Blakey coming off the ground. Another Swan in a bit of strife as well. We'll get back to that in a second as the balls move short. And it finds Franklin.
What a tackle by Franklin on Noble. He's done it a couple of times in that far wing just to change the momentum of the game a bit. Buy your team some time.
So Franklin will kick deep inside forward 50. It's off hands and spills down to Quaynor, on to Crisp. Lovely kick in the direction of McCreary, who marks and plays on. He takes a bounce. He takes on 2 Swans. Gets past them. Sweeps the hand pass forward. It's there for Kruger to run onto. Kruger will settle. He'll shoot. He'll miss. Oh, the goal, all but at his mercy. He puts it out to the right-hand side. A minor score. 14 points now, Sydney's lead. 14 gone in the last.
How good was McCready? Reminded me of a young Ty Kennelly off half back at the SCC, taking the whole lot on. Never kicked on my left in my lifetime. How good is that to see? Taking the game on. They're all over it now, Collingwood.
Lloyd on the kick-out duties. He comes very wide out to half-back through the hands of Bianco and slips out of bounds. 60 out from the Collingwood goal. Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Justin McInerney was having his left ankle looked at by in fact his right ankle by the physios here, so he's in a bit of discomfort. Blakey came from the field as well, Nick Blakey, but he's having no real obvious signs of discomfort. It's just a bit of a attritional rattle up a gear in the last couple of minutes.
Thanks, Spriggy. Sydney by 14 points from the throw-in. Hickey sockers it forward. Heaney clean. Hand pass into centre square for Clark. Clark lifts a hand pass to Campbell. The subbers off and moving. Hand pass to Franklin. Franklin coughs it up. Collingwood back with it. Howe to Lipinski. Hand pass back into dispute.
Scooped it on it. Nick Dacos gave it to Howe. Now his Pendlebury runs through the middle of the ground. Drew Goulden soon. The hand pass wasn't great to Noble. Gathers and then Goulden wraps him up. No prior, according to the umpire. It's going to be a ball up.
So rare you see Scott Pendlebury waste possessions. Now he was on his left foot there, had the opportunity to get it inside forward 50. Then misses the handball.
Hickey wins it down to Rowbottom, kicks quickly up into the air but forward.
Ball's been good. It's Brady Campbell, that is.
So Campbell now inside forward 50. He goes in the direction of Papley. Papley's he juggled it. Has he marked it?
Oh, he has.
He has. Between 3 Collingwood players.
He's got away with a massive push here.
Tom Papley has emerged with the football. As we cast our eyes, or is it into the side? No, the second push is definitely in the back of Moore.
And Quaynor's then clearly touched the football on the way down.
He has. He's tried to slap it out of the hands of Papley.
He's got this one wrong twice, the umpire.
It is a chance for a gift for the Swans. Papley's there, and Papley converts. We'll be talking about that for a few days, I reckon. Papley's got 3 in one of the most controversial decisions we've seen tonight. And Sydney's lead is back to 20 points. Those in black and white, they'll be filthy. Those in red and white will be celebrating. Sydney 14-10-94, Collingwood 11-8-74. A push in the side to Moore to begin, but there was a second shove definitely into the back. And then Quaynor in the marking contest has most certainly had the first touch.
And you look where the umpire's positioned there. There's no excuse. not to pay the free kick first and then to see the ball is actually touched. Gee, that's a big, big moment in this quarter.
Brett Sprigg on the boundary.
Crowd 45,608, which makes it our third biggest SCG crowd ever, boys.
Thanks, Spriggy. A hell of an atmosphere. Swans by 20. And those in red and white will take a big, deep breath after Collingwood were coming with a real rush. Rowbottom to centre clearance, kicks to Franklin, competes in the air, no mark, spills down to Goulden. Goulden gets on his left side, bends it right to the goal line, it's touched. Murphy got back as Goulden tried to put it to bed. 18 gone, final term. Sydney by 21. Can Collingwood come again?
It's going to be hard. They certainly got on the play. They need another one, I feel, Sydney.
Maynard, long, right up the corridor to a pack. It's off hands, gathering it. Rowbottom, short pass. That was clever to Goulden. Gives it to Blakey with the green boot. Sends it inside to Heaney. He leads out, can't mark it full forward. They'll rebound here, Collingwood through Hoskin Elliott, but only as far as McDonald. Chip pass inside. Campbell had it. Oh, slipped over. Somehow got a hand pass away. Maynard tries to get there. Courage shown, though, by Stevens to gather. He knew Maynard was coming, and then he was tackled. Ball up the call.
Sydney put Mills behind the ball with, 8.5 minutes to play. They've gone early on the call here. They've also put in Logan McDonald back, so they've loaded up behind. They've clearly misunderstanding here, Sydney.
Swans by 21. Hoskin Elliott soccers out a defensive 50. Florent caught by Ginnivan. Ball comes to Lipinski. Hand pass to side bottom, went without it. Rowbottom for the Swans. Hand pass to Paddy McCartan. Inside 50 to Heaney. Heaney wins the one-on-one with Quaynor. And Heaney marks right half forward, 45 out.
It's that bit of play in the middle of the ground there. Lipinski had to take the ball. Now he tried to take, he had space. He put, I think it was side bottom under enormous pressure with a little handball tap on.
They're the small things in these games, because the momentum shift with the territory are huge. You get back-to-back goals here, it's almost game. Probably is game, in fact.
I can almost feel it. Isaac Heaney with the set shot. The kick is across the goal face again. It doesn't register a score. Hayward attacks the footy, inadvertently knocks it out of play. And a throw in forward pocket for the Swans at the Paddington end of the ground. Swans by 21 as we tick into time on in the last.
Yeah, Sydney put 2 behind the ball, which is interesting here for mine.
Spun back in. Kruger got to it, but it spilled down to Warner. When he was still being held, he got a kick away. Heaney tries to mark, can't do so. Quaynor tracks the ball to the boundary line. It's over for a throw-in at right full forward for Sydney.
That's becoming an issue now, time.
Yeah.
There's 7 minutes of actual playing time remaining. We're about to tick into time on.
It's going to be hard to get through, isn't it, when you start territory here and you're going to kick the ball out. Sydney just want a stoppage after stoppage or a goal. It's the only way they're going to want the ball to come out here.
Spun back in. Either right got a telling tap. Parker's able to gather. Tackled by DeGoey. Spilled out. Maynard picked it up to Collingwood. Kicked it towards left half back. Blakey marks.
Got to compete harder there, Bianco.
Blakey to Sydney. Measures a pass low and flat to Goulden, who's 52 from goal.
I think he may have the distance here, Goulden.
He has an enormous left foot.
No,
that's how he can kick it.
Yeah, he's had a few looks at it too tonight.
Goulden from inside the centre square. He won't load up. He'll put it into the right forward pocket, and it's defensively marked by Quaynor. Still that lead of the Swans is 21 points, and we've gone 20 minutes into the fourth.
Desperation absolutely belongs to the Magpies as Quaynor just has to go long, straight down the pipe. Outnumbered, Cameron competes in the air, spills down to Rowbottom, older Swans. Sydney got it again. Hand pass to Warner, kicks inside 50. Awkward half volley for Moore, and now a fumble. Goulden sweating on him. Moore got it out to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Pendlebury through the middle of the SCG. Hits up Nick Dacos, who marks. Now wants to play on. The ump's going to say, come back over your mark. He hasn't done so. And this will annoy the Magpies fans. Dacos will have to go back to take his kick again. And Collingwood's forward 50 fills up. They have been the ultimate escape artists, Collingwood, in 2022, but they'll have to even outdo themselves here. 6 minutes on the game clock, 21 points behind. It's been uphill all day for the Magpies. The kick towards the hot spot spills to Ginnivan. Tackled, taken to ground. Ball comes out. Hurried kick went wide from McDonald. Umpire comes around and says deliberate. Free kick Collingwood. And Hoskin Elliott will get it. 48 metres out, right half forward, pressed right up against the fence. And his eyes are darting inboard. Just about every player on the ground in the forward 50 for the Magpies. Leaping for it, Myercheck rips it down from the sky. And Myercheck marks top of the goal square for Collingwood. Towering pack mark. It was knocked out of his hands on the way down. The umpire rightfully pays that. Brodie Myercheck wasting little time, and we're far from finished. Myercheck puts it through. Sydney's lead cut to 15. 23 gone in the final term. Still 5.5 minutes on the game clock. Sydney 14-11-95. Collingwood 12-8-80. Brodie Myercheck with his first of the day.
Probably the first mistake, really, that Sydney's key defenders have made, not being able to get a spoil. And you look on the bench, Paddy McCartan's on the bench. So, just the critical moment where Myercheck can get a mark. Collingwood don't do that in their forward line. They don't take contested pack marks. It's more through, marks on the lead, ground ball gets. So there's enough Sydney players there to spoil. They just couldn't get the arm in.
It was 2-3, in fact, and Mills and Logan McDonald never got their hands on the ball. Fly out the contest whatsoever. Be very disappointed, Sydney.
Cameron against Hickey. Good bounce from the ump. They both go at it, and Cameron almost had a chance to take clean possession. Dropped it. Will try to affect the tackle on Parker, who threw it away. That's holding the ball. Great follow-up effort from Cameron. He elects the hand pass forward, and he gets it onto Pendlebury. A chance to deliver inside forward 50. Good spoil coming then as Hoskin Elliott almost marked it. Trying to emerge with it. Elliott slapped out of his hands by Gordon.
Huge spoil by Blake. He came off his man Hoskin Elliott actually charged forward from the centre bounce. Big moment there.
Gordon with the free kick. Moves it to Florent, who marks it left half back.
Huge moment in the game as Florent on half back and says pump the brakes. Back into a slow play. Sydney goes wide for Heaney. Climbs up on Noble. No mark. And the Blondies share it over the boundary line to throw in front of the interchange gates. 4.5 minutes to go. Sydney by 15. The Swans fans trying to make some noise. On their home deck, the Rucks miss it. Comes to DeGoey. Hand pass to Noble. He's crunched. Hayward awake to it. Wins the footy. Kicks to Franklin. One-on-one with Moore. Moore puts his fist through it. Bouncing footy on the wing. Parker goes without it. Cameron for Collingwood. Hand pass to DeGoey. To Pendlebury. Through the middle of the SCG. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Runs, carries. Long. Hoskin Elliott leaping up. He spills it. Centre half forward. Follows up. Hoskin Elliott snapping. It's a whole new game. Hoskin Elliott kicks it for Collingwood. And for the first time since Collingwood have scored, it is a single-digit game. Sydney by 9. 26 gone in the final term. A second for Hoskin Elliott.
Just take it all the way back to the half-forward flag, Ty. At Sydney's half-forward flag. 50-50 ball. Darcy Cameron and Luke Parker. Darcy Cameron won that contest. Then they're away and out. They just moved the ball so quickly. It was a beautiful kick by Josh Dacos into space. Hoskin Elliott should have marked it. Then he's back onto the ball and snaps it over his shoulder. Still plenty of time in this game.
Could there be another miracle in the Collingwood fairy tale of 2022? They're in it up to their necks. Can Sydney hang on? Bounce to restart. Tap one down by Hickey. Parker's out after it. Gets a soccer away. Decided not to pick it up. It'll bounce towards right half forward. Turning McInerney. Bounced into side bottom, who then turns to effect the tackle. Ball's going to be held in here. Mills put his head over the football. Side bottom got him straight away. Right half forward for Sydney. The ball to be spun up into the air.
Yeah, you've got to even it up forward of the ball for Collingwood for mine. With Mills loose, you've got to try and get one back. Get one to forward, even it up, forward of the ball.
Hickey tapped it down to Robon, who took on Quaynor, who tackled him and won the free kick, and then Collingwood turned it over again. Papley couldn't hang on to it. Taken there by Lloyd, kicks inside forward 50, back there Cameron marks defensively. Here go Collingwood again. Every possession, the most important one of these two teams' season. It all comes down to this. Sydney by 9. Cameron to Nick Dacos. Short kick to Noble. Mark centre half back. Sydney by 9. 27 gone in the last. Long kick to Howe. Collingwood's over halfway. Howe puts Collingwood inside 50. Elliott in the pack. Ball punched away. Spills to Pendlebury. Shoots a hand pass to Cameron. Pies going deep inside 50 again. High bomb top of the goal square. Swatted down. Tom McCartan. Hand pass goes back to Florent for Sydney. Kick smothered. Side bottom's going to get it. Side bottom floats. Side bottom's kicked it. Collingwood are right on the doorstep of the lead. For the first time tonight, Collingwood within a goal. After Sydney kicked the first 26 points, Collingwood have come all the way back. 28 gone in the final term. 14-8 to 14-11. Sydney hanging on to a grand final spot. They lead by 3.
I'll take the ball through again, Ty.
Yeah.
Just rush the behind through. There's pressure everywhere there. Brody Myercheck with the unbelievable smother. Or Florence Boot causes the turnover side bottom. Just had an unbelievable second half. Gets it on the boot just at the right moment to kick that goal.
The game state's been really poor from Sydney, hasn't it? They've been coming for 5 or 6 minutes or more even. The game state's been very poor game management from Sydney.
They are the cardiac kids, Collingwood, and they'll get a chance again here from the centre clearance. It comes out to Josh Dacos. He'll kick long towards full forward. Flying in the air. Tom McCartan gets a punch. Trying to get back there. Blakey taps it over.
Hallelujah.
Thank God.
Everyone take a deep breath. It's a 2-point ball game in favour of Sydney, and 29 minutes have gone in the final term. This is truly finals footy. They've kicked 7 of the last 9 goals, Collingwood, after trailing by 36 in the third quarter.
Geelong would be loving this. Sitting back, watching it, going, keep going, boys.
Blakey marks the kick out. Sydney by 2. Long kick to the wing. Hoskin Elliott tries to spoil Crisp, and Rowbottom attack it. Rowbottom got it. Crisp stands up somehow with the footy. Extracts it, but it comes the way of Parker. Hand pass to Warner. Series of one-on-ones ahead of the footy. Kicks to Franklin. Shakes Maynard. Franklin marks. Critical one-on-one, and Franklin hugs it to his chest.
Who was he on?
Maynard.
Half-hour mark, final term. Swans in possession. Franklin short and wide to Stevens.
Get a man up here, the Pies.
Sydney by 2. Slow possession play. Half-hour mark, final term.
Go back to Rampy.
The season hangs on every kick, every hand pass, every tackle, every decision. Rampy has it at left half back for Sydney.
Doesn't have to move, just stand there.
And he does, sensibly, and waits for Myercheck to close him down. The kick is towards left half forward. Hickey in a pack. He drags it in for the Swans.
It's got to be in the forward pocket, left forward pocket.
Heaney on his own. Heaney, Franklin deep to the pocket. Knock it out of bounds if you can. Scenario base here late.
Swans lead by 2 points. Dying Stages kicks towards full forward, off hands. Hacked out of trouble by Maynard. Mark not quite taken by Dacos. Josh Dacos trying hard up against the boundary line. It tumbles over for a throw-in.
Still time for the Pies.
Two points of Sydney's lead. They're in their forward 50. It's back into play. Neither ruck was able to touch it. Crisp got tackled, lost it. Now looks to soccer it into the middle of the ground. Quaynor out after it. Boyd gets it first. Tackled by Quaynor. It spills to Crisp again. The kick's inside forward 50. They come from everywhere. Off hands, it spills down. Florent, head pass to Mills. Kick smothered. It's still there for Collingwood. De Goey dives over the top of it.
Gone.
It's been locked in.
You can't.
Holding the ball.
Don't put their whistle away now.
No, it's going to be thrown up.
What a spoil by Mills. That ball was deep coming in hard. Great contest from Mychek also.
Sydney by 2, ball up inside Collingwood's forward 50. Whole season on the line right here for a place in the grand final. Cameron down to Nick Dacos. He's tackled and a ball up. 32 minutes elapsed, final term.
Got to get on the move here. Collingwood forwards and on ballers. Don't stand still.
Up it goes. Cameron wins it down. Comes to Warner, tackled, lost it. Cripps chucks it on the boot. Bouncing footy, top of the goal square. Fox swats it away for the Swans. Big tackle, Lipinski. Pushed through right to the behind line. It's into the post. It's into the goal post. Sydney by 1. A kick out for the Swans. And Sydney's kick out. Sydney's young bloods survive Collingwood's very best. They're through to the grand final. And for the first time in the game's history, it'll be Geelong and Sydney for all the marbles. Sydney by 1 point. Stand shaking where we're sitting in the back of the Barwongal stand. Collingwood won 7 games this year by under a goal. They lost only 2, and both of them came in the final series. A 6-point loss to Geelong and a 1-point loss on preliminary final night. It is the Swans who advance on the back of a 9-game winning sequence. They will play Geelong in the 2022 AFL decider next Saturday. Franklin's career extends at least one more game. He's going back to grand final day in what will be a 6th time in his decorated career. And Sydney, who had not won a final since 2017, entered this final series in 3rd spot. They took down the reigning premiers, booked a home prelim. They led wire to wire, and in the end they get home by the skin of their teeth. 1 point in the finish. They scored the first 26 out of the gate. They led by 21 at quarter time, by 30 at the half, by 36 in the 3rd quarter, by 23 at 3-quarter time. And then Collingwood absolutely threw down the gauntlet. They kicked 7 of the last 9 goals. They got within 1 in the waning moments, but that's as close as they got. Sydney advance. They beat Collingwood by a point in the prelim. Ty Kennelly, how about it? Put that into words.
I can't breathe. I can't talk.
We talked leading in about this is the first time since 96 the SCG hosts a prelim, and the same result in the finish. The home team wins it by 1 bloody point.
It's like I'm sitting here with more admiration for Collingwood and what they've done. You know, that the game was there, they were coming. The second half of the game was Collingwood and the way they played and came after them. I understand why Sydney you'd get tight and try and save it. 22 points, 28 points was it? But look, they got the courage to hang on. It looked like they weren't going to do it, Sydney, from a structural point of view. And that the game since wasn't great, but look, hats off to everyone on the ground, because you know a team like Collingwood that are never out, and they clearly said it throughout the game that they're always going to come at you, and You can sense that, you can feel that when you know so much about opposition teams now when you play them, that you know they're going to come after you and come at you, and that's exactly what Collingwood did. Utmost respect for what Collingwood done. This is a young football club and a young football team that will learn so much from that game. The way they managed the lateness of the game, but just to get through a game like this in a preliminary final where for 8 minutes Collingwood just kept coming. They had Mills, they had Logan MacDonald behind the ball, and they managed to hang on by the skin of your teeth. It's just, those games and results are huge for you, you know. There'll be a lot of relief down there, I can guarantee you that. It's relief hugs, isn't it?
It doesn't feel right that Collingwood lose a close game. The season they've had, it seemed like that fairy tale, the ball going inside their forward 50 with 50 seconds to go still. 30 seconds to go still. That firstly, the contest, Nathan Kruger looked like for all money was going to mark that ball. Then somehow Mills, who was sitting behind the ball, gets the spoil in. And then it's stoppage after stoppage. There's 3 stoppages in a row. And the ball couldn't get clear. Collingwood couldn't find space. Then somehow it finally gets out. And Sydney, for the second time in the game, rushed to behind. They've made so many errors in rushing behinds tonight, but they finally rushed it over the line and were able to ice the game. But
it's not often you see this, the beaten preliminary finalists walking around
saying thank you.
The Collingwood fans, planes, trains, automobiles to get here to support them and throughout this season. And what a ride they've been on from second last to the final 4. And in the end, it's 1 point that keeps them out of a grand final. Sydney go through, but like you said, it feels like Collingwood were absolutely the story on the run home, and yet it's the home side who hang on to win by 1.
Well, there's no truer adage. Do your work early in finals.
Yeah.
And that's what Sydney did. They shopped early. They got the lead. You know, the third quarter again, you know, they did some really good work there where they were able to stretch that lead right out. And they just made Collingwood chase. And Collingwood just ran out of time. They just didn't do the work. In that first quarter, it was 26-0, as you mentioned, to start the game. And Collingwood, they looked all at sea. Sydney were out. Collingwood, they were playing with chaos. They were running the ball. They were managing their pressure. And look, the reality is, I think Sydney deserved this win. Whether it's 1 point, 20 points, 40 points, you do the work early, and then late in the game you execute. Sydney able to execute that last 35 seconds. Ball goes in, the spoil. Then it's no high tackles. In those contests, they execute.
No free kicks is important.
That's right. You see it so often. Guys get over-eager. Tackle, restart. Push the ball over the line. Terrific by the Swans. Bad luck for the Pies. You know, you look at their season they've had, and it's been terrific, but they're 1 point off a grand final, and that's all it is. That's all you need. That's all that you need in football, 1 point.
And the small things happen, and the small things what you learn from, and the mistakes and the missed handballs or a missed ground ball and the crucial parts of football would happen. But if you don't turn up early to play in a preliminary final, you're chasing. It's just like a marathon run. You're chasing a leader, and you get to the leader, and you're almost too tired to get past them. And that's kind of what happened tonight. They were there for so long that Sydney were ahead, and they had the comfort to sit back, and then in the end Sydney had enough energy to fight it off and to hold them, because you're trying to break through 2 extra defenders when you're going forward, which makes the job a lot harder from a Collingwood perspective. But as you say, from Sydney's perspective, you're in the grand final. It doesn't matter how you get there, and they won't give 2 damns how they got to that grand final. They're in the grand final, and it's 1 point, and certainly for the last quarter and a half it was all Collingwood, and they'll take it for sure.
Collingwood walking off with their heads held high, and so they should, as Jack Crisp gives a thumbs up and a salute to the members as he's cheered off by his teammates. It's his 200th game, 188 of them on the bounce, and Collingwood go home on preliminary final night. The Sydney Swan theme song plays in the background, and the focus will be on them. They're headed for a date with the Cats on the last Saturday in September for the first time in VFL-AFL history. 2 of the original 8 when the VFL started way back in 1897. South Melbourne/Sydney up against Geelong for the first time on grand final day.
It will be a talking point, to take nothing away from the Swans win, but when you win by a point and a controversial mark ends up with a goal to Tom Papley, I'm still curious as to how there were at least two occasions there, the pushing the back to Moore and then the touch from Quaynor on the way down. And there is still a question mark about whether it might have just hit the deck before Papley was able to snare it properly. That's a big moment in this game.
Huge.
Enormous moment.
Huge moment. And the umpire was right on the scene. There's absolutely no need to make that mistake. There was no player in between the umpire and where that contest was. So he had perfect view. It's just... That's the moments. They're like whether it goes for you or against you, Sydney take the opportunity, Collingwood don't. Papley beats two players.
Beautiful touch there, Sam.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Josh Kennedy being chaired off the ground with two of his long-time teammates in Luke Parker and Dane Rampy. And Josh Kennedy, of course, his career coming to a close. He's wearing the polo shirt and the slacks, but grabs the polo shirt and the Sydney Swans logo as he looks into the stands. What a warrior he's been, Ty Kennelly, for this team for a long time.
Yeah, warrior's an understatement. I think, it's be very hard for Josh the next week, and he's had success, and it's just, he won't want it to be about himself, but he doesn't like being talked about. He's just a bloke that's gone about his football and got the most out of himself. If you ever look at a footballer that just epitomises hard work and an ability to actually just get the most out of yourself and know what your strength is, that he's one of them.
I don't want to miss a second of this. So the Swans disappearing down the Paul Kelly race, and Brett Spriggy's down there for us. Spriggy to Swans into the grand final. They beat Collingwood by 1. Take it away.
Amidst all the elation down here, the other emotion here would be relief. I just saw John Longmire lead the team off down the race, and he's just taken a big sigh. Josh Kennedy followed him. There's plenty of backslapping, hugging down here as well. The young bloods have hung on. They've had life and death with the comeback kings of this league this year, the Collingwood Football Club. And they'll sing the song, in fact, in the theatre, which is a bit of a change-up. I'm told they do sometimes sing in this room. So I'll do my best to try and pick this up. Here they go. They're just extraordinary down here. They'll make their way through. We'll have a chat to someone very shortly, but there was just a moment where John Longmire led the team off. In fact, he was sort of in the race on his own before the team came off the ground. Took a big sigh of relief. He's been there plenty of times before as coach, and indeed John Longmire as player as well. But just an extraordinary scene down here. We'll have some reaction very shortly.
Thanks, Friggy. There's so much to pull apart. We're on air for another 45 minutes. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. Collingwood's incredible story ends here. Sydney by a point. It is Sydney and Geelong in the grand final. We've got Sam Reid as a race against time story with an adductor injury. He was subbed out early in the second half. He's getting around in the Swans rooms in his tracksuit, so he's already showered and changed. And John Longmire, we're just getting some pictures from the rooms now, chatting to the team in the theatre room downstairs. What it means going into next week, obviously Max Holmes, the injury concern for Geelong. Sam Reid, likewise for the Swans. We'll look ahead to next week's grand final, but feels like before we get a chance to do that, we need to just process exactly what we've just witnessed here. If you've just flicked the radio back on, you missed it. One of the great second halves in preliminary final history when the game looked just about done. Sydney up by 6 goals. Collingwood kicked 7 of the last 9 in the contest. And they got back within a point with just seconds left on the game clock, and that's as close as they got all day. 1 point. Sydney win and advance. They're through to the grand final, a 6th grand final in the last 18 years. And just looking ahead, Rammer, to that matchup next week, it really is fitting. You've got two programs that have refused to bottom out, that have been thereabouts year on year, often criticised about the benefits of staying up and not being able to go back down to put them over the top. And you've got a team through to a 6th grand final in 18 years and Geelong a 6th in 16.
And you've got the two most informed teams of the competition as well, which I think should make for a great game. So Sydney's winning streak, and then you look at Geelong's winning streak. They are the two informed teams, Clint.
Yeah, 9 for the Swans now in a row and 15 in a row now for Geelong. So it is...
It's set up.
Yeah, with respect to the teams that didn't make it, it's the perfect grand final. Two teams who've hit stride, are really up and about, are going to play off in the game that matters most.
And relatively healthy, both teams. There's not a lot of stars. Obviously Reid is a question mark, but, we're just looking at the boys warming up here, the reserves. You know,
Well,
you've got
it's where it's at.
Joel Amadi,
Yeah.
Harry Cunningham out there.
Hayden
McLean's probably the one that's going to come in.
Yeah, so
McLean was probably the one. The interesting one is what they're going to do with Logan McDonald. He wasn't great tonight, so if you bring in Hayden, or do you go quicker with Harry Cunningham? That's a later conversation, but these boys are out here doing some running. Obviously, the prep as if they're going to play in a grand final. I'll be attacking these runs 100 miles an hour if I was Hayden McLean or Joel Amadi. I'll be trying to knock one of them out, I tell you that, if it was me.
Well, you wonder the severity. And we'll find, I'm sure we'll find out in the next 24 hours with Sam Reid. You know, he's showered up. He's not in his jumper anymore. And he's sitting up the back here next to Jared McVeigh in the coach's room.
He doesn't look too despondent.
No.
Even seeing him once they celebrated and he walked on, he was. So it might. I don't know. You don't know. You're in there obviously medically, and
I'll tell you what. When Braden Campbell came on as a sub, he did a really good job. He had some real good moments as a young kid who could have been easily overawed in the situation, but he ended up having 7 possessions for the time he was on the ground. And they were significant because he won a lot of the ball through the middle of the ground, which was critical in the end. So John Longmire's taking his time here with the Swans.
I was about to ask you what you would be saying in this moment. So obviously they were 36 points in front, and you touched on it, Tig. The story in the last quarter was Collingwood. They were coming home, rattling home, all the momentum. The siren goes. Of course, there's the obvious juice. If you're in front as the siren goes on preliminary final night, there's an uplifting moment, but they got outplayed in the last quarter of footy they played leading into a grand final, which is an interesting form line to carry into the biggest game of the year.
Well, he's refocusing him. That's, the adrenaline of winning a game by 1 point to get yourself into the grand final, to then sitting in the coach's room and say, hey, boys, we got one more game. We've got 4 more quarters of football to play. Let's get this right now. Let's get our recovery right. Let's get all the little things right over the next 24, 48 hours. And we hop into training, Tuesday, and then we get ourselves going again for the game that we all want to play. We all want to have the opportunity to play in the grand final.
They've got 10 players that have under 50 games or less, Sydney. So I'm sure he'd be saying that. He'd be going through what you've had to go through to actually fight through and get through the grand final itself. That last, certainly the last 10 minutes of the quarter, and your ability to actually hang on and scratch and bite and fight and do what you got to do to not concede goals is a huge thing. And then you just be refocusing them, saying, enjoy the week, and you'll explain the week. Yeah. They'll get them in tomorrow. They'll come into recovery, and Charlie Gardner, the football manager, will come in and talk to them and say, well, this is the plan of the week. You got to get your tickets. This is what's happening. How to plan when we're going to train. Just try and take every stress out of a young fella, because there's 10 of them under 50 games. That's very young for a grand final team to be playing. So you want to take that stress away from them, and they'll be doing that. And John's had a lot of grand final experience now, and there's lots of stories you're looking at, and I don't know where to start to tell you through.
You feel like you could run through every player on the list. And that's the great thing about sport. Everyone has their own individual story as to how they've got here. And you touched on the age demographic. So average games per played for each player is just 117. And the average age is 25. Obviously, Franklin pulls that up a fair bit at 35 years of age. But that they are a young group. They'll perceive somewhat to be ahead of their time, having not won a single final since 2017. They now win 2 in a row. Won in incredible fashion tonight to book their place on grand final day. Out of all the stories, just about the best. I just saw his picture on the screen in Paddy McCartan, the number 1 pick of the national draft back in 2014. Looked like his career was over with horrendous concussion symptoms, and makes his way back at a new club and wasn't on a list in February, and all of a sudden he's playing round 1, plays most of the season, and one of the premier defenders in the comp.
It's unbelievable. Could cross all Australian. And I look at that Sydney back 6 or 7. Rampy was a rookie, Lloyd was a rookie, Blakey was a forward, Oliver Florent was a forward midfielder, and Paddy McCartan was drafted as a forward. It's just a makeshift change in a list of a defensive unit that's been very special this year, and they've really taken their chances. Now, I know they haven't won a final since 17. They really should have won that final last year against GWS. That was an unexpected loss against GWS in Tasmania, so that hurt them a lot, I think, throughout the pre-season and whatnot. But there's so many stories to go with it, and I think the overwhelming feeling for myself is just joy, because there's a young group that's going to experience the best week of their life, and the football club that's worked extremely hard to stay up, and like you said, Cobes, they've been hit numerous times for not wanting to bottom out, stay up, and you have to in the Sydney market, and the club has understood that because it's so competitive in a 4 football code market, and that's what Sydney is.
The Collingwood room's much more populated than the Sydney rooms. We've seen this as a pretty consistent theme throughout the final series, and the players getting the chance to meet some of their loved ones after the loss. I mean, there's so many angles, and we could watch those last few moments over and over again. I saw one of the camera shots on the Collingwood bench when the siren went, and sort of emblematic of Craig McRae all year. He immediately, instinctively looked at the floor, and then immediately pulled his head straight away and looked at his teammates and thought, no, we're not looking at the ground. We're not sort of walking off with our heads hung after what has been an amazing season from second last to the final four, and just a little tap to his players on the bench, and they're flying home tonight, and it's going to be a long summer for Collingwood.
I've got so much admiration. Like, honestly, and as a young fella coming from the other side of the world, I knew absolutely nothing about football, and I was told straight away, no one likes Collingwood. You hate Collingwood. The admiration that they've got this year from a lot of neutrals and the way they've gone about it as a football club, and one, from the appointment straight away with Craig McRae and what the football club has done with the appointment itself, but then obviously the way they've carried themselves and the way they've played and performed as a football unit, highly impressive. And they've just missed out. The fairy tale's finished, and it's difficult to take, but it had to be one winner. There was always going to be one disappointed loser tonight.
Clint, how's your geography in Italy? You might have to help me out on a pronunciation here. Listening from Carini, just outside Palermo in Italy.
Yep.
I was at the SCG for Pluggers Point. Go Swannies. That's from Martin. So great to have you with us, Martin. And the same result tonight. 20 years plus, 25 years since the last prelim at this ground. And, of course, Sydney get home by the same margin, a 1-point win over Collingwood. Bill says the Swans stopped in the third quarter and became Buddy-centric and were lucky not to lose. It's from Bill. And Brendan in Hobart, absolutely proud of the Pies with Adams and Grundy sitting in the grandstand. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Some reaction from both rooms to come in the next 40 minutes.
So end of the second quarter, so just before half-time, Cal Mills puts himself loose in defence. Slows the game down. Sydney kicked the last 2 goals of that quarter. Okay? So they go in with a handy lead. What is that?
30 points.
Yeah, 30 points at half-time. End of that game. Game on the line. Takes himself into defence. This is a young leader that we're talking about. To have the awareness to be able to go and do that and recognise the moment, it's unbelievable for a player of so young, Tiger. And I know you've had a lot to do with him. Just that he sees and reads the moment. He sees what the team needs. If they're probably pushing to win the game, you'll see him forward. But he just knows to inject himself there. Okay, half forward comes up, so you even up the numbers around the contest. It's terrific play.
Just watching John Lommar on the ground talking to the strength and conditioning coach down here, he'll be going, right, Hayden McLean's my man, don't run him too hard, or run him too hard. It's interesting conversation here because he's got 5 players out there, Phil Gould.
Well, I'm interested Hayden, who he drafted.
Joel Amadi and Ronk and Harry Cunningham.
I wonder if one comes off now.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting because you're just watching what he said to the head strength and conditioning coach at the club here. Yeah. And, you've still got to run him. You've still got to get him miles into their legs. And
let's see who he goes to here.
This is great live radio, isn't it? Just following a Sydney woman. This is what Grand Final Week's all about, isn't it? It's choppers in the sky. It's looking through holes in fences, trying to work out the race against time stories.
But you from both teams, from Geelong and from Sydney.
Well, I'd be getting an assistant coach out there and actually doing some football work with him, some ball work with him. There's two strength and conditioning coaches out there. You'll be getting some proper skill work into them. But look, during the grand final, you'll overplay everything, like you said, and they'll be happy and they'll make that decision in time, obviously, depending on how Reid is. And
he's really important structurally, and Holmes is really important structurally. So
I think that's where they fell down, Sydney, with Reid structurally.
Yeah, when he went off the ground.
They got beaten a lot of long down the line, certainly when they wanted to slow the game down, when Collingwood were coming from, he wasn't there and there wasn't a thought present because Logan McDonald wasn't getting his hands on it or getting to the contest.
But when Reid was on the ground, it forced Collingwood, Moore, Murphy and Howe all to have an opponent. When Reid went off the ground, one of those three was always dropping off. And that's what...
It looked easier for him. It just looked easier. Everything looked easier than as a defensive unit, didn't it? And allowed him to take a bit more space off McDonald because he wasn't as dangerous.
We've talked a lot about sort of Collingwood, and they've been one of the best stories of the year. Tig and Sydney are absolutely one as well, and their story is still going with pages still to be written. Collingwood obviously from second last in 2021 to all of a sudden a Final Four team. They win all these close games. If you are to sum up Sydney's year and what has been the story of the Swans in 2022, how would you put it?
I'd almost go back 2 years. You know, the win against Richmond at the MCG was the catalyst for this group and a belief around that they could do anything and beat anyone. They absolutely tore them apart in that game, and their whole psyche around it, why not, why can't it be us? That mentality, that was a language started coming from the club and talking to people at the club. The players and these young players at 19 years of age, Earl Goulding and Braden Campbell, were saying, Nick Blakey going, why can't we win it? Why can't it be us? And that was the language we were using last year. And this year, obviously, the season itself, they had a cracking opening game against the Giants. It was one of the best games of the season. I was thinking, well, if this is going to continue on the way it was on, they had a dip. And obviously, the past 2 months, they have been flawless. I went back home for 4 weeks for a holiday in the middle of the season, and I came back and I saw them play their first game. And I remember saying to my wife, going, they're going to play in the granny. Their defensive approach was just ferocious, which then you need to do, and obviously playing in grand final. So it was clearly an approach that they've done. They've been flawless the past 2 months. And
when they lost to Essendon in round 16, they were inside the 8 only on percentage. They've now won 9 on the bounce to make it through to the 2022 decider. Let's get into the Sydney Swans room. Sydney home by a point. Brett Sprigg.
I've got Luke Parker here with me, Corbin. I won't talk. I want to hear your words. Talk us through that. Your first thoughts after a game like that.
It's pretty scary, that last 10 minutes. But, look, it's one of those games where you don't want to build up too much. We just kind of went about our business. Knew we kind of build our game off pressure, our shape, and we brought that early, especially the first 3 quarters. We were in control and probably shut the game down a little bit late and probably too early, but it's bloody exciting to see this group get an opportunity. I'm so proud of them.
What did Horse say to you after the game just then?
Oh, just understanding what stands up in those games, and he was so proud of our pressure during the game, and a few little things we can work on here and there, but the super effort, he goes, it's bloody hard to go along this journey and get there right through to the end, and he was pretty proud of this group, and he has a lot of confidence in us, and we'll just enjoy the moment as it is.
Did you need to be challenged the way you were to fight back?
Oh, I would have preferred not to be challenged. Would have been a bit nicer, but look, it's one of those things. Finals throws up everything, and you got to stay on edge, and we'll reset. We'll have a look at this game, and we'll move on to the Cats.
You've been there a few times before. This time as one of the leaders of this team. You've got a lot of guys in this team that are the same age now that you were 10 years ago in that 2012 flag. I guess you've got a few days to think about it, but what will you impart onto them in a week such as this?
I think it's just enjoy the week. It's one of the most special weeks in football, and I've been a part of a few on my journey, and it's just more just to play our style, and we rock up game day. At the end of the day, there's 4 posts up each end. There's a big crowd, a lot of noise, but we've got to tune into each other and play how we play.
One of your teammates from that flag 10 years ago, Sam Reid, obviously concerns about him tonight. Do you know how serious that looks at the moment?
Yeah, he just said he lost a little bit of power. I'm not sure too much what it was too much, but I had a chat to him then, and he's pretty confident in it. It just, felt, I think, a bit awkward for him.
The atmosphere down here is crazy, as you can imagine, after a result like that. Was that the Virgil van Dijk song? What was the song you guys are belting out? Liverpool song? Dirty Old Town, the tune of Dirty Old Town?
Yeah, it definitely was. Somehow that's just creeped into our after game with wins, and it's pretty enjoyable.
Luke Parker with us in the Swans rooms. Up to you guys upstairs.
Parksy, Tig, mate, well done.
Thanks, mate.
Any chance going to be a sub like you were 10 years ago for your first grand final?
Hopefully not. I'm not planning on it this time, but look, mate, I'm just bloody pumped.
No, mate, well done. How's the body feeling? Obviously, they were coming at you. I'm probably more interested in the language at 3/4 time, and what was the psyche like, and the messaging from Horse and the group?
Yeah, I think our 3/4 time was we've been a good fourth quarter team, and just to continue to run. Spread the ground, defend to the death, and I felt we did that for the first 10, and then probably shut it down a little bit too early and probably stopped that run and carry. But the message at three-quarter time was back our system, keep playing to what we do, and just embrace the moment.
Hickey's been huge, hasn't he? You know, again, that ability from inside to give you guys first use, I thought it was enormous again tonight. You know, he makes a huge difference to the team.
Yeah, he was huge, and this year he's had his own battles with injury and a little bit of form here and there, and probably just getting his body right. But these last two finals games, he's been absolutely desperate, and he's plays with a sense of composure, maturity, and he's been incredible for our midfield.
Luke, that final couple of seconds, you finally rushed the ball through. There was a couple of occasions tonight where we thought just rush the ball through and restart. It was desperation on the line.
Yeah, it was. I was pretty stoked to see that one rush through and hit the post, and I kind of looked at the bench and they looked pretty positive, and I didn't know how many see it, but you only got a 30-second board, so I'm like, well, they can still get it out and back in, but look, there was some desperation there, and it just shows that the composure of the boys to play. There was some absolute massive contests in that last 10-15 minutes of football.
You've been around this club for so long and been involved with so many good teams. Was there a moment this year, was there a moment last year where you thought, this team's good enough, this team is capable of playing in a grand final and winning a premiership?
Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a process over the last few years. I think being on the road together for 2 years in a row, over 10 weeks each time, I think really helped this team, a young team coming through, building the relationships, and just enjoying football and really trying to improve and get the best out of ourselves. And it's been a process, but one we've been really confident in. We obviously fell short last year and thought we could have done a bit more damage, but maybe it was the best thing for us. And we came back this year and we're pretty desperate and hungry, and we really have a lot of confidence in how this group plays.
And I speak about the renovation of this team. It hasn't been a rebuild like we see with so many other clubs, but you just look at the last quarter. You've got Goulden, Rowbottom, Blakey, Warner, even Campbell when he came on the ground. They all had terrific moments in that last quarter for such young players.
Yeah, they did, and that's the incredible thing about this group of young guys is they don't hold back, they don't shy away from the contest. You got some recycled players, you got Hick, you got Paddy McCartan, who just plays such a crucial role. And when our leaders are doing our job and leading the way, the young guys just jump on board and seem to have no fear out there.
Luke, Clint Wilden here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does it mean for football in Sydney for the Swans to be in another grand final? You've been there, you've won a premiership, you've seen what it means from, I guess, right up close. For those of us who aren't in the state, what does it mean for the code here?
Oh, the last couple of weeks, you just felt the buzz building on the streets, and you probably had more people wishing you good luck than I've ever had before for tonight. And to see a crowd which had a fair bit of Collingwood in there, and we knew they were going to be loud, and it would have egged the Swans fans to get up and about, and they certainly did that tonight. So when we're up and going, that they absolutely love the brand of football we're playing, and it's starting to turn into a real fortress here, and it's intimidating. We love our fans, and hopefully we can get a fair few next week.
Does it give the code a surge with the numbers of people playing, with juniors? Does it have that sort of an impact when you can go to the very top level as a footy club?
Yeah, for sure. I think I was talking to someone the other day, and they were saying their kids at school at recess and that all they were doing was talking about football and AFL and playing AFL and about the Swans. So it's incredible to see from the junior age that they're starting to get exciting about what we're doing and starting to really be inspired about their futures and what football in Sydney can do.
Do you think this week you'll be one of those players that the younger guys will come to and get a little bit of advice? You've been there, you've done it, you've won it.
Oh, they've got a fair bit of confidence in themselves. They don't need to come to me too much. But look, we'll talk about it during the week. It's basically clear their heads, enjoy the moment. But at the end of the day, you still got to play a game of football, and there's a few hundred contests in a game of footy, and you just got to reset each one.
Parksy, Ramon was talking about renovations, and I thought he was going around that angle because you've done a few houses now. How many houses are you up to? Have you done 4? What have you done? You're going to do any this week? You're going to park it?
I've got one going on at the moment, so we'll see how we go. I just like to drive past here and there, but no, it's enjoyable.
One final one, man. What was Horse's message to wrap that last quarter? What did he say around? How did he message it to you guys? The first thing that he said
after the game?
Yeah.
That he was bloody proud of us. He goes, it's hard to get to grand finals. Prelims are hard to win, and we'll continue to work on what we do, and we'll rock up this week, embrace the week. It's one of the most enjoyable weeks in football, and we've got a game to play, and we're looking forward to it. So his main thing was he's confident in our group, the football that we play, and hopefully we can show that next week.
Did you watch Geelong last night?
A little bit. We didn't want to get too carried away with it. We just wanted to focus on this game. Whether Geelong or Brisbane won, we knew we'd reset on Monday. So I watched a little bit, but then turned it over to something else.
Enjoy the week, Luke. We'll see you in Melbourne.
Thanks, fellas. Cheers.
Luke Parker from the Sydney Swans.
There is no way, that he didn't watch that game last night.
Of course not.
A little bit, yeah. Turned it over, then watched the notebook after that.
Watch the block. His Renos.
Yeah, that's.
He loves his footy.
Yeah.
So he watched it for sure. 100% he did.
It's
And he's an interesting story. He was one of the first subs at grand final.
Yeah.
He came on as a sub and played probably 10 minutes of not even in that grand final, which was a strange phenomenon 10 years ago, obviously. But great leader, example. Just come with me, boys. Come with me.
Imagine the amount of media requests this week for Tom Harley, of course, who's two-time premiership captain with the Cats and the current chief executive of the Sydney Swans. I'm sure he'll do a few interviews talking about his connection with both clubs.
Just before we wrap it up on Cameron Mills, but I want to take you back, Ram, how important he was. But that last rush behind when there was genuine pressure, he was the player who slid into it and made sure that this we'll sacrifice the point here, no problem. So he's actually come from a long way back to loop around to be at the back of that contest once again and to make sure he was the player, that there was no opportunity that a Collingwood player could bob up and soccer it through. So you talk about how important he was. Absolutely. In those moments, that was another moment for Mills.
And leadership can be all things. I think sometimes you get sidetracked with leadership off field. He does both very well. Like his desperation throughout that last 15 minutes was immense as a leader. And that on-field leadership needs to be highly, we should be rated higher in the scale of leadership voting and whatnot. What's happened, I think, often in the past, it's gone the other way with off-field stuff. But incredible last quarter for Callum.
Sydney by a point, full-time at the Sydney Cricket Ground. We will get some reaction from the Collingwood rooms. We're on air for another 20 minutes or so. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. A crazy final quarter. The Pies trailed by as many as 36 in the third term. They kicked 7 of the last 9 goals. And in the end, they got within 1. That's as close as they got.
4 goals, 5 to 1 goal, 1 in that last quarter. And you know what? You think back, there was 2 moments in the third quarter. Darcy Cameron missed a simple set shot and Jamie Elliott missed a simple set shot.
I mentioned the numbers on the siren about the Pies in the home and away season. The best close finishing team we've ever seen. 7-0 in single score games. And then in the final series, they were involved in 2 and they both went against them. And the question all season was, when is Collingwood's luck going to run out? And they're on the wrong side of some razor-thin results in the business end of the year.
Against better teams, it's going to be harder to do. We'll say that, 2 top 4 teams, and that's the challenging component to winning late games because they get it done and they consistently play 4 quarters of football like Sydney have done, and Geelong will do the teams that they lost in finals. That the top teams play consistent, and there's a reason they're in the top 4 because they play consistent all year, and it does make it harder to win those games to come from behind in the third quarter.
Off the SMS, first ever Geelong versus South Melbourne Swans grand final. That's correct.
You said that a few times, didn't you?
First time they're ever going to play in a grand final. 2 of the original 8 as well, so of the VFL competition starting way back in 1897.
And even more amazing when you think that Sydney have now made 18 grand finals and Geelong have now made 19, but they've never actually crossed paths.
Roy off the SMS, it's not enough. The umpiring was woeful all day. Don't let incompetence off the hook, please. From Roy, any comments to add on the officials?
Look,
I think we mentioned it enough times throughout the call. There were some questionable moments.
Yeah, they were, but there always is. But there was some questionable moments from players as well. So this is what people forget. Umpires are human. They're going to make mistakes at times, and but as long players make mistakes. Like the great Scott Pendlebury made a big mistake in the last quarter right in the middle of the ground when he was on his left foot.
Yeah, and had an opportunity to deliver and decided to hand pass and missed Noble in his target.
We just have a tendency to buy into that, don't we? Whether it's a goal umpire, or whether it's a goal mistake or the arc mistake or there's enough mistakes in games that, and I think you've got to be the opinion that there's some for and some not for you.
But I would say we do focus on what you would consider the bad misses. Your 2
that's
points
right.
about the misses were spot on.
Yeah.
But, I mean, those misses early that came from Cameron and from Elliott, Collingwood kicked both of those, and 5 minutes into the third term, they trailed by just 19 points, not by, at the time, sort of 30-odd. So they're huge. The Papley thing was huge as well. That didn't go the way that it should have. So we do highlight them, but no more than you would do anything else, because we talk about moments that matter in games. What's happening down here?
So now you've got the assistant coaches out from Sydney's perspective looking, because they're worried about Reid now. And Jared McVeigh's down there, Jeremy Laidlaw, the reserve coach, Benny Matthews, assistant coach, Big Dean Cox is there also. So clearly John has gone to the assistant coaches. One of you get out, and they've all gone out to try and design some drills and make decisions on who's going to play. But for mine, it'd be a straight swap. It'd be Hayden McLean straight in, which is incredible considering he hasn't played a final. So
straight in.
It'd be for Reid.
And you think they definitely need the extra big rather than starting with
he can rock. He can rock. And the issue is that's the decision and it's either that or Joel Amadi. And I've watched them train the last few weeks, and Hayden's been ripping it apart. And I think they were battling whether to play Logan or Hayden in the game itself. So the decision itself is probably made. Now whether they actually go with Logan is the other decision. Do they put Harry Cunningham in or go small? You know?
Well, that's a good point, because Geelong's small forwards will be a worry.
Yeah.
You look at both McCartans and Rampy. So you'd say, there's the two of those are going to take Hawkins and Cameron. But then it's smalls around after that. You got Gary Rowan, who's that sort of medium quick. Then you got Stengel, Close, and Myers. So Harry Cunningham could come into calculations to be a stopper, because Sydney really don't have a small defender that you can think of.
Joe off the SMS, not surprised about Mills considering he started his career in defence. He's always been a very smart footballer. And Fran from Melbourne, who's been with us all year, high team, so proud of the Pies. No matter what, Sydney let us in, so not that impressed with the Swans. It's from Fran.
Read the top one. Go on.
Is Clint Wilden the Collingwood assistant coach? Why is he so salty about Collingwood? I'm not happy for Sydney.
Is this where I pop up and say, I used to be a Sydney member when I grew up in Sydney? Yeah. So how about that? Weren't expecting that answer, were you, Mr. Or maybe you're a Miss.
There's no
Mr. 559.
The interesting thing with Mills, we're talking a bit about Gallum, and I was coaching at the club, and he was playing halfback, and Horse loved him there. Intercept, and he said he's going to be an All-Australian halfback, and I'd coached him as an inside mid at 16, 18s, and the amount of conversations we had with trying to, during games, Horse, put him in the middle, mate, put him in the middle, and he wouldn't do it for about 2 years, and clearly there's a need for it, and I understand why, because there's a lot of, he's not the quickest, and the worry was obviously George Hewitt, Parker and Kennedy, and the types are very similar. Now he's changed with the Warner, with some speed, they've changed that mix, and they've got a midfield depth now, Sydney, that will challenge anyone in the competition. Clearly, they can put players through the mix, and their depth is enormous for a midfield group, which is something they've worked on for a long time, is trying to get that mix. They love playing the MCG. They won't worry on playing the MCG. They'll actually probably prefer it right now in the way they've played tonight in the second half at the SCG.
Great call tonight, team. I'm so relieved that Tiger's back. I thought I wouldn't get to hear him say composure again this year.
Composure.
You guys can say it funny. Welcome back, Tiger. Where have you been? You've been with us most of the year.
Yeah, I went to Ireland for 4 weeks, first time in 3 years.
Yeah,
so
you disappeared for a bit.
Back at the business end of the season, though.
And I feel like I need a Guinness right now.
The Swans home by a point. They're into the grand final. They're sixth in 18 years. They're through to play Geelong.
Do they taste different in Ireland?
Yeah.
They really do.
They're a lot creamier in Ireland. It doesn't travel well.
Yeah, they say that you take it across to the other side of, just
the world.
To anywhere, really. Just goes across to England.
I'm frothing right now. Come on.
His mouth's watering for Tiger. Let's get into the Collingwood room. So the Pies, what a season they've had. Brett Sprigg is down there. Spriggy, How are things in the Collingwood rooms?
Yeah, guys, as you described, a lot of family down here, and there is that sense of commiseration. But at the same time, as you say, they lost no fans across the year, so they can have their heads held high. So lots of families down here. There's a lot of love, obviously, for Jack Crisp, his milestone game tonight, but just a fair bit of sort of gentle hum of conversation while the players are dispersing around the room, talking to their respective loved ones. We're hopeful of some reaction, and we were told we may be a bit too late based on the fact the Swans held us up. But we'll see how we go down here. But, there is the obvious sense of disappointment off the back of a loss such as that, but they gave their everything right down the stretch, didn't they? And I think there's certainly a bit of a vibe around that as well here in the Collingwood rooms.
I think Peter Moore, I saw him down there, of course, the dual Brownlow medalist, Brownlow night. Tomorrow night, he's living stateside, I think, nowadays, but has made his way back for the business end of the season and made the trip to Sydney.
He's here, and of course, Peter Dacos as well with his two young boys. So, there are the sort of the usual faces you'd come to expect. Darcy Cameron's parents down here as well, which is great to see coming across from the Great Southern over in WA. But yes, it's. I think there's a few smiles around the place. I think there's a genuine sense of achievement on what they've accomplished this year, albeit just fell by the slimmest of margins in the end.
Thanks, Briggy. We'll come back to you shortly if we can get a little more out of the Magpies. They are on the flight home tonight. And then obviously they'll have their review, Rammer, and their season ends one game prematurely from where they would have hoped.
Yeah, and that's football, It's 1 point's enough, unfortunately. So, it's unbelievable what you said. Didn't lose a single-digit game all year.
Yeah.
And then their two finals in losses, single-digit margins, and they lose them both.
The off-season now for Collingwood. So Dan McStay's obviously been heavily linked to the club. Brodie Grundy is obviously on contract, so he would need to be open to a move if he is to find a home elsewhere next year. And they're in the market reportedly for another midfielder, whether that's someone like a Braden Fiorini or...
Yeah, there's talk of Billy Frampton as a key defender. There's Bobby Hill they're talking about as a small forward. So there's a few players that I think their biggest decision is Jordan De Goey and what happens there. I've got no idea what path they go down. He didn't have a great game. Well, he's had 12 possessions tonight to go. But
I wonder if something was up. Yeah. Was there something at him?
His other two finals were
terrific. He just didn't look right, did he?
Yeah.
You wonder whether the shoulder 3 weeks in had an impact. From the reports we had, light training all week to get through. There was serious questions, certainly floating through to the other side of the country, about whether he would play at all against Fremantle. Did, and not just played, but was magnificent. Maybe after 2 great games, it was just too much for him to go through tonight. Question for you, by the way, Corbin, you follow these things. Where do we sit now after all the drama of the pre-season bye, and it's the worst thing ever, and how dare it have such an impact on the teams who finish higher up the ladder? Shame, shame, shame. We've had one of the great final series ever. In fact, I would argue the greatest final series. With both qualifying final winners now going through, which has always been this is the problem with it. There's not enough reward. The gap is too long. Where do you reckon we sit now with a pre-finals bye, with Geelong and Sydney both going through?
I can tell you just statistically what it all means. So prior to the pre-finals bye, so from 2000 through to 2015, which is when we just rolled from the end of the home and away season straight into the finals, the qualifying final winners, so the teams that had the week off and hosted prelims, won 87% of the time. They were 28-4. So only 4 times the side that didn't win the quali made it through to the grand final. So a huge statistical anomaly. Less than 13% made it through. Since the pre-finals bye come in, the percentage rate of the qualifying final winners making it was 40%. It was 4 wins and 6 losses. So that's now a clean break, 50-50 straight down the middle, 6-6 from the 6-year sample size that we've seen. It's just the second time, Clint, it's ever happened under the 6 years. The last time was Adelaide and Richmond back in 2017, where with the pre-finals bye that the 2 quali winners have had the week off, played, and won, and they'll meet each other in the grand final.
Do you think the sample size is big enough now to actually make a decision about whether it's a good or a bad thing?
Well, I think the problem is the quality of the footy's really good.
Yep.
The ticket sales are through the roof.
Yep.
And so it's what's not to love?
Yeah. No, I'm a believer, and I did think. I do think at times, and goodness me, I'm as guilty as this as anyone, we get really excited about a small sample size. You're saying now it's 6 and 6?
Yep.
Well, with the quality of football we've seen, does give teams an opportunity to have a crack. And we also see you still get rewarded, as you said last week, Rama. Finish higher up the ladder, you get the advantage of home grounds, and I reckon that did have a bit of a play tonight. It certainly had an impact last week as well.
That's why you play the home and away season.
Absolutely.
For the advantage.
So there's still an advantage.
I prefer the granny. I prefer a week off before the granny.
Funny you say that.
I would prefer play the finals, reward the top 4 teams, play it out, and have a week off, build up to the granny, Brownlow, everything like.
Yeah.
As a whole, I prefer grand final spectacle to be better than a preliminary final. Now, that's just my preference. The biggest game we've got selling around the world.
I've said for about 4 years now, and certainly after what happened at Chelsea Randall in the AFLW, there will come a time when there will be a superstar, a Melbourne player, a Melbourne-based player who gets knocked out and misses because of it, and there'll be outrage and people will go, why did we not do this before?
It won't be the case if it's not a Melbourne-based player?
No, it will not be. No, it won't be.
So if Callum Mills got knocked out tonight, you don't think there'll be
not to the level as if Jordan De Goey gets knocked out.
No way.
You had me up until then.
No. You know that would be true.
There
would be no level of outrage.
Let's not make it Victoria against every other state.
No, let's make it that way because you know that it will be so much more. If it's a Port Adelaide player, I cannot see people getting fired up about it.
The first time it happens and a single player misses, it'll come up again in the talk of the pre-grand final bye and whether that's the way to go. I filled in on one of your shows, Glenn, I think, hosting the Footy Forum one week, and I can't remember the caller's name, and I should have. He made a really good point where he basically said because of the unequal draw throughout the home and away season, and teams, sometimes if you play North Melbourne or West Coast twice and they're historically bad as they were this year, sometimes you have inflated records, and so as a result you've got teams that finish half a game ahead here or there, and by having the week off before the finals, it sort of takes away that advantage. So as much as everything was lopsided towards the top 2 teams, the difference sometimes between finishing first or second or third or fourth or fifth isn't actually as great as what the ladder used to project because of the way that we rolled through the final series.
Well, as we saw now and saw this year with Collingwood by 1 point, the difference that 1 point win over Carlton had on shaping the way the 8 played out was immense.
Clint, you brought up the Tom Papley free kick or the mark that was paid to him, which was controversial. He was just on the host broadcaster on 7 moments ago. This is his explanation.
No, just a bit of forward craft. I didn't get paid one when Noble pushed me in the back, so play on.
Swings and roundabouts from Tom Papley. He'll be there on grand final day, second time in his career after featuring in 2016. It'll be Sydney and Geelong next Saturday afternoon at the G. Now, the SMS is 0437 774 774, a crowd of 45,608, which is the third biggest crowd at the SCG. So behind only Sydney Essendon, the final from 2017, the second elimination final, and round 22, 1997, Sydney Geelong, which had 46,168. And now this comes in at number 3, 45,608. We'll talk a lot during the week about the last time they met, and it almost feels fitting in a way, in a season that is going to be remembered for one indelible moment, and that was when Lance Franklin obviously went to the 1,000 mark, and the overhead shots here at the SCG of people just emptying the stands to rush out around Franklin. It was that night, the last time that these two teams met way back in round 2, and Geelong had their way in so many of the key categories, and yet Sydney won the game comfortably on the scoreboard in the end by, what was it, Clint, 5 goals in the end? For Sydney on that night. So unlike what we had leading into this final tie, we haven't got a recent example of the last time that the two teams played head-to-head, and they've changed so much in that time.
Which they will look at, but it's very hard. They'll look at it from a match-up perspective, and I think we saw it early in this game where a team got the matchups wrong early, and it cost them, and it cost them a grand final spot. It's so crucial to get your homework and your scouting on opposition teams the week into the game, which Sydney, I'm sure, go to town in their homework for Geelong, but yeah, it's going to be a huge week. I can't wait for it.
I want to take something back, Rami. You're right. There would be outrage about Callum Mills. And you know what?
I feel there's a but coming.
Because the Fox Footy and the Melbourne media will declare them as South Melbourne. So get on board with that one.
Very quickly, Brownlow tomorrow night. Who takes Charlie home? Tig?
Neil. Lockie.
Neil.
Yeah, I'm on Paddy Cripps.
Cribbo?
Oliver.
Clint? Oliver, I'm with you. I'm with Clary as well. So the ABC Footballer of the Year was won by Clayton Oliver and Patrick Cripps in a tie, for what it's worth. But it feels like 6 guys or so can win it.
Yeah, throw a blanket over him.
Tomorrow from 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time, we will be on air for Grandstand AFL Sunday. I'll be joined by Brett Deletti. I'm Mark Murphy. We'll pull it all apart, look ahead to the Brownlow. The Footy Forum then follows.
Yes, it does, with Jake Niall and Mark Duffield. I look forward to arguing with you. Give us a call. Always good to have a chat around the country.
Looking forward to all of that tomorrow. We've got a bit of AFLW action. And then Corbin and Ben is on ABC Radio, would you believe?
Oh, it's back.
A little show that's made it on DAB Plus is forcing its way onto to ABC Radio with Murph and Lids and all your usual favourites from 4 o'clock. So that's the programming slate tomorrow.
A little show that could.
Unbelievable. We've huffed and puffed our way onto the main network. That's right. Tomorrow, amazing, from DAB Plus onto the main station. Sydney by a point. An amazing preliminary final. They led by 36 in the third quarter, and Collingwood kicked 7 of the last 9 goals. They didn't lead at all night, the Magpies. It sets up a pulsating grand final. The Swans on a 9-game winning sequence up against Geelong, who have won their last 15 games. We've got 30 seconds. You're tipping the Swans, I know that. Who wins the grand final, Rama?
I'm tipping the Cats.
Tipping the Cats.
Yeah.
Clint?
I'm going with the Cats.
Tiger, the Swannies, surely.
Of course I am.
Thanks to all our crew. It's been a pleasure to watch it with you. It's always a privilege to be here on the ABC, and particularly when the game's as good as that. We're very lucky to do what we do. Thank you for being with us throughout the day as well. Thanks to all our crew, to Mick and to Tom and to Spriggy downstairs, to Adam back in the studio. A chance for us to relive it. Here's how it all played out on Grandstand AFL, a Sydney and Geelong decider. As Hickey grabs it out of the ruck, surge kick forward for the Swans. Franklin underneath it, takes the mark. Lance Franklin moves in, got a couple, and he's still capable of being Buddy. High half forward for Sydney, kicking to the Randwick end. He goes to the top of the goal square, McDonald. So Darcy Cameron misses at one end, Sydney to cash in at the other. Logan McDonald threads it.
So the shot on goal from Collingwood, this is a massive moment for them, and he delivers this young superstar. Nick Dacos.
More dangerous. Goes backward and then intercept mark for Justin McInerney. Picks it off in front of Howe, runs into the open goal and shows him his tail lights. Bangs it up into the top deck.
The go, he picks it up. Hand passing it forward to Lipinski. Has runners with him, Bianco. Hand pass Pendlebury. They're down the outer wing. Kicked inside forward 50. Hits Ginnivan on the chest.
Go back, kick the goal.
Jack Ginnivan on his way. Boots cross the 50. Kick looked perfect. The Collingwood Army, they rise. The lead is back to 22 points. They keep playing here, Collingwood. They'll get a sweeping hand pass over the top. It goes into the left forward pocket. Chance here for Degoe. Can't quite gather. Got tackled and spilled forward. It spit out the side. Bianco! No way! Oh, goodness me! They're coming all right, the Collingwood side. So Campbell now inside forward 50. He goes in the direction of Papley. Papley's in juggled it. Has he marked?
Oh, he has.
He has! As we cast our eyes, or is it into the side? No, the second push is definitely in the back of Moore.
He's got this one wrong twice, the umpire.
Papley's there, and Papley converts. We'll be talking about that for a few days, I reckon.
Tom McCartan, hand pass goes back to Florent for Sydney. Kick smothered. Side bottom's going to get it. Side bottom. Floyd. Side bottom's kicked it. For the first time tonight, Collingwood within a goal. After Sydney kicked the first 26 points. Sydney's kick out. Sydney's young bloods survived Collingwood's very best. They're through to the grand final. It'll be Geelong and Sydney for all the marbles. Sydney by 1 point.
Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the Osprey graves or Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
After making that tackle, he's verballing Toby Rudolph, but he's turned his back on him and walks away. So the knock-ons are coming thick and fast. It'll be a scrum feed to the Rabbitohs. 22 out from the Cronulla line. Inside 12 left first half. 6-0 Rabbitohs, and maybe these mistakes, MC, result of the frantic, fast opening 20 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt, and the physicality of the defensive line. Louis spoke about the speed of the defensive line. There's no doubt about that, but it's also a bit of physicality as well. Each side's really putting their shoulders in and trying to make a dent in the opposition. We're sometimes critical of the ball carriers, but defensively both sides have been outstanding to start this match.
That is true. Souths are only completing at 62%. Sharks at only 67%. So this scrum set 20 in from the eastern touchline. Every defender